9, Chris Wright 10, and another South African, Bjorn Hendricks at 11. And the Sussex side, Lynn?
So Sussex have left out Ali Orr at the top of the order, as well as the absences of George Garton, who's being rested to sort of manage his recovery from injury, and Mohammad Rizwan, the Pakistan overseas wicketkeeper, is out as well due to a family bereavement. So Ollie Carter keeps wicket this week. Their side is Tom Haynes, the captain, and Tom Alsop will open the innings with Cheteshwar Pujara at 3. Tom Clark, Delray Rawlins, Ollie Carter, Archie Lennon, the young leg spinner, looking forward to seeing him bowl later on in the game and later on in the day, I'm sure. And then the 4 seamers, Ollie Robinson, Aaron Beard, Henry Crocombe and Sean Hunt to round off the Sussex lineup.
We are playing on one of the pitches that has been relayed here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, away to the west towards the meet for those who know the ground. So it's not at all a central pitch, but because it's been relayed, it should be a little bit more bouncy and have a bit more pace than some of the pitches have had in recent years. Well, Ollie Robinson is going to open the bowling for the visitors from the Bennett end, and he's going to be coming down the slope to Hassan Azad. In he comes and bowls. Very gentle loosener indeed from Robinson. I would think about 65 miles an hour, well outside off stump, and drifts through slowly into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and Azad lets it go through. As gentle a loosener I think I've ever seen. That.
Loosener is possibly is generous. It was just very sort of languid style, and just like, oh well, I may as well just get it down the other end. Yes, looked as though he was a little bit stiff with that one, didn't he, Ollie?
Turns, comes in and bowls again quite slowly outside off stump to Azad, much wider even than the previous delivery, and again Azad lets it go through. I think the stream is up and running, which is good news. Just in time. Just in time. New scoreboard at Grace Road this season. Well, new layout on the electronic scoreboard. And it's been refined with every game. It's been just changed a little bit. Now we have the runs and wickets with a green background. It wasn't necessarily that easy to pick out previously, but I'm getting used to it. In goes Robinson and bowls outside off stump, a little bit shorter, might have been a fraction of movement away, but it was outside off stump, and again Azad had nothing to do with it.
It's a somewhat different intensity for Ollie Robinson compared to an Ashes test, didn't it, when he would have, well, apart from last week at Hove, when he would have last bowled. Looking like slowly getting into it.
He's warming up slowly, isn't he? Big man. Sussex must have, if everybody bowls their overs at his pace, Sussex must have issues with over rates. You would have thought. He wanders back very slowly indeed. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Azad, much straighter this time. Might have just shaped back in a bit, and it was fairly slowly onto the bat of Azad. He was in position early, just pushing it defensively out towards mid-on. Fielder out there, Sean Hunt. 3 slips for Robinson, alongside the wicketkeeper Ollie Carter. Tom Alsop is at first. Tom Clark is at second, and Delray Rawlins at third. A lot closer Rawlins than his fellows. In goes Robinson and bowls, a little bit quicker, and forward went Azad to that straighter delivery, pushed it out into the covers, and there is no run. Pujara, the fielder, a lot of interest in his exploits so far this season. 4th consecutive century. I don't know if it would be a record in terms of a 4th consecutive century in a match, but it would certainly take him a lot closer to the 1,000 before the end of May.
717 he has at the minute, so he'll have his eyes on that, no doubt.
Averaging a mere 143. In goes Robinson and bowls down the leg side, swings on further down. Azad steps inside and thinks about helping. It's on its way, but doesn't really make too much of a gesture at it. End of the first over, which was a bit of a non-event, really, wasn't it? It was gentle stuff from Robinson. Just getting into his bowling. Azad left what he could. End of the first over. A maiden. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. They come every half hour for BBC Radio Leicester. We've had one over. It was a maiden. Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat first on a relayed pitch, so hopefully a little bit more pace and bounce in it than usual. Captain Colin Ackerman back in the side after missing the last game due to a hand injury. They've also been able to bring back Lewis Hill, the batsman who broke a thumb in the first game after scoring a very good 90 against Worcestershire. So strengthened the batting, the Foxes, and they'll be hoping that as a result of that they get more first innings runs than they've managed so far this season. At the moment they've yet to score, but they've yet to lose a wicket either. They're 0 for 0.
Aaron Beard it is, coming from the pavilion end up the slope. The Essex loanee, number 14 on his back. His first ball just short of a length on the Sam Evans' hip, and it wraps Evans on the thigh pad. Races down to fine leg. There's a leg bye taken, signalled by the umpire at this end, who is Tom Lungley, the former Derbyshire seamer, and the other umpire is a considerably more experienced fellow with the coat on, Neil Mallender, formerly of international honours. I say formerly, is he still on the international list? Neil Mallender?
As an umpire, I'm not sure, to be honest. I would have to check.
Has done in the past, though, definitely. Aaron Beard it is, who's sharing the new ball with Ollie Robinson. And we're just waiting. The field has changed over for the left-handed Hassan Azad, and Beard's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander. Leicestershire one without loss, and it's the second ball of the second over as Beard comes in past Lungley, bowls, and this one is fallen outside the off stump. Azad leaving straight through to Carter behind the stumps. Same field as there was for Robinson in the last over. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. I think it is Ollie Robinson who's gone all the way down to fine leg, is it? It's got his sort of figure.
Yes, absolutely. In front of the new hospitality marquee. I say new, it's been there for sort of 2 years now. Becoming a fairly permanent addition.
Correction, Robinson's actually at mid-off. As Beard comes in and bowls this one straighter and turned by Azad back down the wicket. Beard races in front of the non-striker Sam Evans to go and pick up. Ensure there is going to be no run. It remains one without loss. Sunny day. Few clouds over towards the left-hand side as we look from the commentary position at the pavilion end. A few over to the right as well, but thankfully none directly up above, and it means that Grace Road is currently bathed in sunshine. Lush green outfield as Beard comes in again, round the wicket, bowls. Azad is forward, pushing out to backward point. There is no run. Azad now 9 balls without scoring. Leicestershire yet to have a run off the bat, but one without loss thanks to that leg bye from the first ball of this over. 11. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Sussex on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the Leicestershire YouTube live stream as well. Liam Gibbs, Richard Ray with you for today. As Aaron Beard turns again at the end of his mark. The Essex loanee round the wicket past umpire Lungley, bowls. This is a good length forward. Azad solidly in defence as well.
Azad, he has been to a certain extent Leicestershire's form batsman so far this season. He's been consistent anyway, relatively consistent in an inconsistent batting lineup. 385 runs. He's the only century maker for the Foxes so far this season, although others have been close, notably Ben Mike with his 99 not out against Middlesex at Lords a couple of weeks ago. Azad's 100 came in the first game to save the game against Worcestershire here.
And therein has Leicestershire's problem, really, isn't it? As Beard comes in, this one's fallen. Nicely played by Hassan Azad. He guides it off the front foot, well, it's backward of square ball actually, but forward of backward point, if that makes sense, and it races out towards the orange seats on the popular side, the meat side of the ground. And for 4 runs, so Leicestershire off the mark with the bat anyway. Azad moves to 4. Azad off the mark there with that boundary. He has 4. Evans yet to score, but having only faced 1 ball. Leicestershire 5 without loss, with Azad with those 4 and a leg bye as well, after 2 overs.
Bless. Leicester have given away a lot of tickets for this game over the 4 days, done their very best to distribute a couple of thousand, well, 3,000 or 4,000 in the end. And there's a group of school children over there in the Melton Building Society family stand. I'm not sure which school they're from, but they've brought a welcome note of enthusiasm to the cheers that greeted that boundary by Azad. They're a long, long way from play, unfortunately. They couldn't be further at the moment. They won't have the best view, will they? Bless them. But they've all got their yellow jackets on. I think they've come in a crocodile or something.
Now here
Local
is a
stew.
very interesting development, Richard. Sean Hunt coming into the attack. Ollie Robinson just with that first one over.
So Hunt, left armour, over the wicket, and Evans just turns him away from middle and leg out towards deep backward square, picks up a couple of runs. Well, it was the gentlest of opening overs from Ollie Robinson. So whether he's decided he'd prefer to come up the slope and therefore he's going to have to wait until the opening spell is finished at this end remains to be seen. But yeah, curious.
Curious, isn't it? Very odd to have one over.
Hunt is in and bowls again on towards middle and leg, a little bit shorter this time. Evans stays on the back foot, just defends it out down the pitch on the onside. No obvious signs of injury or anything like it. But one over.
Interesting one to monitor through the rest of the day, rest of the innings. See whether Robinson does come down the hill again, or whether, as you say, he would prefer to come up the slope.
It is in and bowls, goes past the outside edge of Evans' bat. First time really the bat has been beaten so far this season. That was a little bit of extra carry. See how much movement there actually was. Evans has struggled a little bit for form in recent games. Just pushed across him. It didn't really move too much. Could give him the benefit of the doubt and say tuck the bat inside the front pad. Hunt is in, bowls to him again. He's reaching for it a little bit. Might just have been a touch of shape back in. He pushes it firmly out just wide of mid-on, who gets across and makes a stop comfortably enough. And Beard it is out there. Seven without loss, Leicestershire. First innings, as you said, Liam, have been a problem for them. First innings runs, that is. As Hunt, with quite a short run, comes in and bowls slightly short on off stump. Evans up on his toes, deflecting towards backward point, and there's no run. 213 against Worcestershire, 273 against Durham, 213 again against Derbyshire, 149 at Lords against Middlesex, and then 320 down in Cardiff last week. So they have never really put themselves in a position to sort of control the game with first innings runs. Hunt is in, bowls. Evans is forward. Not a big stride, not a tall player, but got plenty behind it, and then a sort of little flourish. It's one of his characteristics at the end of a defensive shot, just then follows through having played the shot, ball having left the bat. A little flourish at the end of it. End of the over. 7 without loss after 3. Just one time has the ball beaten the bat. It'll be interesting to see once the Sussex bowlers get into their stride whether there is a little bit of extra pace and lift in this pitch.
Beard to continue for Sussex. He's going to stay round the wicket to the left-handed Hassan Azad. Still 3 slips in place as Beard comes round the wicket in the sunshine. 14 on his back, and this one's fallen outside off stump and gloriously driven by Hassan Azad for 4 out to the cover point boundary. That's a super shot. Leant into it, timed it to perfection, picked the gap. And an even better shot than the one from the last ball of Beard's previous over, which was potentially off the outside half of the bat, albeit still relatively nicely timed. That one was straight out of the middle, straight between the gap. Races to the fence for 4, as out to 8 rather from 12 balls, and Leicestershire to 11 without loss. Beard again around the wicket, and this one is more delicately played and, well, hits Azad in a more delicate area as he goes down on his haunches. The ball hits him amidships and and sort of trickles rather behind his stumps. No danger of the ball trickling back onto the stumps, but Azad is down. He's taken his helmet off and is on his hands and knees for a second, just getting a breather or two. Sam Evans, his opening partner, has a slow wander up the pitch to go and check on his opening partner's health.
Did shape back into him a bit, might just come off the inside edge. But, yeah, a painful blow.
And one that Leicestershire's 12th man, Will Davis, is going to go and attend to now. As he jogs out to the middle.
Nothing you can do really, is it? Just buy him a little bit of time. I wonder how the teachers explain that one to the children. What's the matter with him, miss?
They do well to see it from all the way over
Yeah,
there.
no, yeah. It's a shame they're not in the sort of green seats in front of the indoor centre there. A little bit better view, perhaps.
You won't miss them though. They're all in yellow fluorescent jackets. Group of probably 20 or 30 or so.
Yeah.
Over in that far corner. Certainly far fewer than there were school kids at Lord's the other week on the first morning there. It was positively rowdy.
That was fun, wasn't it? There was a lot of them there. And they got them all going as well. Chance of Middlesex. Wonderful game between Sussex and Middlesex last week.
Certainly
I
was.
say wonderful from an objective point of view, of course, for Sussex listeners. Probably didn't find it quite so wonderful towards the end, but set up beautifully. And
potentially a slightly generous declaration, I think, was the feeling, but I guess when an opposition side chases it down, it's always likely to get that in hindsight. I mean, Middlesex went at a good rate to go and get those runs. 370, they got them in 74 overs essentially, so they've gone at a pretty decent rate. And barring Ollie Robinson, all of the Sussex bowlers went at more than 5 and over, so certainly an excellent final day chase set up by Sam Robson, as it was, with his 149.
But sometimes you have to, you risk losing to attempt to win games, don't you? And it's in the context of the season as a whole. I think it was the right decision from Haynes. Okay, you can fiddle around with an extra couple of overs or another 20 runs or whatever, but I think it was a brave and correct decision. Another day, it would have paid off. And given that neither of these sides, obviously both these sides are struggling for wins.
And given the fact that the Sussex haven't won a game since April of last year, I think it's probably always the right decision to at least have a go. And you never quite know what can happen. If they got Robson's wicket early on, then you never quite know. Back underway after that treatment to Azad, who just faces up to Beard and defends that one down the pitch off the back foot. The first ball since his resumption after being hit in a rather painful place. 3.5 overs gone, Leicestershire 11 without loss. Both sides, as we just touched on, still seeking their first wins of the season. Both have similar records and identical in terms of results. Both have drawn 2 and lost 3 of their opening 5 games. Both sides lost last week. Sussex at home to Middlesex, Leicestershire in Cardiff against Glamorgan as Beard comes in around the wicket and Azad defends back up the pitch again. This one was a slightly fuller length than the previous delivery. Azad sort of half forward, back down the pitch. Beard fields in his follow through.
Chelmsford boy, Aaron Beard. And what would he do if he was in charge of county cricket? Well, he is a bowler, so he would change the LBW rule. He says, if it's hitting the stumps, it is out. Doesn't matter where it pitches. If it's hitting the stumps, it's out. That's
presumably the edge the inside edge rule still counts as Beard comes in and bowls this one outside the off stump as it's had shaping on. Presumably that is referring to the pitching outside of leg.
Exactly. Yeah. Or hitting outside the line and all that sort of thing. Much to be said for that point of view. Not by a batsman, of course, but I'm sure a lot of the bowlers would agree with him. Fair head. Not the tallest of medium fast bowlers, is he, Aaron?
He's not. He's got a tubey grip thing on his left arm. His non-bowling arms. He comes in for the final ball of this over, and again it's full, slightly straighter. Azad this time turns to mid-on, where the fielding is done by the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes. No run, 11 without loss, just the 4 runs off the over, coming off that first ball of the over with that glorious shot from Azad. He's got 2 boundaries so far, both off Beard, to take him to the 8 that he has at the moment from 17 balls. Evans, his opening partner, has 2 from 7, and Leicestershire after 4 overs, 11 without loss.
Sean Hunt will continue from the Bennett end. good 8 inches taller, I would imagine. Goes in and bowls to Evans, who's leaning into that one. No big stride again from Evans, firmly out to mid-on. Plays the ball, times it nicely out to Beard, who's out there. So Evans this season, there's been innings of promise, but he hasn't really managed to go on so far. Certainly not dominate attack. A very good 77 not out against Durham. In he goes and bowls. Hunt forward goes Evans this time. Leans forward, pushes the delivery off stump out towards straight mid-off, who comes across and fields. 1 and 11 against Worcestershire. 16 and 77 not out. Up at Durham. 63 and 33 at home to Derbyshire. Since then, not too much. 9 and 23 at Middlesex, and then last week in Cardiff, 29 and 5. In goes Hunt, bowls to him outside off stump. Little bit of shape back in, but well after it had passed the bat. Not too much. It's not the sort of, doesn't feel like a swing sort of morning here. It's a little bit cooler than it was, but it was very sunny and clear skies first thing in Leicester this morning. There's a few white clouds around now and some slightly darker ones. No rain is forecast and sun is out at the moment. Good day to bat, I would suggest.
Feels like it, doesn't it? And with Leicestershire having probably their first choice batting lineup back for the first time this season.
In goes Hunter and bowls, left by Evans. 11 without loss, 8 Azad, 2 Evans. Yeah, I had a quick word with the physio this morning, Will Graves. He said, yeah, for the first time, I think everybody is fit and available. So no excuses in those terms. Hunt is in, bowls, bounces a little bit and beats Evans' defensive shot. Hits him above the pad, round about the thigh pad. He was looking to work it into the leg side. So a little bit of encouragement for Hunt, that delivery. Maybe a little bit of seam perhaps, but not too much. Hunt is in and bowling. Evans is leaning forward on middle and off, playing it out into the offside. Pujara picks up. You would have thought there'd been, and that's the end of the over, you'd have thought there'd been a few more in to watch Pujara, if nothing else. There was an interesting article in one of the newspapers this morning about the quality of the batting and bowling, you know, of the players in the county championship in both divisions at the moment, and what an opportunity it is to see the world's best in action.
Some great overseas stars over, aren't there? And actually, particularly, there's a lot of value coming from the Pakistani overseas players, aren't there? We look at Hassan Ali at Lancashire, Mohammed Abbas at Hampshire, obviously Mohammed Rizwan at Sussex, although he's not playing today, and Shan Masood has been tearing it up for Derbyshire. Big continues into his third over. Azad pushes forward to one that's just outside off stump, and the ball deflects out to backward point.
Afridi.
Where Henry Crocombe does fielding. Yeah, Shaheen Afridi at Middlesex, of course. There's a lot of good overseas players who are, and most of them are doing the business as well for their respective sides. And certainly, when you, from a Sussex perspective, you look at Pujara's record of getting 717 runs, and we're only in the middle of May. It's some going from him.
He'll be eyeing his pitch and liking what he sees, I suspect.
Beard in again, bowling. This one's down the leg side, and it takes something of Azad on its way through. It beats the diving Ollie Carter behind the stumps and goes all the way down to fine leg, where Sean Hunt wanders around and hurls the ball back in with his left arm. Bye signalled. So
he got something on it. Carter didn't, diving away to his right, slowed it down.
Certainly stopped the 4 byes, but allowed 1 to go through.
Never has a bye been more enthusiastically cheered. Bless them. I think they're being wound up over there.
There'll be the delayed reaction again when there's a wicket fallen or a boundary hit. I'm sure as soon as the teacher goes, look what's happened.
If the ball ever goes over there, they're going to go bonkers.
But hit it a long way to get to them as Beard comes in again, bowling to the right-handed Sam Evans for the first time, and this one shaped away from him perhaps a little bit, and Evans shoulders arms through to Carter, no run. Third game of the season for Sussex for Aaron Beard on his loan from Essex. Came at the same time as Mason Crane, and Crane has gone back to Hampshire, but Beard still with the Hove County.
In Adrian's absence, anybody listening supporting Sussex can get in touch with us. At Foxes Cricket 22 on Twitter is the quickest way.
Beard again, right arm over the wicket, and this one is defended well by Evans. Got right on top of that one and played it under his eyes. The ball rebounding out towards the point region where Cheshire Pujara, with number 8 on his back for Sussex, comes around to do the fielding. Doesn't even bother hurling that one into Ollie Carter, just shines it on the back of his trousers, feeds it back to his captain Tom Haynes, who in turn feeds it back to a fair-haired Aaron Beard, who will turn at the end of his mark and come back in for the 5th ball of this, his 3rd over, the 6th of the match. 14 on his back. Beard comes in, right arm over the wicket, and this one is a good ball by Beard, just sort of shapes away. Evans went to play it and then pulled his bat away fairly late on, but with relative comfort as well in doing that, and Carter takes comfortably behind the stumps. It remains 12 without loss. Yeah, no, just the 1 wicket in the match for Beard last week in that defeat to Middlesex. 1 for 66 in the 2nd innings. Went at 5 and over, but as many of the Sussex bowlers did in that 2nd innings, as Middlesex went chasing down that target in the 2nd innings. Had a better time of it in the 1st innings. Picked up 3 for in his 1st game for the Hove County. Did Beard as he comes in for the final ball of this over. This one's on leg stump and pushed away by Evans out towards mid-on. The fielding is completed and the end of the over. 12 without loss, 6 gone. Beard has none for 8 from his 3. And Leicestershire have managed to get through the first 25 minutes of play unscathed. 1 over from Ollie Robinson at the start of it, and he's since been replaced by Sean Hunt at the top end, who is going to continue the left-arm seamer, and then 3 from Beard from this pavilion end here at Grace Road on what is a sunny but slightly breezy day. You might be able to hear in the effects, Mike, a little bit of rattling here and there caused by the wind, but a sunny day. A few sort of grey clouds, but nothing looking too hugely threatening. And as you say, Richard, should be a good day for batting, which you would sense is why Leicestershire have decided to bat, having won the toss.
Sean Hunt is in, bowls over the wicket to Azad, who's a little bit late on that one on off stump. Comes down on it just in time, steers it just wide of off stump. I say just wide, out to around about in the direction of 3rd slip. Chops it down into the ground, and Rawlins comes forward and picks up, but he was a little bit hurried on that occasion. Hunt, 6'5", just beginning to get the ball through at a better lick. This is just his 3rd over, start of his 3rd over. Remember, we had just the 1 over from Ollie Robinson to start proceedings. All very strange. We'll try and find out what that's all about. We shall see before too long. Hunt is in and bowls to Azad onto his legs and just turns his wrists on it, leans forward, clips it down towards long leg, where young Henry Crocombe is the fielder. Single taken. Azad on to 9, 13 without loss. Good morning to Jake on Twitter. Good morning to Mike Jelfs. Already said it in person as well. Mike also feels that he'd like to see the kids a little bit closer to the action. Another party has just arrived who are going to get closer to the action. I like all these yellow vests. In goes Hunt and bowls. Evans is forward. Again, not a big stride, slightly tentative. Thick outside edge, runs down towards backward point, and there's no run. Surrey boy. Hunt, Sean Frank Hunt.
Was one of those given a chance really last year, wasn't he? One of these many Sussex youngsters who was blooded last year, and to see what they're made of, and he's kept his place into this season.
He is in and bowls outside off stump. I thought for a second umpire Mallender was going to signal a no ball. His sort of right hand started to come up there, but it wasn't. that signal. Anyway, just a couple of wickets for Hunt so far this season.
Yeah, it's only his second game of the
is.
season. He made his first appearance of the campaign last week in that defeat to Middlesex. Bowled nicely in the first innings by all accounts, 2 for 49 from his 19 overs.
With his height, he should be a handful. Goes in and bowls, squares Evans up a fraction. He's on the walk, Evans, as he defends that one out into the offside, picked up by Pujara. And there's no run. Is there anyone sat on the picnic benches in front of the marquee? Asks Jake. Picnic benches in front of the marquee? What, behind them? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that one. In goes Hunt and bowls. Thick outside edge. That's going to run down to third man for 4. Well, 4 runs for Leicestershire, but encouragement for Hunt and for Sussex. Evans will say, well, that's an opener's boundary. You earned those.
It was relatively controlled as well, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was
guess.
fairly thick. It was all along the floor.
I guess. He moves on to 6-17 without loss, and he's waving at the pavilion now. What does he want? Somebody is sitting in the members' pavilion. They're getting slightly in the way. Maybe they need a window closed over there. Umpire Lungley also has a word, sporting but both umpires are actually sporting flat caps, white flat caps. Bit windy perhaps for the Panamas.
Yes, a Panama hat could go flying in these conditions. Not blustery, but there's a decent breeze coming across the ground.
Slip coming out.
Just moving a little bit wider to gully, aren't they? Delray Rawlings comes out of third slip and moves more into the gully. Beard is going to come back over the wicket. And then backward point has just moved a little further around and a bit deeper as well.
Updates time coming up. So Liam will have to pop next door as Aaron Beard is in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Azad, who is leaning forward, slightly awkwardly, rather shoveling it out towards mid-on. And there is no run. 17 without loss. So Rawlings has gone to gully. We've got the 2 slips still. Beard is coming over the wicket to the left-handed Azad. Here comes the update. Leicestershire won the toss, chose to bat first and have made a pretty solid start. Hassan Azad, who's been the best of the Leicestershire batsmen so far this season. He's the only one who has scored a century, in fact. Well, he is now on 11 not out. Sam Evans, his opening partner, is 6 not out, 19 without loss. Sussex, one of the sides that Leicestershire would be hoping to beat essentially this season. Neither side have won a game so far in the county championship, but the Foxes have made the better start. They're 19 without loss. Missed just the one delivery from Beard to Evans. It was played down the ground for 2. Again, he's looking to play straight Azad this time. Moving around to his left, slightly awkwardly, is I think the 12th man is on at mid-off. Check the numbers on that one. George Burrows it is. Or at least it's somebody wearing George Burrows' number, 31. In goes Beard and bowls to Azad, who is solidly forward. Bat very close to footpad on off stump, back down the pitch. It goes. Now, does that mean Robinson is off the field because he was fielding in Burrows is fielding in Robinson's position, i.e. at mid-off, mid-on? Doesn't look like he's out there. So maybe that Ollie Robinson does indeed have a bit of an issue. We will try and find out. Beard around the wicket now to Azad, who's clipping him nicely away, or working it away through mid-wicket. Burrows it is who runs across from mid on cheers of the school children as he picks up at around about 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. It is a long boundary out there towards the manual scoreboard. One of only 2 left in the country. There is obviously the electronic scoreboard as well, but Leicestershire have retained a manual scoreboard. It looks very similar to that at Sussex, which is now no longer an electronic scoreboard, of course. No longer a manual scoreboard, it is electronic. It's retained its shape as Beard is in, Azad is forward, pushing out into the covers, picked up by Pajara, and there is no run. 21 without loss then after 8 overs. Hassan Azad has 13, Sam Evans has 6. But just to confirm then, we had just the 1 over, a very gentle one from Ollie Robinson to open proceedings from the Bennett end, but that is all we had. He was then replaced at the far end by Sean Hunt, and he has now left the field, Robinson. George Burrows has come on, so it may be that the unfortunate Robinson has picked up a problem. In the meantime, Sean Hunt will continue from the Bennett end. Sun has gone behind cloud here as Hunt is in past umpire Mallender and bowls forward. Leaning forward goes Sam Evans, deflecting it down towards third man again. Chasing back to pick up the ball is Archie Lenham. Picks it up around about 20 yards inside the ropes. And so Evans has to settle for 1. He moves on to 7, 22 without loss. Something of a lack of urgency out there at the moment among the Sussex side. A lot of hands in pockets, although that is partly because of the cold wind or breeze. Heavier cloud around at the moment. Field change for Azad. It's a fairly conventional field. As I say, Rawlins back at third slip, standing quite close as in goes Hunt and bowls. Azad is pleasantly forward, defending delivery out towards mid-off, and there is no run. Morning to Foxy Phil. Morning to Brunty. Morning to Springsteen. Umpires have been shown the ball already by Tom Haynes. We are only 8.2 overs into proceedings. Proceedings have not, as I say, been particularly exciting so far this morning for all these school children watching. Now, umpire Lungley is marching off towards the new balls already. So 8.2 overs, that's ridiculous. And we've had many a ball change so far this season. That said, they were pretty good at Cardiff last week. We had a couple that lasted the entire innings, but this one hasn't. 8.2 overs. Delroy Rawlings runs down below us, picks up the box of used new balls, if that's not a contradiction in terms. And umpire Lungley starts picking his way through them. Hopefully a fairly new one, just be a few marks on it to find one that is spherical. Rawlings politely holding the box open for him. We are 37 minutes into the day's proceedings. We're at 8.2 overs. New ball has been selected. Rawlings closes up the box. Say is one of these sort of metal stroke, whatever the black. It's almost like a carbon material, but something like the box in which you feel there should be the nuclear codes stored, or at least the switch. So everybody's having a good look at the new used ball. 8.2 overs. I think that is a record even by this season's standards. Let's see if this one does a little bit more for the Sussex opening bowlers. Liam is back alongside me. I don't know whether you managed to tell BBC Radio Sussex listeners that Robinson is now off the field.
Is he now off the field?
Yeah,
I hadn't spotted that.
George Burrows is on instead. In goes Hunt and bowls, and Azad plays a lovely, lovely cover drive. Didn't really follow through, just timed it sweetly, waited for it, hit it away through the covers, and it is within around about 20 yards of the kids, and they love it. They love it as jogging back to the boundary is Pujara. The fact that they've been within 20 yards of Cheteshwar Pujara is probably exciting them as well. 4 runs to Azad. Sweet piece of timing.
Biggest cheer of the day so far from the school kids on that far side. Did we see whereabouts the other bunch of school kids went to? They were stood at the far
there
end.
were lots of them, weren't there? I don't know whether they've come down below us or they've disappeared somewhere. But there may be events going on for them in the indoor centre and things like that, hopefully. Hunt is in again to Azad, drags his length back, a good length delivery. Azad forward again, just waiting for it. No great movement, again blocks it out into the offside. Behind square on the offside, Rawlins gets up to field as it runs gently towards backward point, so he intercepts it en route. Six without loss, and it's beginning to look increasingly like a good toss to have won.
Yes, I think Leicestershire will be pleased that they're not after bowl to Pujara.
Hunt is in, bowls thick edge, just short of third slip. I say just short, it was what, a foot or so, something like that. We'll have a look at the replay. No great excitement.
No, I was going to say there were no real
yeah.
oohs and ahs of excitement that.
Given how little has happened, I'd have been leaping around, I must admit.
Yeah, it's been a pretty calm morning so far.
So very far short of him.
It's been a pretty calm morning so far, and yes, no doubt that'll curse it.
Hunt is in, bowls full again and blocked out through mid-off, who can't get across to cut it off there. It was a dive across from mid-off, and it runs up to the indoor centre for another 4. Again, the outfield is very fast, so although it's slightly up the slope, if you beat the infield, as Azad did on that occasion, you get full value for your shot. And he did. Picks up his second 4 in the over. He's giving it a chance to swing, Hunt, but it isn't really. And that was a bit of a half volley. And again, Azad didn't have to flourish the bat through the line, just had to time it and did sweetly.
Just a bit over-pitched, wasn't it, from Sean Hunt, and Azad with that gentle push. He's timed it nicely so far. Azad, there was that glorious boundary out towards the, from Beard's second over, that went raced out towards the short side of the boundary. That one was nicely timed, without too much of a, as you say, without too much of a flourish. And
he's been in good nick all season.
To 21.
He's been in good nick, but he's found odd ways of getting out.
Aaron Beard to continue for his 5th over of his opening spell, 14 on his back as he runs in over the wicket to the right-handed Evans, who just waits for that to come to him and lets it deflect out towards backward point, where young Archie Lenham does the fielding. There is no run, 30 without loss it remains. Evans on 7 from 23 balls, has had considerably less of the strike than Azad, but just a 7 for him so far, the Leicester lad. Facing up to the Essex loaning again as Beard comes in. Past umpire Lungley and bowls, and this one is turned off his hit by Evans. Might think about coming back for 2 actually, but it's quite a short boundary, and Hunt gets around to do the fielding relatively quickly, and The Leicestershire openers stick at 1, not willing to risk yet another run out after 3 in the first innings last week.
Yeah. One of which was Hassan Azad's going for a second. And he was feet short. It was his call. Sam Northeast was the fielder. And that was an example because he was on 64 at the time.
21 now, faces up to Beard again, a bouncer, and this one really does lift, and Azad has to really get on top of that one. Good ball from Aaron Beard, just really short of a length. First real sort of sign of any aggression in the bowling from Sussex this morning, but that was it from Beard. It was a good one. I'm just watching back on the stream now, just so we can see if there was any misbehaviour in the pitch, but it was just generally short, and Azad, to be fair to him, got on top of it pretty well. It may have sort of wrapped the handle of the bat or something like that, maybe. He got on top of it pretty well. Good cricket all round. Beard in again, bowls, and this is nicely bowled and nicely forward Azad. It's an element of width, but not enough for Azad to throw the bat at it. He just sort of defensively pushes it out, square of the wicket, and Henry Crocombe it is at the backward point, who dives across to the fielding and prevents any runs being taken. Azad remains on 21 out of Leicestershire's 31 without loss in the 10th over. Between these two sides, Leicestershire and Sussex, the two sides at the bottom of the County Championships Division 2, both looking for their first win of the season. We're hopeful of getting that this week, as this next ball is fumbled by wicketkeeper Carter after it was let go by Azad. Nothing doing, it just sort of dropped at Carter's feet, the wicketkeeper. A bit of a fumble nonetheless. No harm doing for Sussex. As the cloud comes across the ground, it's a fairly big and slightly grey cloud. It doesn't look hugely threatening, but you'd rather not see that much grey across the ground at the minute. Still plenty of blue sky sort of either side of the ground. As Beard comes in to finish his 5th over, this one is a bit shorter and a bit wider, as Azad sort of punches it off the back foot out towards a backward point, where it's Crocombe again who does the fielding. No run, and that concludes the 10th over. Azad with 21, Evans with 8. Aaron Beard's opening spell has seen 13 come off the bat in his 5 overs, and Leicestershire are 31 without loss.
First bowling change that hasn't apparently been enforced on Sussex. Hunt is coming off, 4 overs, none for 16. Unexceptional stuff by and large, and it looks as though it's going to be young Henry Crocombe who's going to have a bowl from the Bennett end down the slope. See if the young right armer can get a little bit of away movement from the right-handed Evans. Still got the 3 slips. Has got a third man. Give himself a little bit of extra cover down there, and a wide-ish long leg. Haynes still sort of talking to him about his field, but Crocombe is young and enthusiastic and ready to go. In he comes, and bowls to Evans, nice and straight on the money with his first delivery. Evans blocks it out towards mid-on, comes across and picks it up. Beard, it is out there. The tall Hunt has gone in at mid-wicket, I think. Crocombe just stretches his hamstrings, and he gets into his run up and bowls to Evans, who's up on his toes, blocking a delivery from off stump, just outside off stump, slightly angled back, pushing it through around about 5th slip along the ground all the way, and taking the single down to 3rd man. Moves on to 9, 32 without loss. They need a fielder out there, don't they? They can sort of interact with. There was always a fielder down in front of the crowds at Lord's, in that, the kids at Lord's signing autographs and what have you, and enjoying talking to the kids. Unfortunately, there's no sort of cricketer within 80 yards, something like that.
They definitely need to move.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, get them just
Kids-
into the action a little bit. Or closer to the action, so they've got a better idea of what's going on. Crocombe is in and bowls to Azad, who defends on the offside. Ball that might just have shaped back into him a little bit. He stayed on the back foot. Crocombe has hit his mark straight away. .32 without loss now. Eastbourne boy, of course, Henry Crocombe. Known colloquially as... Well, he's put down Crocs, but I think it must be Croaks, mustn't it? In goes Crocombe and bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through by Azad. Bede Senior School, Hailsham. Wants to see red ball cricket spread out more evenly across the season. Well, to a certain extent that's happening this year, not massively so. Biggest influence on career, James Kirtley, Sussex's former pace bowling coach, now the club's T20 coach. The most beautiful thing he's ever seen is space, he says. In he goes and bowls to Azad, who leans forward into that one. Not a big stride, not getting to the pitch of the ball, but defending it comfortably enough nonetheless out into the offside. Thick outside part of the bat along the ground all the way towards point. And he'd least like to have a net with Shoaib Akhtar, and what makes him worry? Fast bowling. So that's very honest. And
At least he's upfront about it.
he's just 20.
And has played well, now this is his 5th game of the season, so
yeah.
played in the majority of Sussex's championship games this year.
In he goes and bowls again to Azad. Again, it's a good line and length. Azad can only defend, but does comfortably again out into the offside. 7 wickets for Crocombe so far this season at 60 apiece. Leicestershire, says one young, youthful voice. See Leicestershire's club photographer, John Mallett, heading in that direction. Well, that would be good. If you can go and get some snaps of those kids, John. They'll all be good at posing. Everybody's good at selfies these days, aren't they?
Oh yeah. They might not be good at cricket, the kids, but they'll know how to take a selfie.
Well, there could be a few young Leicestershire players among them of the future. You never know.
Sure there'll be 1 or 2 who will harbour hopes of making it pro one day and playing out in front of a group of kids like that in 20 years' time or so. Change of bowling from the pavilion end. And the helmet has just come out for Ollie Carter, the keeper, because Tom Haynes, the Sussex captain, is going to have a bowl with his right arm medium paces. He'll be over the wicket, replacing Aaron Beard. So Beard's opening spell comes to a conclusion. Haynes is going to bowl his first ball then. 10 paces or so as a run-up, and it really is very sort of military medium. And his first ball, with the keeper stood up to the stumps, is on sort of Midland leg. And Evans can just turn it to a relatively short mid-wicket. So the field has obviously, understandably, changed quite a lot for Haynes being considerably having less pace than Beard. I'll run you through it in a second as Haynes comes in and bowls, and this one is turned again, almost identical, but a little bit fuller. But the same 3 players involved. It is turned by Evans to the fielder at short mid-wicket. So there's 1 slip. And then there's a backward point, a cover point, that's Cheteshwar Pujara, who's just loosening up and potentially trying to get a little bit warmer as well with the sun behind a cloud. So Haynes comes in again, gets through his overs a little bit quicker as Haynes off his shorter run as this one's punched off the back foot to Delray Rawlins at short extra cover, and then there is a mid-off, mid-on, a short mid-wicket, a square leg and a fine leg.
If Robinson is unavailable for the rest of the game, as is beginning to look the case.
Doesn't bode well for Sussex, does it? As will really stretch their bowling options, as this one is cut by Evans off the back foot, but straight to Pujara. Yeah, without Robinson, who is their real sort of attack leader.
Yeah, on this pitch.
Aaron Beard, who's still relatively young, but he would become the leader of the attack, and then a young pair of Hunt and Crocombe, along with Haynes' medium pacers, and then you're relying a lot more on the leg spin of Archie Lenham as well as Haynes comes in. This one's back of the length and punched up by Evans, back down the ground to mid-on.
Yeah, you never know what Lennon might get out of the pitch, but yeah, it's going to be difficult seam-wise for the martlets, as not many people know them.
What is a martlet?
It's the bird.
It's Haynes again, bowls. This one is just defended with soft hands by Evans, and into the offside. Rawlins goes and collects. So a maiden to start Tom Haynes' bowling spell in this match. 32 without loss, Leicestershire after 12, with Azad on 21 and Evans on 9. And I feel like we may, if Robinson is going to be unavailable, as looked the case, because he was certainly no more than sending them down at about 60% in that first over, and then went off. So, well, it begs the question as to whether he was coming into the game with that injury and whether it was right then to play him.
Yeah, I shall ask Ian Salisbury at the end of the day. Crocombe is into Azad. Nice bit of bounce, but it's down the leg side. Azad just steps inside the line of the ball, lets it bounce through to wicketkeeper Ollie Carter. His blonde locks out of the back of his navy Sussex cap. No, the martlet's the bird in the Sussex badge.
Got you.
Morning, Martin. Martin Berry on Twitter. Foxes at Foxes Cricket 22 is today's Twitter handle. In goes Henry Crocombe and bowls onto the legs of Azad, who works it, the back foot, off leg stump. Carter's hands started to go into the air behind the stumps, but he got plenty of bat on it, pushing it out towards Hunt, who's at mid-on now. First, second slip, and then Rawlins has gone to a very sort of close fourth slip, really, a good almost 2 yards in front of second slip. In goes Crocombe and bowls, again nice and straight, middle and leg, middle. Azad solidly behind it again, keeping the batters honest at the moment, Crocombe, but there's not much there for him. Third man is out now, long leg. Square leg, Pujara, mid-on, mid-off cover. As Crocombe is in, bowls outside off stump. Again, reasonable carry, but no great movement. Azad lets it go through. Taken by Carter. Body language is of a team sort of settling down for a long session. With Sussex at the moment, a long innings potentially. The ball is only approximately 12.4 overs. I say approximately because it has been changed. It was changed after 8.2. Crocombe is in and bowls outside off stump, rather dies into the gloves of Carter on that occasion, uninterrupted by Azad. Unintercepted. How many overs have we had? We're 5 minutes away from the hour. We've had pretty much 13 overs. We did have the delay while the ball was changed, and a winding for the unfortunate Azad, who has since fully recovered. Crocombe is in and bowls, good line and length, just outside off stump though, and Azad can angle his bat as he leans into that and push it along the ground through the gully, out down towards third man, where Burrows, moving with a man like a 12th man who realises he's going to be there all day, is quickly-ish to the ball, picks up, throws in, but Azad picks up one, moves on to 22. The kid's desperately trying to generate a little atmosphere out there. Bless their hearts.
Well, they're giving it a go, aren't they? And create a bit of a shout. They'll maybe hope to see some sixes smashed over their way later on. They'll have to go a fair way to go and reach them. They'll have to beat not only the boundary, but 3 or 4 covers that are in the way as well, between field of play and those kids watching on as Haynes comes in, the Sussex captain, for the first ball of his second over, and this one is pushed out by Azad to short extra cover, no run. Haynes just looking to build some dots here, you would imagine, and just make Azad keep playing to those 2 men who are short in and close in, 1 each on the off and the onside.
One or two comments about Robinson coming in.
Haynes over the wicket. This one is left by Azad, and again fumbled a little bit by Ollie Carter, but nothing doing. Slipped.
Just saying how stiff he did look in that first over.
Well, he did, didn't he? I mean, the first ball, we thought, okay, that's at half pace, and he might get a little bit, generate a bit more pace through the over as it goes on, but he didn't really. It just was all very much the same as Haynes comes in and bowls.
Van Gogh Fox, he's made of glass, he says, and he thinks it's his lower back brackets from experience.
Well, that doesn't bode well for a fast bowler, does it? I mean, that one over that we saw, he's probably bowling no quicker than Tom Haynes is now, and Haynes is only coming in off sort of 8 or 9 paces. This one is forward by Azad, again pushing it up to short extra cover. Those two fielders you feel like are going to be relatively involved, with Haynes just looking to essentially just bowl a little bit wicket to wicket, make Azad or Evans at the other end play to those fielders and just build a little bit of pressure with some dot balls. Haynes again, past umpire Longley bowls, and this one is outside the off stump and left by Azad. Through to Carter, who does some good glove work to take that one nice and cleanly up to the stumps with his helmet on. 1 ball to go of the 14th over. Haynes with 1 ball to go of his second, yet to go for a run. The Sussex captain turns again at the end of his mark, now past umpire Longley and bowls, and this one is outside off stump, a bit shorter. Azad doesn't quite get hold of it. He tries to cut away, but just doesn't really get hold of it. There was no huge intention to go and crash it away to the boundary. He just sort of guides it out to backward point, where Pujara does the fielding, and that concludes Haynes' second over. 2 maidens to start his spell, and that concludes the first hour of play at the Uptonsteel County Ground here at Grace Road in Leicester, with Leicestershire having won the toss and elected to bat against Sussex in this clash of the bottom 2 in the Championship. 14 gone, Azad 22, Evans 9, Leicestershire 33 without loss.
But he does get through his overs quickly, Tom Haynes, so shouldn't be too many issues with the over 8 from what we've seen. Crocombe to continue from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes, bowls to Sam Evans, who leaves outside off stump. He's faced 33 deliveries now, Evans, for his 9. Has been a bit of an issue for him when he's got in. He just hasn't been able to, I don't know how accelerate's the wrong word, pick up his scoring rate a little bit, find gaps, just keep the scoreboard ticking over. That's not an issue at the moment, obviously. Leicestershire just looking for him to get through and build a solid partnership with Azad. Crocombe is in to him. He's looking to drive on that occasion, but doesn't really put any weight into the shot. Steers it rather than drives it out to wide mid-off, where it's picked up by Haynes. No doubt still berating his ill fortune at losing the toss on what looks increasingly like a benign track. Crocombe is in and bowls. Oh, you could see him roll his fingers across that one. Might just have come back in a little bit to Sam Evans as a consequence. Took the inside edge and ran out towards backward square. They've just got a little bit of something there. Aaron Beard picks up at square leg. But Evans slightly beaten. Got something behind it. Crocombe settling nicely to his work at the moment, is in and bowls. Evans, thick outside edge, runs down along the ground to third man, but Crocombe mixing it up. Outswingers or attempted outswingers, and then the odd one that comes back in. Not enjoying any real fortune at the moment. Evans into double figures with that single down to third man, 34 without loss. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Leicester before another couple of minutes has elapsed. Should get this delivery from Crocombe in. Knees pumping, bowls to Azad onto his toes, clipped away towards deep backwards square. Long leg runs round and feels. Azad doesn't really think about a second. Archie Lenham quickly to the ball, sufficiently quickly to keep Azad in his ground after the single. He moves on to 23, 35 without loss. Sun is back out. Here comes the update. Very well for the Foxes. They won the toss, chose to bat first, and they haven't lost a wicket in the first hour. They're 35 without loss. Hassan Azad, who's been Leicestershire's best batsman of the season, he is 23 not out. Sam Evans, Leicester boy, is 10 not out. They're building a decent partnership on what looks to be a good wicket and therefore a good toss for the captain Colin Ackerman to have won and chosen to bat first. So far so good for the Foxes against the Sussex side, which does have Ollie Robinson, Leicestershire, England's fast bowler, in the side, but Robinson has only bowled the one over and has gone off with what looks like an injury. So as far as the Foxes are concerned, it's all good news. They're 35 without loss. One delivery missed from Crocombe. It was down the leg side. Evans flicked at it, didn't get anything on it, taken behind the stumps by wicketkeeper Carter, and there is no run. 35 without loss is the score.
As the sun comes back out across Grace Road, bathing it in sunshine, Tom Haynes, the Sussex captain, continues his spell from the pavilion end with 20 on his back, and Azad just pushes the first ball of this over out to backward point where Pujara does the fielding.
Apparently the stream and comms are no longer coordinating the sound and the pictures, so I don't know whether you need to, if that's happening to you, you may just need to refresh.
Azad punches this next one off the back foot again. It's Pujara who does the fielding. This is almost like like the middle part of a 50 over game, isn't it, where you get a medium pacer coming in with a ring field and just trying to dot up and build a bit of pressure and prevent too many runs being scored, and Haynes is certainly doing that at the moment. 14 dots in a row for him, and he does make that 15. I was about to say almost makes that 15 because Azad drove that one quite nicely actually, but it was a little bit too close to Pujara. The third ball in the row, it is the Indian number 3 who fields out on the offside.
Yeah, very much already in containing mode. Bit of news from Middlesex. Shaheen Shah Afridi has returned home. He's gone back to prepare for Pakistan's white ball series against the West Indies. So a bit of bad news. He's now 16 overs old, or at least approximately. But it's being looked at again. Will they get out the template, try and get the ball? I'm sure they are. And it's gone through. Well, that's a relief for now. We are not going to have another ball change immediately, but not a good sign. Haynes takes it back from umpire Malander Haynes and wanders off towards Henry Crocombe, who's back at his mark, about to start what will be his 4th over. 3 overs for just the 4 runs so far for Crocombe, who's been accurate. The young man settling in for a longish spell. He's going to be bowling to Sam Evans when he's ready. Now he comes down the slope and bowls. Evans is beaten outside off stump, played down the wrong line, and went past the outside edge. Sufficiently rare to be remarked upon.
So it's the first real since
Second
maybe
time.
That one from Hunt in his first over.
Think about the second time it's happened so far this morning. So it should be encouragement for Crocombe, but once again there's they're not a noisy side, Sussex, are they? Some sides very noisy. Crocombe is in, bowls outside off stump this time. Evans leaves. Certain amount of encouragement for the youngster, but as I say, you get none of the sort of like a Middlesex who are pinging the ball around in the slips and all sorts of.
Which I guess shows Sussex's inexperience as well, as much as anything else. A lot of the time it'd be, you talk about Middlesex when they've got Robson and Stoneman and Hanscom to be out there and have a bit of fun, whereas Sussex haven't really got those experienced players, apart from Pujara, but he's of course the overseas and he's out at a sort of cover point region.
Crocombe in to Evans, who is stroking the ball defensively out towards mid-off. Haynes actually falls to his right. Didn't need to, but he did nonetheless to stop the ball. Yeah, and he's probably not the most assertive of sort of characters in the field anyway, Pujara, but you would think that he probably could do with a little bit more fizz or buzz around them, but as I say, it looks like they're settling in for the long haul. Square leg has gone back 3/4 of the way to the boundary. In goes Crocombe, and he's caught. This time he's caught at second slip. He finds the edge. He went past the outside edge of Evans' bat earlier in the over. This time it found the outside edge, a reasonably comfortable catch in the end at second slip, and Sussex have made the breakthrough shortly after the hour. Evans, little tentative forward there. Crocombe found the edge. Catch taken at second slip. Leicestershire are 35 for 1.
And as soon as Sussex have asked for that ball to be changed and been thrown it back, it started to do a bit for them. Beaten him, as you mentioned earlier, in the over, and that one, similar delivery, just held its line, took the outside edge, held by Tom Clark at second slip. A decent catch because it was going at a decent rate, but Clark held on to it. And maybe that's the spark that Sussex need, just to get a bit of a life into the field, because as you say, it had been a relatively calm and a little bit flat in terms of the field from the visiting side. Again, a sign of a young side and a side low on confidence and without a win since April of last year, but maybe that's the confidence boost that they need, just to get them back buzzing around in the field and lively in this game.
Yeah, well bowled, Henry Crocombe. He hasn't been too ambitious. He hasn't sort of tried to make the ball do too much. Just been really steady. He's hit his marks. The odd one has come back in. The odd one has just drifted away slightly, and perhaps that one did just enough. And Evans, who's again got into double figures and again has been unable to go on. His 10 came off 41 balls.
He just seems to have struggled to score at a... He looks comfortable in staying there, doesn't he, Sam Evans? But doesn't necessarily look like...
It never looks like he's going to really sort of dominate an attack or
yeah, that's the word.
Put them under pressure. Put an attack under pressure, really. Tends to let them bowl at him. Obviously, that's kind of part of his job as an opener. He got through the first hour, but having done so, you feel if he can start finding gaps here and they're just picking up more ones and twos, it would help him as well. So Crocombe is into Rishi Patel now, who comes in at 3 outside off stump. A leave from Patel. Lively delivery from Henry Crocombe, lifted by that wicket. Rishi Patel, who's been injured for much of the early part of the season, came in to the side last week. They've been desperate for a number 3, Leicestershire, in the absence of obviously Marcus Harris, last year's overseas player, one of last year's overseas players. In comes Crocombe, bowls. Patel gets a fullish delivery that he looks to drive, but doesn't quite time. It runs out comfortably enough to Haynes at wide mid-off. End of Crocombe's over. A successful one for the young man indeed. A wicket maiden, I believe. He has now bowled 4 overs and has 1 for 4.
And it was a good over as well, wasn't it?
Was.
Beat the bat on that first occasion from Evans, then got the wicket. It was probably the best over of the game so far, and we're 1 hour and 10, an hour and 15 nearly into play today here at Grace Road. Good set of 6 from Henry Crocombe. And getting that breakthrough that Sussex needed, because they're doing exactly what we thought they would, Richard, which was try and dot up and stop Leicestershire scoring runs, and then wicket would come, and that's exactly what's happened as Haynes comes in to continue. So he's still yet to go for a run. He's into his 4th over now, as this one is left by Azad outside the off stump. Bit of an anguished cry from the Sussex fielders, maybe indicating that wasn't too far away from Azad's off stump.
It's a danger for Leicestershire, isn't it, if they just let the likes of Haynes bowl at them.
Haynes in again, bowls, and this one outside off stump again. Yeah, Azad, well, I remember looking earlier, and Azad was on 21 from 32, I think it was, and he's now on 23 from 59, which shows you that Sussex's bowlers have just got on top here, and they're just stifling any scoring rate. Yeah. Which is now less than 2 and over, as Azad drives this one firmly and times it pretty well into the ground, and And Tom Clark, who took the catch to dismiss Evans in the last over, is there to field. Feels pretty well as well. Clean pick up, and it was drilled at him, and he's fairly close in there on that offside at short extra cover to maintain his captain's record of still not going for a run. Haynes tries to sneak up again, but Azad pulls away and says, hang on a minute, mate, wait for me to get set first. And he is now, and therefore Haynes comes in again. Right arm around the wicket, and again, outside off stump, Carter takes, Azad leaves.
As well as scoring the best part of 500 runs and Tom Haynes so far this season, he's also bowled, or had bowled, 77 overs coming into this game, so he's over 80 overs now for the skipper. 5 wickets for him at 41.
And this is clearly his job as well, because he only goes at about 2.5 an over in those 80 odd overs as well. As he comes in again, past umpire Lungley, and this one he finally does go for a run because he strays onto leg stump, and Azad can just nerdle it off his hip down towards Sean Hunt at fine leg. And Azad does get his run off Haynes, just one of them, takes him to 24. Leicestershire to 36 for 1, and Haynes will have to bowl at a right-hander for the first time today as Rishi Patel takes guard at the far end.
Kicked at the ground in annoyance there. Tom Haynes. It's asking a lot of the young captain, isn't it, though, really? He's effectively an all-rounder, but one of the best batsmen, and asking him to put in a lot of overs too.
Despite as well only still being 23 years old.
Exactly, yeah.
A lot on the young man, but he seems to have coped with it relatively well this season, with those numbers that you just mentioned backing that up. He certainly had a very good year last year in what was a struggling Sussex side, Tom Haynes. And with England's troubles at the top of the order, you wonder how far down the pecking order someone like Tom Haynes would be. Because not only is he doing the business now, but with him still being pretty young, he's potentially one for the future as well.
Born in Crawley, so very much a Sussex boy. Doing a good job for his home county at the moment. Great job for his home county at the moment. Crocombe, likewise, 1 for 4 from 4 overs, is in and bowling to Azad, outside off stump. Azad steps forward but just lets it go through. 36 for 1 off 18, so under now 2 runs per over. They've conceded runs, Leicestershire, in most innings, close on 4, if not more, so far this season, without ever getting close to that sort of scoring rate themselves. So it is an issue, but Patel is a quick scorer once he gets in, so they will probably look to bat around Azad as Crocombe is in and bowls to Azad, who just turns a delivery from Crocombe that was on his leg stump down towards fine leg, where it is fielded by young Lenham. Return to Carter, single taken Azad on to 25. Patel, 82 he made against Glamorgan last week. Good shots early on, that is for sure. Just looked to get a little bit tired late on, but he was scoring. His strike rate was pretty much 50. Leicestershire would certainly take that from him. Again, in goes Crocombe and bowls to him. It comes back in and doesn't miss off stump by very much. A few hands on heads. Carter moving to his left behind the stumps, wasn't able to take the ball cleanly because he was on the run as he moved to his left. So the seaman brought it back nicely there. Henry Crocombe asking plenty of questions of Rishi Patel, yet to score, faced just the 4 deliveries. Confident young man, signed from Essex by Leicestershire. Crocombe is in, bowls to him, comes off the pad and is running down to fine leg for... no, came off the bat. Bit of bat involved as well, looked to me to be coming off the thigh pad, and it might indeed have clipped the thigh pad on the way, but Rishi Patel got plenty of it as well and picks up 4. Get off the mark with that.
Well, it did look like pad, but then it raced away so quickly that maybe clearly it was bat to get Patel off the mark.
Crocombe is in, outside off stump, left by Patel, stepped forward, lifted his bat over the line of the ball. The first boundary Henry Crocombe has conceded in his spell as he comes towards the end of his 5th over. 1 for 9 for him at the moment. 41 for 1, Leicestershire. To rebuild again, or this partnership starting to build again. Azad been there from the start, 25 not out as Crocombe is in. 2, Patel bounce and beats the bat. Good stuff from Henry Crocombe. Another, well, it was a slightly more mixed over from him as his cap is thrown to him by umpire Malander, but it was still a testing one. It's been good stuff from the youngster. 5 overs, 1 for 9 for him.
And he certainly looked the most threatening of the Sussex bowlers as well, particularly in these last two or three overs. Good stuff from the young lad. Having come on as well at a time where Leicestershire were going at more than 3 and over and were starting to get on top of the game. And he, alongside Tom Haynes, his captain, have just managed to rein Leicestershire back in. Haynes tries to come in again, and Azad says, hang on a minute mate, as he did in the last over, I'm not ready yet. But he is now, settles into his guard as Haynes comes in. This one's outside the off stump. Azad shoulders arms, Carter takes behind the stumps, and there is no run. 41 for 1. Azad to 25, and Patel with that boundary in the last over that was tickled down to fine leg. He has 4 from his 7 deliveries on his first home appearance for Rishi Patel of the season. Azad faces up to Haynes again. This one's driven nicely between those 2 short-in fielders on the offside, but sadly for Hassan Azad, between those 2 fielders and a bit deeper is Chatashwar Pujara, who's been found quite a lot off the bowling of Tom Haynes so far, and he's found again there. No chance of any runs being taken. A change of tactic here from Haynes, who's going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Azad. He does that now, bowls, and this one is again outside off stump. Azad shoulders arms, but almost loses a little bit of balance as he does so, and has to put his bat down to stop him from overbalancing. As the ball goes through to keeper Carter. 41 for 1 in the sunshine at Grace Road. As Azad settles in to face Haynes again. This one's a little bit shorter and punched down the ground by Azad again up to mid-off. And there is no run again.
Foxy Phil, we're not looking to score, he says, of Leicestershire's batters.
They do just look a little bit content, don't they, at the minute, just to block out from Haynes, who's bowling accurately. Yeah, there's no real sort of intent from Azad to try and put him off that line or length. As same again from this next one, as he just sort of guides it into the offside.
Letting him bowl.
As figures of 4.5 overs, none for 1 would suggest. The only one was from a misguided delivery that was down the leg side. As Haynes in again to bowl to end his 5th over, and again outside off stump. Azad shoulders arms, Carter takes comfortably behind the stumps, and that concludes another maiden. A 4th out of 5 goes for Tom Haynes.
A single from 30 deliveries.
Indeed, and most of them have been faced by Hassan Azad as well. Carter removes his helmet to reveal some long flowing locks that look as though they've been tinted blonde from this distance. He puts his cap back on, and there's some blonde hair that stems from beneath his cap.
Dangerously near to being called a mullet.
Indeed.
If mullets are still a thing, in goes Crocombe and bowls very straight to Rishi Patel, who is forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch to the 20-year-old, who fields it in his follow-through, then throws it to his captain at mid-off to do the polishing.
They seem to have come back into fashion, don't they, mullets? Colin de Grandhomme?
Well, he's never sort of changed though, has he? Really, he's sort of been in and out of fashion. Really, it's like somebody said flares were back in the other day, which I find hard to believe, but you never know. Only one man has ever looked good in flares. In goes Crocombe, bowls outside off stump, and Carter takes it. It was allowed to go through by Rishi Patel, and he was the world champion cyclist Eddie Merckx, who used to somehow looked quite good in flares. No other man did. Don't worry, you're far too young to ask your dad. he'll remember. Louis Kimber down below us, has come back from the nets. A little unlucky, perhaps, to be left out of the squad. In goes Crocombe, outside off stump. Patel lifts his bat over the line of the ball, having stepped forward. Lets it go through to Carter, with that long hair out of the back of his cap. Haynes can just keep the field as it is, essentially. He's not having to go on the defensive at the moment. Can keep the 3 slips, really. Rawlins at 4th. There's a gap at 3rd. Clark is at 2nd. In goes Crocombe. Bowls nice and straight. Patel is forward, defending it back up the pitch to Henry Crocombe. 41 for 1 off 20.4 overs, so limping along this innings, and the kids, understandably, their enthusiasm and attention started to fade and wander, respectively. The greatest of adverts for county cricket at the moment. In goes Crocombe and bowls, very full, almost Yorks. Patel, who's down on it just in time, hits it hard down into the ground, bounces out into the offside, and there's no run. Hopefully they'll be back and see the T20s, which are only now a couple of weeks away. One more county championship game after this for Leicestershire. Sees them travel over to Worcester. Crocombe is in to Patel, who's working it into the leg side, and there is a single, because there is no mid-wicket with square leg out deep. Bit of cover on the leg side. Hunt has to move across from mid-on, and the single is comfortably taken. Patel on to 5, 42 for 1. Still just a single, though. Crocombe continues to keep something of a stranglehold on the batters, although not as much as that being maintained by Tom Haynes. 5 overs, 4 maidens, none for 1 for the Sussex skipper, and he will, understandably, continue from the pavilion end.
Yeah, this is Sussex's last game in the championship for a month or so now, because New Zealand are at Hove next week for a tour match, and then, as you mentioned, Richard, into T20 time. So Hove County will hope to leave it with a win this week, as Haynes comes in and bowls, and Patel just turns it off his legs out towards mid-on. And there is no run.
The replay of the Evans dismissal. It was a kind of bit of a nothing shot, really. It was a delivery he could perhaps have left. Perhaps a little bit anxious about the scoring rate. But he's been out a few times, sort of pushing down a line that, you know, Paul Nixon, Leicestershire's head coach, talks about leaving deliveries on 5th and 6th stumps sometimes, and that was a bit 5th stumpish.
Haynes in again to bowl to Patel. This one is straight, and Patel just defends out in front of him. Delray Rawlins, who's close in at short extra cover, does the fielding. No run. 42 for 1. This one of quite a few county championship games going on today. 3 others in Division 2 as Haynes comes in again. This one's a bit fuller and a bit leg side-ish, and this one's worked away by Patel. Is it going to be for 4? No, it's well fielded. In fact, no, I think it has gone for 4. No, it's just been kept in on that far side. It was difficult to tell because the fielder down there sort of did well in the field and then almost sort of stopped as if to indicate that the ball might have gone to the fence and then started again. It was Crocombe down there at fine leg, who in the end does pretty well to restrict Rishi Patel to 2.
Just thinking the kids would be better in those seats really over there, wouldn't they, in the sort of popular seats, the Uptonsteel stand.
Well, they'll be a lot closer to the action, which I think
exactly, yeah,
would make them feel a little bit more involved.
Keep their attention a little bit more.
Haynes in again, right arm over the wicket to Patel, having just gone for runs for just the 2nd time in his spell. Into the 6th over of that now, and he's back to dotting up again as this one is aimed towards the top of off, and Patel just dives forward and gets on that big front foot, pushes it out in front of him. Haynes again from this pavilion end, and it's almost a carbon copy of the ball before. Just one ball to go of this over, and Patel is on that front foot, pushing into the offside as we approach 12:30 on this sunny Leicestershire lunchtime. Grace Road. Clouds have disappeared for now as Haynes comes in to finish this over. In fact, he doesn't finish this over because it's a no ball. It's no runs off the bat as Patel just turns it to short mid wicket, but Haynes will have to do it again, overstepping on that front line. Tom Lungley, the umpire at the pavilion end, turns around to signal to the scorers that it is a no ball, and Haynes does complete this over now. It's a little bit too full, but Haynes fields off his own bowling as Patel drives down the ground. Haynes collects, and that's the end of the over. 46 for 1 with Patel on 7 and Azad on 25 at the end of the 22nd over.
The sound of Culture Club in our earphones indicates that it's almost time for an update, so Liam's going to pop next door and inform listeners to BBC Radio Sussex FM frequencies that they have made a breakthrough, picking up the wicket of Sam Evans, and that it is quite slow going here this morning for the Leicestershire batters. Crocombe will continue from the Bennett end, 1 for 10. Here comes the update. Might get it in between overs with any luck. Not too badly, but they have lost their first wicket, that of Sam Evans, the young opener who was caught at second slip by Tom Clark off the bowling of Henry Crocombe. He'd made 10, Evans. It's been the story of his season a little bit. He's managed to get in numerous occasions without quite being able to go on and make that little bit of experience count. So he was dismissed for 10, made the score 35 for 1. Hassan Azad, though, who has been able to go on a few times this season, he is 25, not out. He's been joined by Rishi Patel, always looks to be positive. He is 7. Fox is 46 for 1. It's been slightly slow going, but if they can get through to lunch with just that one wicket down, they'll be reasonably content as Azad picks up another single. So Azad has 26, Patel has 7, Leicestershire are 47 now for 1. That was a full delivery outside off stump from Crocombe that was square driven away on the offside by Azad down towards wide third man, the single taken. Looks as though Hunt is starting to sort of warm up a little bit again as Crocombe turns in past umpire Malander, bowls to Patel on off stump. Patel half forward, just blocking it out into the offside. Crocombe gestures at the ball with his left foot, then lets it roll through to Haynes, who's at mid off. No run. The sort of little burst, if you like, of darker clouds that we had around, it's beginning to clear now. There's much more blue sky around, and the clouds much whiter, lighter as well. Crocombe is in to Patel, who is on driving, bit thick inside edgy, runs out towards deep mid wicket. Azad turns for the second, makes his ground in the end reasonably comfortably. Good throw from out there by Pujara, but on the bounce by Crocombe, bounced high, he took it two-handed, well above the stumps, but Azad, as I say, ran himself out going for a second against Glamorgan last week. Made his ground comfortably on that occasion. Crocombe in again to Patel, bouncer Patel, right down, squats right down and sort of holds the pose for a while as it bounces through to Carter, the bouncer. That too moved Patel on to 9, 49 for 1 is the score. Coming to the end of the 23rd over, and it's already 12:34. Crocombe turns, tall, slim young man, dark-haired, bowls, full, looking to drive Patel. It was there, kind of to be driven, mistimed it, almost overstepped on that occasion. Patel, he stepped right out, tried to drive it away, but stepped past the ball, so rather jammed it out towards Haynes at mid-off. End of the over. The helmet that Carter was wearing to stand up to Haynes is being taken off the field now. So Haynes, after that very, very tight little spell, is coming off, and it is going to be the very tall Sean Hunt. Just rolls his shoulders a bit, fair-haired, short hair. 6'5", Hunt left arm over. George Burrows, one of Sussex's 12th men, is off the field again. Just wondering whether Ali Orr's gone on in his place or whether Robinson might be back out there. I'm going to look around. Is that Robinson who's out there? No, that's Aaron Beard doing some warm-up exercises as well. Robinson is back out there. He's gone back out at mid-on, doing some very tentative stretching. In goes Hunt and bowls, and defended on the back foot by Hassan Azad, dropping it out towards square leg, who comes running into field. So hope for Sussex's supporters and listeners. Robinson is back out there, bowled just the one over this morning, and then went off. And he obviously won't be able to bowl straight away, but the fact he's back out there, a hopeful sign. Might be able to bowl after lunch. He's out there at mid-on. Hands in pockets. Two sweaters. Hunt is in to Azad, outside off stump. Good carry through to Carter, but it was wide and allowed to go through by Hassan Azad. 26 off 76 for him. Rawlins has gone to backward point. Fairly conventional backward point as well. So just the two slips now as Hunt is in on off stump. Waiting for it on off stump. Leaning forward is Azad. Defends out into the offside. Rawlins comes running in and picks up, and there's no run. Streamer's been briefly in and out, I think just to sort of re-coordinate itself, so hopefully Jake, you're sorted now. Hunt is in and bowling again, good line and length on off stump. Azad has to block, has to defend, does so. Out into the offside it goes. Rawlins again is the fielder, this time moving to his right. Robinson showing no great signs of activity out there, but he is out there. He's at mid-on at the moment. Hands still plunged deep in pockets. Has a word with Haynes. Walks across, has a word with Haynes. Hunt is in and bowls again, line and length again. Azad leans forward and blocks it out into the offside. Rawlins runs across in front of Pujara to field. Throws it to Robinson, who gives the ball a fairly desultory polish on the bottom of his Sussex sweater, and again wanders across to have a word with Tom Haynes. Lobs the ball underarm to Sean Hunt, who turns in and bowls. Again very straight, again Azad leaning forward, defends out into the offside. So a maiden over, I believe, for Sean Hunt. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16, his figures. 49 for 1. Slow going for Leicestershire this morning. The run rate remains just over 2. If Patel gets in, he will try to be positive. To come for Leicestershire, Ackerman, the captain, is back, having missed the game at Glamorgan with a bruised hand, incurred taking a catch against Middlesex at Lord's. And then Lewis Hill back after missing 4 games with a broken thumb or fractured thumb. Incurred in scoring 90, I think it was 92, in his first innings of the season against Worcestershire here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Beard then back on at the Bennett end.
Comes in down the hill. This one's short of a length, and Patel just turns it off his chest, rather, into the leg side where Sean Hunt does the fielding.
So, listeners, Robinson back out there. Not looking particularly delighted to be back out there, it has to be said, but
no,
he's out there.
Hands in pockets, a couple of sweaters on. Grazing down at fine leg.
Top button done up, collar up.
Far cry from Brisbane, this, isn't it? For Ollie, as Beard comes in again down the hill. Right arm over the wicket. This one's back of length, punched away by Patel, who thinks about a single, but then realises that the ball is in too close to Tom Haynes to even contemplate thinking about a run. So tells Hassanazad to turn back and get back in his ground. And there is no run. Leicestershire still 49 for 1 in the 25th over, going at around about 2 and over, as they have been for a while now, having started scoring at upwards of 3s really, and seem to have lulled back in a little bit as Beard comes again down the hill, right arm over, and this one is driven nicely by Patel. This one's straighter, and it will race up towards the long off boundary. Haynes is in pursuit, but he's not going to get there, and Rishi Patel picks up 4. A lovely shot from the former Essex man, lent into it well. Nice off drive. It was straighter than his previous attempt at the ball before, where it just trickled up to Haynes. This one was straighter and hit more firmly, and it races up the hill to the boundary. Patel picks up 4 to take him to 13, and Leicestershire now past 50, 53 for 1. Lovely shot by Patel as he just leant into it nicely, timed very well as well. Faces up again to Beard, and this one has more runs for Patel, only 1 of them this time, as he whips it off his hip, times it pretty well actually. It races out to Hunt on the deep square. I was going to say boundary actually, because he is quite far away, but actually because that boundary is so big, he's also so far in from the rope itself. He's probably about 3/4 of the way back. It was hit firmly by Patel, straight to Hunt. Single taken to take Patel to 14, Leicestershire to 54 for 1, and the field changes over as the left-handed Hassanazad comes on to strike. Robinson had come up, well, had initially gone over towards crossing from fine leg to fine leg, and then was told to come into the circle and was at short third man, and now has been pushed back to the boundary again. This Beard comes round the wicket to Azad, and this one's a short one, and bouncer. Azad ducks under it, well taken by keeper Carter.
It's not a slow pitch, is it? It's, there's reasonable pace there.
No, there's been good carry in 1 or 2,
yeah, but
that one seemed to just die a little bit. It went over Azad, and then Carter ended up taking it pretty low down by his ankles, but 1 or 2 have gone through nicely.
There isn't much movement to be had.
Crocombe has been the one to find the most carry so far, and it's Beard who has replaced him at the top end. Bowls another short one, and this one's guided by Azad, pulled away out towards the deep square leg boundary, and that will bring him 4. It was nicely controlled by Azad. He didn't hit it too hard. He rolled his wrists on it and made sure that there was no chance of it going in the air. Pajara was in that region, but it was too far away from him for him to think about any sort of fielding, and there's a bit of a delayed reaction from the school kids who are in the far corner of the ground. Maybe it's they're so far away that it's just taken the light that long to reach them, and they've just noticed it as it races away for 4. Azad to 30 at the end of the 25th over. He has 30, Patel 14, and Leicestershire to 58 for 1.
I suspect it's also a reaction to 2 of Leicestershire's second team walking in front of them from the indoor centre, heading towards a sort of area where they do their lunchtime sort of exercises. They have a T20 game coming up, the the twos tomorrow.
Chance for a few of the white ball specialists to get into a bit of form ahead of the T20 the blast season starting.
Hunt is in outside off stump. He bowls to Patel, who leaves. It bounces through to Carter. 58 for 1. There's usually a few sort of slightly caustic comments from members and those watching about how many in the sort of second team squad, but it's essentially everybody who's not playing in this game.
2 weeks today, didn't it? The T20 starts for both of these teams.
For proper, yeah, in goes Hunt and bowls, driven beautifully for 4. Overpitched on off stump, and Rishi Patel showing why he is so highly rated by Paul Nixon. Nixon thinks, and I quote, that Patel can play international cricket within 3 years if he applies himself.
High praise.
A very good eye. He's hit a couple of nice shots already, and that was another. It was just over pitched, didn't try and overhit it. They know Leicestershire's batsmen. If you beat the infield, certainly from that side of the ground, slope slightly towards us here in the pavilion, or we're on top of the pavilion, and he's going to run away from the fielders. So Patel on to 18 off 30, lifting the scoring rate markedly. 62 for 1. Hunt is going to go round the wicket to him. Bowls outside off stump, steered off the back foot, but didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, and he picks out Crocombe. Still very boyish figure, Crocombe. 20, who's in the covers, claps his hands together.
Been a bit of a change in the field there as well, instigated by Ollie Robinson, who went up to Hunt and said how about moving a couple of people. So they've put a man back now on the deep square boundary, and Hunt going round the wicket to the right-handed Patel. He's deep in conversation again with Robinson. Is Hunt at the end of his mark?
And he bustles and bowls to Patel, who defends a straight delivery. Delivered from around the wicket. Drops it out down the pitch on the onside. No run. Solitary small aircraft overhead. Or was it a helicopter? Leicester Aerodrome is only a couple of miles away to the south of us. In goes Hunt and bowls, driven and half stopped at backward point, falling away to his right by Beard. I think he got 2 hands to it. It's gone another 20 yards, 25, 30 yards behind him. He's picked himself up and chased back and overthrown the wicket keeper, but one way or another, Sussex back up sufficiently well to prevent any overthrows, and Patel settles for a couple. Moves on to 20, 64 for 1.
It was almost a comedy overthrow there, because the throw was so far over Carter, and then the substitute fielder who was backing up Carter then missed the ball but got a hand on it and an ankle or something, and it was left to Pujara to mop it all up.
Hunt is in onto the legs of Patel, tries to flick it away. It sounded very thigh paddy. It went quite quickly down towards fine leg, but good work down there. It was indeed thigh pad. Umpire Lungley turns to the scorers, lifts his left knee, brings his fist down on it. So an extra rather than a run accrues to the Leicestershire score. 65 for 1. Patel remains 20. Azad 30 came together when Sam Evans was caught at second slip by Tom Clark off the bowling of Henry Crocombe for 10. That was 30 runs ago. 65 for 1. 12 minutes until lunch.
Delray Rawlings back on the field. I mentioned that, talking about that overthrow, that the Sussex substitute fielder was on the field. He was on for Delray Rawlings. George Burrows having earlier been on for Ollie Robinson, but now the Sussex 11 named on the team sheet are now all out there and on the field. It'll be Beard to continue from the Top end, the Bennett end, with 11 minutes to go until lunch, and Leicestershire will want to get through one down. Sussex will hope for another one between now and then, as Beard comes in and bowls and Patel defends off the back foot, back down the wicket. And there is no run. Partnership of 30 already between these two, and Patel with 20 of them. He's certainly been the more dominant partner, and the run rate has increased since Rishi Patel came to the crease, particularly with those two lovely boundaries from each of the last couple of overs, as Beard comes in again over the wicket and bowls, and this one is pushed away by Patel, square of the wicket on the offside, where the aforementioned Delray Rawlins picks up and does the fielding. Yeah, this one had plenty of County Championship games going on across the country. Durham batting first against Glamorgan at the Riverside, 81 for 2. Alex Lees, England's Alex Lees, made 44 for them. Marnus Labuschagne not into the bowling attack yet, so I'm quite surprised to see him pick up a few last week, especially in the first innings, as Patel this time drives up to mid-off, connects with it pretty well actually, Patel, but it's fielded by Haynes at mid-off, and there is no run.
Wasn't that far from getting a hat-trick.
Yes, I did see that.
2 and 2, and then
posted by the championship.
Inside edge. So.
Nottinghamshire down at Lords, 92 for 1. They lost Ben Slater early for 6. Tim Murtagh with the wicket, but Hamid and Duckett have regrouped for knots. They're 92 for 1 at the home of cricket. There's Patel back at Grace Road, waits, drives and fairly wafts at it outside the off stump and gets an outside edge, but it flies down to third man. And there is 4 runs for Rishi Patel. It was a little bit loose, that, it has to be said, outside the off stump, but it flew wide of the slip cordon. It was a boundary from the edge of Sam Evans earlier on, but that one was considerably more controlled. This one was a real loose drive, and Patel a little bit fortuitous that it flew past all 3 slips and down to third man for 4. But either way, it does take him to 24, and Leicestershire to 69 for 1. A little bit streaky though, it has to be said. Moral victory for Aaron Beard, he'll probably be saying to himself after that as he comes in again and bowls, and this one is left, but really kicks on actually after it was quite full, and then Ollie Carter ends up taking it at chest height. It really went through, that one. It was a similar sort of delivery to the previous delivery, but Patel this time shouldered arms, and it really did kick off as it went through to Carter, who ended up taking it. Carter, not the tallest of men behind the stumps, but took it fairly high up on his body.
Yeah, you imagine he can get it really to skid through occasionally, Beard.
Fielder goes back to the deep square boundary, but this one is again full of length and outside the off stump from Beard. And Patel leaves again to end the 27th over of this match. Beard has figures of no wicket for 26 from his 7 overs so far, and Patel with 24 has had with 30. Leicestershire to 69 for 1, and then the other game that I mentioned in Division 2 is between Derbyshire and Worcestershire at Derby. Worcestershire batting first, were 41 for 2, having lost Ed Pollock and Jake Libby, but Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes are rebuilding for them. They're now 81 for 2 are Worcestershire at Derby.
Helmets coming out suggests we're going to see a little bit of spin, and we are, but it's going to be Delroy Rawlins who's going to bowl it. I thought we might yet get another over. We might get an over from Lenham. You mentioned Labuschagne. Obviously, he sort of bowls, but mixes it up a little bit. But he can bowl seam. But essentially, it's sort of skiddy leg spinners, and that's what took the wickets. It wasn't too much turn. It just sort of skidded on a little bit. I wonder if Sussex are aware of that. However, it's going to be Rawlins who's going to have probably 2 overs, depending on how quickly Sussex get through this and the next. It is there are 7 minutes until lunch. They're not hurrying at the moment. Rawlins directing traffic out there, setting his field with care. Mid-wicket is going in. There is also a short mid-wicket. pretty much in a catching position. Tom Clark, that is, and just the one slip. Rawlings is ready to go over the wicket to the left-handed Azad, who turns his wrists on one as he leans forward and pushes it out to that mid-wicket, who's Crocombe, who claps his hands together, having fielded the ball. Thrown it to Clark. Rawlings is in, tosses it up. Forward goes Azad, thick inside part of the bat, defends the ball out to Clark. Rawlings just blows on his left hand before going in and bowling. Brings Azad forward on off stump, getting to the pitch of the ball, blocking it out into the covers. Pujara it is out there. Rawlings bowls, looking to drive, but checks the shot rather, I think, there, Azad, and steers it out to Pujara again. No obvious turn thus far. Pretty surprising if there was on the first morning of a game for Rawlings, who is in. Drops it a little bit short outside off stump. Azad, however, steps forward and lets it go through to Carter behind the stumps. Intent on lunch perhaps now. Azad, who's on just the 30 as Rawlings is in, bowls to him. He is forward, bat in front of pad, and in the end he's going to be run out. Yes, he is run out for the second time. An astonishing piece of running by Patel and Azad. Azad just pushed it out into the offside, and for the second match in succession he has given his wicket away. Essentially, he turned in dismay to Patel. He looked at Patel having pushed it out into the offside and raised his hand, which is a sort of characteristic of Patel, of Azad, and he's walking off with his bat over his shoulder in disbelief, and there'll be a lot of people who can't quite believe what has happened there. Patel whacks his pads in annoyance. Azad whacks his pads in annoyance, but once again he'd got in, and once again he has failed to go on because of his own of a poor piece of cricket. Essentially, he just pushed it out into the offside. It was picked up out there. It was Alsop who picked up and just returned it to Rawlings, and he was miles short as he ran to the bowler's end. Astonishing stuff.
Well, that's not the greatest piece of cricket from Leicestershire at 4 minutes to lunch, having Azad played out that over fairly comfortably, and then, as you say, Richard, he just pushed it into the offside, looked up, and then sort of raised his hand, and then Patel was sort of halfway down the wicket, and Patel was always intent on making the run, and Azad, the problem was for him that by the time he'd looked up and seen that Patel was calling him through for that run, Azad was well, had no chance, frankly. A good bit of fielding. Throw came in on the bounce. Rawlings took the ball in front of the stumps and crashed the bails off, and Azad was comfortably short, and Azad has been run out again. And after Leicestershire's poor bits of cricket last week and 3 run-outs within the first innings last week at Glamorgan, and now they've done it again. And I was listening to Callum Parkinson on the cricket show this week, Richard, saying that there were too often people were making the same mistakes, and that's certainly been shown in that.
Yep. A lot of smiles out there for Sussex, because that's an absolute bonus of a wicket, really. Brings Ackerman to the crease. If they could pick up Ackerman just before lunch, it would be a really good morning for Sussex.
Beard in to bowl to Ackerman. Ackerman fresh off a bear at Lords, and shoulders arms to his first ball as the ball goes through to Ollie Carter behind the stumps. Yeah, massive bonus wicket for Sussex, just as they were thinking. You know, probably 70 for 1 at lunch, and the session probably being Leicestershire's, even though Sussex have kept control of the run rate somewhat. And that is not a great piece of cricket from Leicestershire, but from Sussex's perspective, a real bonus to take into lunch, and that'll give them a bit of a boost coming back out afterwards. As Ackerman faces up to Beard again, right arm over the wicket, and again there's a good bit of carry in that one as Ackerman shoulders arms, and again Carter is taking that at upper chest height, you would say, and still on the rise. Good bit of pace in that one from Aaron Beard. He's picked up a little bit. Him and Crocombe both coming down the hill have managed to extract a little bit of carry out of what looks a decent pitch from that far end. This will probably now be the last over before lunch as a result of that wicket. in the time taken. 4 balls to go, and we're now at 12:59. As Beard comes in again, right arm over the wicket, and Ackerman, for the 3rd ball in a row, is leaving outside the off stump. Another good length from Beard. We're just seeing a replay of the wicket, and Azad, well, pushes it into the offside and sort of stands there, doesn't he? And then Patel, by that time, is basically halfway down the wicket.
It's an odd gesture, though, from Azad. He does it quite often. If he's not sure, he sort of raises an interrogatory hand at his partner. Patel answered it, but Azad was absolutely flat-footed.
Beard again comes in to bowl to Ackerman, and this is the first ball that Ackerman has to play at. It's back of a length, and he pushes it into the offside, where Pujara does the fielding, and there is no run. Ackerman yet to score from his 4 deliveries faced. Rishi Patel 24, 2 balls to go until lunch. With Leicestershire 69 for 2, and yeah, I mean, by the time Azad takes his sort of first or second strides down the wicket, Patel is halfway down, and by that time Azad has absolutely no chance of making his ground unless it was a wayward throw, which it wasn't.
Allsop was actually running out from slip. He had a long way to go to get to the ball.
Ackerman faces up again and gets off the mark with a nurdle into the onside. Sean Hunt has to race round from forward square leg to a more mid-wicket position to do the fielding, and that allows Ackerman and Patel the more comfortable time than they had last over to cross and take a single. Ackerman off the mark. And Leicestershire to 70 for 2 ahead of the final ball of this morning session. As Sean Hunt is pushed out to the deep square leg boundary for the final ball of this session. Patel will be the Leicestershire batsman to face up to Aaron Beard, who comes down the hill, bowls, and this one is full and outside the off stump, and I was going to say comfortably taken by Carter, but it's not actually, because it's fumbled. It goes through him, and Leicestershire will pick up a couple of bonus byes. It's fielded by Tom Allsop just before the boundary. Leicestershire finish with a bye in this morning session. They probably ought to have got a couple there, but in the end just one taken, and it means that Rishi Patel will face up to the first ball after lunch. 2 sets of players making their way off the field, and with Ackerman on 1 and Patel on 24, Leicestershire going into the interval on 71 for 2, and what really should have been probably a more comfortable session for Leicestershire than it ended up being as a result of that calamitous run out on the stroke of lunch. And it will leave Sussex looking probably considerably more optimistic than they ought to have been at lunch. Yeah,
especially given that they haven't been able to call on the services of Ollie Robinson, who bowled just that one over at the start. Leicestershire will be, well, it's probably balanced on that basis, but I think Sussex won't be dismayed to have kept the runs down to the extent that they have. Run rate just 2.5, picked up 2 wickets, one by hook or by crook, including the potentially key one of Azad, who's been Leicestershire's main run scorer so far this season, one of their best run scorers so far this season. And if Robinson is fit to bowl after the interval, he's been back out there for about half an hour, something like that, having missed basically a good hour and a quarter of this morning. We'll be able to bowl at some stage this afternoon, then hope for the visitors to keep the restriction down. Updates time for BBC Radio Leicester, and then we'll all go and have our lunch. Players just leaving the field for lunch. The Foxes on 71 for 2. It should be better, though. Just before lunch, Hassan Azad, for the second time in 3 innings, basically ran himself out. He was on 30, just pushed a delivery towards backward point, looked up to see Rishi Patel running towards him, and failed. He responded to the call, but failed to make his ground by a good foot. Really not very clever cricket from the Foxes to run out an established batsman. So Azad run out for 30, made the score 69 for 2. The only other man to go this morning, Sam Evans, who was caught at second slip off the bowling of Henry Crocombe for 10. Patel is not out at lunch, he's 24 not out. Colin Ackerman, the captain, back in the side after recovering from a bruised hand, has a single. 71 for 2 for the Foxes. A lot of work to do this afternoon to repair the innings. And we will be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground in around 35 minutes' time. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Afternoon session on this first day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by BBC Radio's Leicester and Sussex. Richard Ray and Liam Gibbs, your commentators today. In the enforced absence of BBC Radio Sussex regular commentator Adrian Harms. Hopefully he'll be back with us before too long. 71 for 2 Leicestershire in their first innings. Rishi Patel is on strike 2. Sean Hunt gets a delivery on his legs, which he works out towards Cheteshwar Pujara, who is at mid-wicket, and there is no run. We are set fair for a full day's play, all being well, hopefully. 3 overs short of the 32 that theoretically should be bowled, or should have been bowled in the first session. Sussex, but there were a few things going on. As Hunt, with his tall left armers, is in again to Patel. A slightly fuller delivery. He waits for it, that said, and works it again out to Pujara. And again, there is no run, including the penultimate over of the morning session, as it turned out. A rather foolish, from Leicestershire's point of view, run out of Hassan Azad, who played solidly in going to 30. Leicestershire's opener, the only other wicket for that of his fellow opener Sam Evans, who was caught by Tom Clark at second slip as Hunt goes in and bowls to Patel. Ball thumps into the pads as he looks to work it on the leg side. Bounces back down the pitch. He was caught, Evans, at second slip off the bowling of Henry Crocombe for 10. So he'd faced 41 deliveries. So both Leicestershire openers got in, but neither was able to go on. Captain Colin Ackerman back in the side after missing the last game with a bruised hand. We'll be hoping he gets a chance to do so. So will Patel on 24 as Hunt is in, bowls to him. He leans forward on off stump and plays the ball out into the offside. The news from Sussex's point of view is that they only had 1 over from Ollie Robinson, the first of the day, which was the most tentative of opening overs I think I've seen for many a long year. And he didn't bowl again. He went off the field, but he did come back out there. White cloud around. All the children came onto the pitch who've been coming to see a little bit of county cricket, came onto the pitch during the interval, and it was lovely to see them having a game out there. And they're all wondering now, I don't know where they're going. I think they're going into the indoor centre, so some entertainment laid on for them in there. 71 for 2.
And it'll be Colin Ackerman to face up to Aaron Beard, who is going to start the bowling from the Bennett end for the afternoon session, continuing where he left off before lunch. And he comes in, the Essex low knee right arm over the wicket to bowl to Ackerman, and it's beaten him, and it's taken in the end. That first slip, who has gone down, clutching his head. Did that ball bounce up in front of Tom Alsop there? He's got up again now. He's taken his cap off. He's just rubbed his head, Tom Alsop. Now puts his cap back on. But it's like a strange bit of cricket in that it looked as though it maybe took the edge of Ackerman's bat and then bounced in front of Alsop, did it? And then took him on the head, perhaps.
Well, the stream is a bit behind, so we're going to get to see exactly what happened. Just may have bounced up.
Alsop is back on his feet and ready to crouch down and take the next for the next ball once Beard gets back to the end of his mark. But let's just have a look on the replay of the stream. Yeah, it just edges and falls short and takes him on the shoulder, I think.
He's okay. All is well.
And he crouches down at first slip again to watch Beard come in and bowl, and Ackerman pushes this one out into the offside. Doesn't quite time it as well as Patel has timed some of his drives today, and it wasn't particularly a drive. He pushes it into that offside and takes a single with backward point running round to do the fielding. Ackerman to 2.
Ackerman always scores quickly if he gets in, doesn't he? He's probably got the best scoring rate on the Leicestershire side in first class cricket. I will check that.
And you would feel that with these two at the crease, Leicestershire, being a little slow in the first session, could easily catch up these two as Patel drives the next one back down the ground, but into the floor, and Beard fields in his follow through with an outstretched right arm to prevent umpire Malander being in any danger.
Much comment during the interval about the Azad run out, as you would expect, both in the ground and on the various social media. Much debate about whose fault it was. Foxy Phil, not aimed at us, but Azad and Rishi's running is about as in sync as the stream this morning.
Beard comes in bowling to Patel, and this one is outside off stump. Patel raises the bat to allow that to pass through to keeper Ollie Carter.
We were well ahead of the stream, so it kind of alerted everybody to look up, if you like, and watch the stream.
Well, I guess better that way round than the other.
Yes, indeed, absolutely.
At least the people watching the stream are aware that something was about to happen, rather than something has just happened and, oh, we've missed it anyway. Patel crouches back into his stance and awaits the bowling of Beard, who is in, and this one is just defended into the offside by Patel, and umpire Malander does that thing again that almost threw us earlier on, where he sort of semi-holds his right arm out to indicate to his compatriot that there are 2 balls left of the over, but he makes it look suspiciously like a no-ball signal at times, does Neil Malander. 1 ball left of the over, apologies. Leicestershire 72 for 2. Patel has 24. And has the number 26 on his back as he awaits Beard, and this one is full and straight, and Patel just defends into the offside. Chestershwar Pujara does the fielding at cover point, and there is no run. End of the over. Just that single from it, from the bat of Ackerman. He has 2, Patel 24. And Leicestershire 72 for 2 in the sunshine this afternoon at Grace Road. Ground now bathed in glorious sunshine, just with the exception of a few rows of those orange seats to our right hand side on the popular side, where it's been in the shadows of the trees on that side.
The children have moved over there, and they will feel an awful lot closer to the action.
Definitely a wise decision.
They're right next to the electronic scoreboard in the Uptonsteel stand now, so having been a good 100 yards or so from the action, they're now within about 50, something like maybe 60, and hopefully they'll get a better idea for what's going on.
And they are 15 yards away from a fielder now, which is...
Hunt is in around the wicket to Ackerman, who's going to pick up 4 with a slightly tentative deflection down through the gully. Runs away to the hospitality marquee, which is in use at the moment. Angled bat, Leicestershire's skipper. And Hunt will feel it's a little bit of a moral victory, but Ackerman was on top of the ball, on top of the bounce, and without a third man it is always a risk. He moves on to 6, 76 for 2. Point goes a little wider, but not much, as Hunt is in, staying round the wicket onto the legs of Ackerman, who goes back and works it into the leg side. Delroy Rawlins no longer in the slips, just the 2 slips now, Clark and Allsop. He's in at mid-wicket after just, did he get 2 overs in, or did he just have the 1 there before lunch?
It was just the 1, wasn't it? It probably should have been 2, but the run out then killed off any time that he would have had to make it 2.
Get any obvious turn, as in goes Hunt and bowls outside off stump, and Ackerman steps forward, leaves. There's a little cry from behind the stumps, but it was a comfortable enough leave. It was taken by Carter to his left, or not actually taken cleanly. He's shaking his, having spilled the ball, he's shaking his left gauntlet now. Went through quite low to his left, but it wasn't a long way to his left, just stepped, reached down to his left. Lots of photos being taken of the kids by club photographer John, as Hunt is in, bowls very straight, and Ackerman head right in line with the ball as he blocks that one back down the pitch. Always looks, for the most part, he always looks a very correct batsman, Colin Ackerman. Everything was nicely in line there. None for 26 for Sean Hunt from 7.4 overs. Turns in past umpire Lungley and bowls outside off stump. Good bounce and carry, but another good leave from Ackerman. Got behind it on the front foot, but then lifted his bat over the line of the ball. Again, it was taken by Carter to his left, but it just seemed to accelerate a little bit off the pitch. Which has a, as I was saying, it's not a slow pitch. It has a little bit of pace about it, but it looks fairly blameless at the moment. Not much movement there to be had for the seamers. In goes Hunt, bowls. Ackerman waiting for that one on the back foot, defends off stump again with the angled bat, but more of it this time. And it runs straight out to Beard at backward point. End of the over, just those 4 runs from it. 76 for 2. Patel 24. Ackerman 6. Any idea what they might have chanted there? I'm not sure. It was coordinated there, wasn't it? It's good work out there. Oh!
The Foxes?
Do you reckon?
I reckon that might be the Foxes.
All the hands are going up at the same time, so there's a certain amount of work being
There's an element
done
of someone trying some coordination with them there, isn't there? Quite sure how successful it was, but hey, they've still generated some noise, and they're watching on as Aaron Beard comes into bowl to Rishi Patel, who drives this one into the offside. Thinks about a single, but Pujara is across quickly to stop it racing any further, and there is no run.
The general feeling is that it was Patel's call, as was the case, but that a certain percentage of the blame has to go with Azad, A, for not turning the call down, but B, also for raising the hand in a sort of interrogatory way towards Rishi Patel, who is has considerably less experience than Hassan Azad.
And it is Patel who's waiting again for Beard. This one leaves it outside the off stump. Well, it went behind square, didn't it? So that automatically that would indicate that it was Patel's call. And Azad maybe being a little bit slow off the mark was his undoing rather than any call. But it was a tight run. Whether Azad had made it, whether Azad had set off quickly, would he have made it? Well, we'll never know, I suppose, but it's certainly a tight run as Patel waits and drives this next ball from Beard out towards mid-off, Hainesfield, no run.
I've seen him make that gesture many, many times, and he makes it from a standing position that, you know, he's not moving down the wicket towards his partner. He sort of sees it going vaguely towards a gap or a space and then lifts up a hand, but he hasn't set off on the run. He can't sort of then accelerate.
And it was that hesitation
standing
that cost.
Start, yeah, and just at that time as well.
Beard again, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Patel, and this one is guided a little bit backward of square. Fielding is going to be completed just inside the rope by Archie Lenham, who has made his way to the third man area from his original position at backward point. Patel comes back for 2, and Lenham puts up a little arm in apology to Ollie Carter because the throw was not great and arrived at Carter on the half volley. Carter was picking it up by his ankles, but tidy enough bit of work from those 2 Sussex youngsters. And
We have
Leicestershire
to say it was good work by Alsop as well, coming out from the slips, but he just did what he had to do. Got to the ball quickly, got his throw away quickly, and it was accurate.
Yeah. And Rawlins was neat as well in front of the stumps as Patel faces up to Beard, and edge and gone. Taken at second slip, it's Tom Clark with his second catch of the day. Aaron Beard has his first wicket, and Rishi Patel, who has looked good either side of lunch, played some nice shots, but he's on his way back now. It was a good ball from Beard, maybe just left Patel slightly, and Patel on the back foot was just pushing at it slightly, and the catch going through at a comfortable height to Tom Clark. So he has his second catch of the day. Beard with his first wicket. Leicestershire lose their third, and now Sussex starting to get on top on what should feel like an otherwise good batting day. But Patel's gone for 26 and Leicestershire is 78 for 3.
Yep, a third Leicestershire batsman gets into double figures and then gets out. Well, Patel leaving the field very, very slowly understandably. His 26 was made of 56 balls. Just having a look at this delivery. There was a little bit of bounce, a little bit of action on the ball, and Beard must take a lot of the credit for that. Just got it to lift a little bit. Didn't quite take the shoulder, but couldn't quite keep it down. Patel, and another neat catch by Tom Clark, and Sussex doing a really good job here. They picked up their first bowling bonus point just shortly after lunch. So coming out to join Colin Ackerman is the other man brought back into the Leicestershire side after injury, Lewis Hill. In Hill's case, he's missed the last 4 games. He only played in the first, and he picked up a fractured thumb in the first innings of that game against Worcestershire. It's sorted now, so he's fresh, Lewis Hill. how much cricket he's been able to get in, how many innings he might have played. I'm just trying to think whether he's managed to get in the game for the second team, who did play last week at Nottinghamshire, but I don't think he played in that game.
No, I think he's been brought straight back in, hasn't he? And
he has.
Been Leicestershire's batting struggles, I guess, this year, but Lewis Hill had a good year last year and a good start to this season, so Paul Nixon will be hoping that injured thumb hasn't affected Hill's ability with the bat, and that him and Colin Ackerman can put on a partnership to dig Leicestershire out of what isn't a hole yet, but at 78 for 3, having won the toss and elected to bat, we probably want to be in a better situation than that just after lunch. Hill's first ball is up on his toes, and he's guiding away into the offside from Beard, and the fielding is done by Lenham at backward point. There is no run. That concludes the 33rd over. Just trying to find it on the scoreboard. Their 33rd over of the innings. 10th from the arm of Aaron Beard. 1 for 30 he has from his 10 overs, so he's going at 3s. Leicestershire a little bit slower than that. 78 for 3 from their 33 overs so far.
Innings a bit in the balance at the moment. Just we're thinking if they can pick up a couple more, as the county sides like to say, if they can go bang bang now, then Leicestershire really will be in trouble. Hunt is into Ackerman, who defends on the back foot delivery on off stump out into the offside, picked up by Henry Crocombe in the covers. There's no run. 56 balls, 4 fours for Rishi Patel. Lovely fours as well. They're all pretty straightly struck and looked in good touch. As Hunt is in to Ackerman, who leans forward, solid forward defensive. Out into the offside it goes to Tom Haynes at mid-off, and there is no run.
And that has been part of the issue for Leicestershire this year, hasn't it? That people have made good runs, but good 20s and 30s rather than 120s and 130s.
Sounds like they're about to announce Brendan McCullum as England's new head coach in red ball cricket. Interesting appointment. I once had a net with Brendan McCullum, believe it or not. He came here, some sort of promotion, and yeah, a few of the nationals were here as well. About big hitting. In goes Hunt and bowls, turned towards mid wicket. He was advising, and he was advising about how to hit big, if you know what I mean, and how to dance down the wicket and what have you. So it was using a bowling machine basically over in the nets, just behind the road that runs behind the meet, the best nets in the country. They reckon. In goes Hunt. And bowls and defends Ackerman on the off stumps. Good accurate stuff this from Hunt. 4 balls of the over so far. But yeah, you wouldn't have said then he was a natural fit as a test.
No, it came slightly coach out of the blue, didn't it, when it sort of broke yesterday that he was in the line for the red ball role. You can certainly see him working with the white ball team, but he played over 100 tests as well. Got a good test record.
Hunt is in, bowls wide and looking to drive, perhaps just came in a bit and overreached himself slightly there. Colin Ackerman, thick inside edge, pushes the ball out to Haynes at mid-off. Brunty has emerged from his culvert, bless him, But what he's been unblocking today, he works obviously with the Sustrans network, making sure all the cycle paths are complete or clear as Hunt goes in and bowls. And again, Ackerman defends, this time on the onside, another straight delivery. A very good maiden over from Sean Hunt. 78 for 3 remains the score, but he says seeing their run out and the Patel dismissal, he says he's going back down the culvert and will stay there. 78 for 3.
Well, hopefully when he re-emerges from a Leicestershire perspective, he will be able to see his side with a few more runs on the board. But Sussex will be hoping that now they've managed to get themselves back into this game and get themselves in a position where they can really start to turn the screw, that if they can get one of these early, Leicestershire's probably widely regarded as Leicestershire's 2 best batsmen, Ackerman and Hill. Certainly their records over the last couple of years would back that up, but if they can get one of these early and get into the all-rounders and the wicket-keeper, then Sussex might fancy their chances here. Lewis Hill faces his second delivery, and it's from Aaron Beard. He's forward solidly in defence and pushing it into the offside where fielding is completed. Hill yet to score.
They should, if he is fit to bowl, and he is out there, be able to call on Robinson around about halfway through the session. Top of the hour, so there will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly.
Brendan McCullum has now been confirmed as England's new men's test coach. And he watches, as we watch Lewis Hill come in at the crease rather, and defend after Beard had come in. That one was relatively full off stump, pushed out into the offside.
Looked a bit hurried there.
Did a little bit, and the wicket delivery was again a good pace on it, and Clark was taking the catch at a good height at second slip. It was a comfortable height, but a decent one. He wasn't bending down to go and get it. Indicates that Beard is finding a little bit in the pitch from that top end, as this one is full and on leg stump, and Hill whips it off his toes and will get off the mark with this. It won't quite reach the boundary because the boundary is way out onto that side, and Hill thinks about a second. Ackerman sends him back. Probably should have been 3 there because it went a decent way out towards the boundary where Sean Hunt did the fielding, but just 2 taken. 80 for 3 are Leicestershire now, with Hill off the mark and on to 2.
Yeah, no risks. I think that's enough risks, I'm sure, was one of the messages that Paul Nixon would have been keen to impart during the lunch interval, in terms of the running anyway.
Hill waits again for Aaron Beard, and this one is defended into the onside by Hill. Brendan McCullum then will be in place to start his role for next month's 3-match test series against New Zealand. His home country, of course, so that'll be tasty. Brendan McCullum going up against his home nation.
It's a really left field appointment, isn't it, really? Might work. I've got too much to lose, I suppose.
Hill faces up to Beard again, and this one is outside the off stump and through to keeper Carter. ECB selection panel unanimously agreed, it says, that he was the outstanding candidate for the role, having impressed during the competitive interview process.
Yeah. I think any such process is always described as competitive, whatever the job. Update now for BBC Radio Leicester. So I'll just nip in ahead of Liam, if I may. They've just lost their 3rd wicket of the first innings, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. They went in for lunch on 71 for 2. Well, that quickly became 78 for 3 when Rishi Patel was caught at second slip. A good rising delivery from Aaron Beard, well held by Tom Clark. 3rd Leicestershire batsman to get into double figures and be unable to go on and make a really significant contribution. The captain, Colin Ackerman, is at the wicket at the moment. He is 6 not out. Lewis Hill back in the side after recovering from a fractured thumb is 5 not out. A lot of experience, in fact the most experience in the side between these 2 batters. They will need a good partnership from them, the Foxes, if they are to recover. At the moment they're 83 for 3. just missed the one delivery that was defended by Ackerman. He remains on 6. But good stuff from Beard and Hunt.
Yeah,
it's been a solid
started this session
Sussex.
well, haven't they?
They have.
So if they can potentially just sneak one more wicket here, then they'll feel as though they are well in the ascendancy. A couple of interesting quotes from Brendan McCullum in talking about his appointment. He says, in taking on this role, I'm acutely aware of the significant challenges the team faces at present. Which is an interesting line. And the other one being, I'm no stranger to bringing about change within a team environment. As Hill whips this one off his legs and picks up another run. Good fielding actually by is that Ollie Robinson hurling away to his right hand side to stop that ball going out towards the mid-on boundary. It is indeed. He's on his haunches again. Robinson having dived to go and get that one, but Hill picks up a single, takes him to 6 now, and Leicestershire to 84 for 4. Ackerman again facing Hunt, and this one is left outside the off stump. A slight cry of anguish, but I think that one was left with relative comfort by the Leicestershire captain.
That's a good sign if Robinson can fling himself around a little bit. Obviously recovered, or hopefully has recovered from whatever ailed him this morning.
There was talk of it being an upset stomach.
Ah, okay.
Rather than any injury necessarily. We'll see if he comes on to bowl later on as Ackerman defends this next one from Hunt. Thinks about a single, but is sent back by Lewis Hill. Ackerman got a couple of strides down the wicket before Clark, who made his way round from second slip, went and picked that ball up on its way down to third man. Hill with a loud cry of no. Send his captain back. Leicestershire remain on 84 for 3. The ground now under a cloud as Hunt comes in, left arm around the wicket. This one's straight, worked off his thigh by Ackerman into the leg side. Pajara does the fielding at just forward of square leg. Is that Archie Lenham at backward point who's undergoing some quite...
Just limbering up.
Yeah.
Some stretching.
Rigorous warm-up routine it is from him at backward point. As Hunt comes in, left arm around the wicket again, past umpire Lungley, bowls. This one's full and driven by Ackerman nicely, and Robinson gets the dive out again this time, but doesn't actually get a hand on the ball, and it races down to the sight screen for 4 runs. Whether that was a cursory dive from Robinson so he didn't have to go and chase it and could leave it to mid-off, I don't know, but Ackerman with a nice boundary down the ground, timed pretty well, and he picks up 4. Takes himself to 10 and Leicestershire to 88 for 3.
I think he knows fielding that position you've got to go for it because you're not going to chase it down the slope.
Hunt comes in again and bowls to Ackerman. This one's a better length, just back of a length, and Ackerman defends into the offside where the ball flecks out to backward point and there is no run.
If you're listening via the stream, do let us know if we are in sync now, or if we're still not. We might be able to, well, we can't, but we can sort of make representations about it being relaunched. Now Robinson's leaving the field again, having made those dives. George Burrows is running on, so whatever ails him, if it is an upset stomach, he hasn't recovered. He's walking off very slowly and
he's got a plaster on his left hand as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, but it's kind of on the... You know, it doesn't look like it's anywhere dangerous. It's just like a sort of on the opposite of the palm, on the top of the hand, so to speak, between the knuckles and the wrist. So I'm not sure it's that, but we will find out afterwards, I'm sure. Well, I'll ask anyway. 88 for 3, and Beard, having picked up his first wicket of the day, that of Rishi Patel, will continue from the Bennett end to bowl to Lewis Hill. Down the slope he comes, sun gone behind cloud for the moment. Bowls, Hill is forward neatly, playing it back up the pitch. Beard picks it up in his follow through. Eyes Hill momentarily, but Hill been around for long enough to ignore that sort of stuff and just walks off towards short leg. Towards umpire Longley, only gets a few paces of the way before turning and going back into his ground. Beard turns, hair sort of flopping as he runs in and bowls again. Outside off stump, cut firmly by Hill for 4. A lovely shot. And Beard again looks at Hill, but in regret, I suspect, rather than in any sort of accusatory way, because Hill was right on top of that one. He plays that shot really nicely. Quick feet.
It's one of his best shots, and he crashes it away anywhere around there. It often finds its way to the back point boundary. Really good shot that from Lewis Hill, and the first sort of shot in anger that we've seen that's really raced away to the boundary. Been some nicely timed drives, but none of them have been really crashed away, and that was hit with real ferocity by Lewis Hill.
Used Beard's pace as well. Into double figures now, Hill 10 off 10 as Beard is in, bowls again to him, much straighter delivery, and Hill adjusts as he gets forward. Just slightly closes the face of the bat, runs it out towards mid-wicket. There's no run, 92 for 3, 78 when Rishi Patel got a ball from Beard that just slightly lifted on him, couldn't get on top of it. Thick outside edge to Tom Clark, a second catch for Clark at second slip in the innings, neither of which he looked remotely like missing, it's got to be said. Took them both very cleanly indeed. Beard is into Hill, who is forward. Back next to pad, pushing out into the offside. Clark has his hands above his head at second slip, applauding Beard, who, like his fellow members of the Sussex seam attack, has settled into a good line and length. In his better in his second spell than he was in his first, for sure, I think. Did he bowl his first from this end?
He did, yes. Change of ends,
so
yeah.
I think he's happier coming down the slope. Well, if Robinson's gone off again, then once again, if it is stomach issues, he's going to struggle to bowl today, isn't he? By the time he gets back out there. Beard is in, bowls again. Hill is cutting. This time there is somebody down there at wide third man. So it is going to be just 2 for Hill, and there's applause for the running from the Leicestershire balcony. Well run, Hilly. But he's quick between the wickets. Lenham, the fielder, down there at third man.
It was just a slight misfield that allowed them to come back for 2. I think they were pretty set at 1 because it was hit firmly and straight to Lenham, but it was a slight misfield and Hill was straight on that. No baggage from the run-outs last week for Lewis Hill, so he was straight back.
Beard is in, bowls to him, he's cutting again, and it goes through Rawlins, almost wide of Rawlins in fairness to him. I thought for a minute it had sort of gone underneath him, but Hill, enough width, and you would have thought Beard might have learned from the manner in which he's cut him away twice, had cut him away twice in the over before. But again, he invited the cut, and Hill accepted the invitation, put it away. To backward point for 4. He moves on to 16 from just 14 balls, 98 for 3. Food for thought for Tom Haynes. He might have to bring himself. In fact, is he bringing himself back on?
He is indeed bringing himself back on. I thought you were about to call that bowling change just as you had spotted it.
I was thinking at the other end really, but he's going to have to, without Robinson, he's just going to have to keep spelling his sort of main seamers, but I think he is one of the main seamers. He's become so, hasn't he? With gentle little Stevens-like deliveries.
Yeah. And it's almost been the case that whenever Leicestershire have started to score runs quickly, it's the second time this has happened today, that Leicestershire started to score runs a little bit quickly and Tom Haynes has gone, right, I'm going to come on, just bowl at the top of off stump with a ring field and not let you get any runs. So it worked the first time. Let's see if it works for Tom Haynes the second time. First ball is exactly that, aimed at the top of off stump, and Ackerman defends back down the pitch. To Haynes, and there is no run. Keeper up again. Ollie Carter has the helmet on. as Haynes turns and runs in again. Right arm over the wicket. This one's a bit back of a length, and Ackerman guides away to backward point, where the fielding is done. There's a backward point, a cover point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, a square leg, and a fine leg for Haynes, who has only gone for 5 off his 6.2 overs so far. He's in again. This one is, well, it's going to be runs off Haynes again, because this one is full and on Ackerman's toes, and he just works it backward square on the leg side. Calls his partner Lewis Hill through for the single to take himself to 11 and Leicestershire to 99 for 3. Interesting passage of the game, this, Richard, as to whether Ackerman and Hill let Haynes settle and just let Haynes bowl as Azad and Evans did earlier on. Haynes is in, right arm over the wicket, and Hill, well, there's the answer straight away. Hill's gone aerial, down the ground, 1, 2 bounces, and over the boundary rope. So there's the answer straight away to that question. No, they're not. Hill comes, well, I'm not sure whether he came down the track, but he lofted it over mid-off. That's a real show of intent, and the first show of intent that we've seen from the Leicestershire batsman against Tom Haynes. So Hill is not going to let the Sussex captain settle onto a spot. Hill moves to 20 from just 15 balls and awaits Haynes again, and Hill this time tries to go with a big expansive drive again. This time it takes the inside half of the bat and squirts away into the leg side where Pujara does the fielding at square leg. And there is no run, but immediately more intent there from Hill and from Leicestershire, whose 100 is up now, 103 for 3. And this partnership is now on 25, and they've brought it up in no time. Hill has 20 of them. And it's him again, facing his 17th ball, and this is it from Haynes, and Hill is more respectful of that one. Just onto that big front foot, defending that back down the pitch. So that is the end of Haynes' first over of this afternoon session and of this spell. 5 from it. 7 overs, no wicket for 10 he has, and Leicestershire after 38 are 103 for 3 with Hill on 20 and Ackerman on 11.
Well, the fact that there are 3 wickets down notwithstanding, they're well aware that without Robinson, Sussex attack, it's not there for the taking, but it's a good wicket. The ball's getting older now, and if they can get on top, these 2 batsmen, they can really thrive. And if they can prevent Haynes from bowling sort of 5 overs for 6 runs, as he did this in the morning, then, or 5 overs for 5 runs, whatever it was. And the Sussex cupboard, it's not bare, but it makes life very difficult for them. Henry Crocombe is back on from the Bennett end, bowls to Ackerman, who leans forward. He gives the impression of a forward defensive, but the sort of back foot goes back deep into the crease, and then he leans forward. So the front foot actually isn't a big stride, but the weight is on the front foot, albeit that the front foot is still not too far away from the crease. Crocombe, a little skip at the start of his fairly short run, comes in and bowls. You could see him roll his fingers across that one, try to seam it back into Ackerman. It didn't really move back in much. Ackerman forward on off stump out into the offside, picked up by Rawlins. Just be interested to see Lennon bowl. I'd want him on sooner rather than later, just simply to see, while the ball is still reasonably hard, whether he can get 1 or 2 to bounce, or maybe even sort of skid a little bit. In goes Crocombe and bowls, worked off his legs by Ackerman, but only as far as mid-wicket, where Hunt is the fielder. Burrows, I beg your pardon. 12th is on there. Robinson having gone off. Hunt is down below us at 3rd man, but Burrows is a tall young man as well, which is what confused me slightly, and also 21 and 31. The numbers as Crocombe is in, bowls very straight to Ackerman, firmly back down the pitch from Leicestershire's South Africa-born Netherlands international. Bounces up for Crocombe to take in his follow through, and then throws it out to Beard to do a spot of polishing. He hands it to Haynes. the way they're sort of, the lack of polishing suggests they're not over impressed with this changed ball. Sussex. Crocombe into Ackerman, a bouncer, just bobs minutely at the knees instinctively, but realises the ball is sailing over his head. And don't tell me Crocombe's hurt himself. He's stopped at the end of it and he's limping a bit now. He's sort of shook his left ankle a bit with the effort of banging that ball down. But he's marching back. He's limping, isn't he, as he walks back? But I think it's just the jarring effect of banging his foot in.
That would.
Just bobbing at the knees once or twice. Is he okay? Looks to be okay. He's in and bowls to Ackerman, who's driving, or looking to drive, but it's a bit too straight and comes off the bottom of the bat rather, bounces up towards Crocombe, who takes it in his follow through. A very solid opening over of his second spell for Henry Crocombe. 8 overs, 1 for 13. His impressive figures. 103 for 3 remains the score.
Doesn't look hugely comfortable going over to fine leg. It's not a limp. It's almost like he's just trying to sort of get a bit of feeling maybe back into his leg. Robinson back on.
With us, yes. Do you think that his sweater has been washed with something red? Because it is very slightly rose pink to me.
Yes, I see what you mean. Well, I was wondering whether he changed sweaters because his number looks considerably brighter than some of the others.
It's got a slightly pinkish hue.
Has a little bit, yeah.
Compared to his teammates, so whether it's been in the wrong wash.
Looks as though he's got a couple of sweaters on as well, Ollie Robinson, as Haynes comes in, he's captain and bowls, and Hill is looking to cut that, but he looked a little bit too close to cut, and in the end, yeah, Hill sort of practices playing straight back down the ground rather than trying to cut that one away square of the wicket. The ball sort of squirted backward a square on the offside rather, but with no great pace because it dropped down largely at his feet, Lewis Hill. He shapes up again to face Haynes, and this one is straighter by Haynes, and Hill just defends into the offside. 103 for 3. Haynes does get through his overs quite quickly, rather like Rawlins did before, and like Lenham, should he come into the attack later on, would do as well. Haynes is right arm over the wicket past the umpire again, and this one is too straight and nurdled off his hip by Lewis Hill. Single taken. Pujara comes round from in front of square to behind to do the fielding, hurls it back in the attempt of making Colin Ackerman just hurry into his ground. In the end, it's a relatively comfortable single, and Hill moves to 21, and Leicestershire to 104 for 3. And Haynes is in again. This one is fuller, and Ackerman launches into an expansive drive but doesn't get anywhere near all of it, and the ball just squirts out. He smashes it into the floor really as much as anything, and the ball just loops up for Delray Rawlins to pick it up at short cover after a couple of bounces. It's only his second game of the season, Archie Lenham, who've been talking about it. He did only bowl 6 overs in his other game. As Haynes comes in and he's bowled him. Ackerman rocking back, trying to cut, and it's bowled him. So, well, that was a little bit too close to cut, but his stumps are lying back, and Colin Ackerman, the Leicestershire captain, has to go. His poor run of form continues. He made a pair at Lords the other week, including a Golden Duck first innings, and now he's made just 11 and he's making his way back. The Leicestershire captain. He'd made his way nicely to 11, but is now having to head back, and Leicestershire could be in a little bit of trouble now at 104 for 4, and Sussex will fancy their chances of potentially even dismissing Leicestershire for less than 200 here, because they've fought their way back into this game really well. Have the visitors. Leicestershire are 104 for 4 as we watch the replay, and Ackerman, well, the ball does come back in.
Cut it on.
And he's chopped on as well, but initially it looked as though it was going to be quite wide outside off stump. It cut back in, and then as well as Ackerman being a little bit cramped for room, he's managed to chop it onto his stumps. And Leicestershire are 4 down.
35 balls, 2 fours for Colin Ackerman, but another batsman into double figures, another batsman who cannot go on. 4 out of 4 now, albeit only just into double figures in the case of Ackerman and Sam Evans, but even so, hugely disappointing for the Foxes. Hill, 21 not out of 20 balls, stand out at the moment, but this shouldn't be happening to Leicestershire on a pitch like this, and with complete respect to Sussex, who bowl very solidly against an attack like this. Haynes shouldn't, it didn't do too much, the delivery. He went back, might just have come back in enough to cramp him a little bit, Ackerman, but 104 for 4, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. Sussex will be absolutely delighted. Haynes has 1 for 11.
They certainly will, as Haynes comes in to finish it over, and Vian Mulder, the South African overseas, is the new batsman. He's just defending up the pitch from his first ball, so that concludes Haynes' second over of this spell, and his 8th overall. 40 gone now. Leicestershire 104 for 4, and Sussex, well, if you'd offered them 104 for 4 at the start of play, they'd have probably taken it, and if you'd offered them 104 for 4 with Ollie Robinson going off after 1 over, they'd have certainly taken that, would the visitors.
Unquestionably. So Vian Mulder, big innings for Mulder now, this. He does have 150, made a really nice looking 50. He's looked good at various times in various innings, but he hasn't been able to go on other than once when he scored 58 against Middlesex at Lords. Looked well capable. He looked set for a really big score that day. He looks a very correct player, but just 149 runs in 6 innings with that best of 58, and he's averaging 25 at the moment, and that, for a batting all-rounder, an international batting all-rounder, is not enough as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Henry Crocombe then, if they can get Hill, they really will be up for it, Sussex, as Crocombe bowls outside off stump. Hill on the back foot, chops it down to third man, doesn't really cut it, he just guides it down to third man and takes 1. Moves on to 22, has looked in as good touch as he did in these very first innings, in which he fractured his thumb, Lewis Hill, against Worcestershire. As you say, you use the words no baggage in regard to Ackerman and Hill and the run-outs, but also, I suspect, Hill, in relation to Leicestershire's failings with the bat so far this season, hasn't been there for them. Famous last words. Mulder on strike as Crocombe is in, bowls to the South African, who just barely moves as the ball goes past outside off stump, leaves his bat raised. Applause from Haynes at mid-off for Crocombe there. 40 overs, 105 for 4, so the run rate's nothing to write home about at all. 2.6 and 4 wickets are down.
And where we were talking earlier about potentially Patel and Ackerman being able to advance the scoring, well, Hill's done it, but the problem is there's more wickets gone down as well.
Crocombe is in to Mulder, a little bit shorter, but the same sort of direction. Leaves again, goes back on his stumps. Heavier cloud comes across the ground. The clouds are going from, which way are they actually going? Just looking for the running fox atop the members, the flagpole on top. The members stand away to our right. It's swinging round. It looks as though it's coming from west to east. In goes Crocombe and bowls again. It is well wide, and again just studiously leans forward and watches. Mulder, as the ball goes through, is allowed to bounce through to Carter. The clouds are moving roughly from west to east across the ground. We're looking south, across, roughly south, pretty much south, across towards Grace Road. The weather, when it's bad, tends to come from the sort of southwest, above the electronic scoreboard. In goes Crocombe and bowls full, bounces down into the ground and then up quite high before being picked up at backward point by Rawlins. But we haven't had much bad weather, really. I mean, it's been cool, but pretty much it's been dry everywhere, hasn't it, for the most part? Not much cricket lost.
No, an incredibly dry start to the season, as you say, if not particularly warm. But hopefully that'll come over this week and next. I think it's supposed to, so fingers crossed.
Crocombe to finish his over is in, bowls outside off stump, and again Ackerman leaves 5 out of 6, was that? Or at least 4 out of 6 he was able to leave outside off stump, and will have probably been fairly grateful to do so. To have a look, he's faced 6 deliveries now without getting off the mark. 105 for 4 remains the score. Let's have another look at that Ackerman dismissal then. Might just have shaped back into him a little bit.
It does shape
Slightly
back into
casual,
him, but
the way he played it.
yeah, it's a loose cut, isn't it? And
He's got out trying to force the pace a couple of times, Colin Ackerman. Sort of not wanting bowlers to be able to bowl at him. Thinking particularly of the second innings against Worcestershire, trying to cut the spinner.
Tom Haynes, who got Ackerman out in his last over, is continuing from this pavilion end. And his first ball of this over is just turned off a hit by Hill, fielded at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
He also played on first delivery against Afridi at Lord's, but slightly different sort of pace. Tom Haynes and Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Haynes medium pace as he comes in again. This one's wide outside the off stump and left alone by Hill. He has now 22 from 23.
At Fox's Cricket 22 if you want to get in touch. But I would imagine Sussex supporters and listeners and watchers will be delighted.
That's all the players as Haynes, their captain, comes in, and there's a tight run here. Hill calls Mulder through and eventually just about makes it, but there was a slight sort of yes, no, okay, go on then about that. And Hill, as he turned that one off his pads, and with a slight hesitation, but in the end they made it relatively comfortably. Pujara was the fielder, hurling it in to try and run out his fellow overseas, but Mulder made it fairly comfortably in the end, and the throw didn't hit either, and Carter didn't quite grab it cleanly, but I think Mulder was home regardless. Hill moves to 23, Leicestershire 106 for 4 as Mulder faces up to Haynes and just defends. There's a slight cry of anguish from Haynes as Mulder inside edged that onto his own pad, and then the ball dropped down just at the feet of the South African international. He's yet to get off the mark, having faced 7 deliveries. And he faces up again to Haynes, who's in bowling his medium pace. This one's a bit wider outside the off stump, but Mulder doesn't quite time his attempted cut. And bottom half of the bat as it squirts out to the fielder at point. And there is no run.
Updates time for BBC Radio Leicester, so I'll nip in ahead of Liam, who will have to nip next door as things are. Haynes is in and bowls, played by Mulder out to point again, and there's no run. Hello, things going a little bit wrong for the Foxes, I'm afraid, post-lunch, which they took on 71 for 2. They've lost 2 more wickets since. First, Rishi Patel was caught at second slip by Tom Clark off the bowling of Aaron Beard for 26. Ball did lift on him a little bit and he wasn't able to keep it down, but then a few moments ago the captain Colin Ackerman back in the side after missing last week's game at Glamorgan due to a bruised hand, had gone on to 11 before he went back and tried to cut the gentle medium pace of Tom Haynes, tried to force it away into the offside, got a bottom edge onto his stumps. 104 for 4 at that stage. They've added a couple to that score. Vian Mulder has yet to score. He's come out there to join Lewis Hill. Hill also back in the side after injury, looks in really good form, but the Foxes desperately need him to go on. He's 23 not out of 24 balls. First innings scores have been the problem for Leicestershire throughout the season so far, and the problem isn't going away. They're 106 for 4. Hill goes forward there to Crocombe, thick inside edge and pad, keep the ball out, not much more. 1 for 14 for Henry Crocombe. So this guy's just filled in a bit, but the heavier the clouds are moving quite quickly. Robinson back out there at mid-on, but he's clearly not going to be able to bowl for a while. Anyway, in goes Crocombe, bowl turned off his legs by Hill out towards square legs. He takes the first one quickly, calls Mulder back for the second. You heard a yeah, seeing that the fielder running back had to put in the slide to pick up the ball. It's Beard it was. Dusts himself down, having got his throw away. But Hill was running to the danger end, and it was a good call. He picks up 2, moves on to 25, 108 for 4. Haynes and Robinson in discussions. And they're going to change the field slightly. Pujara, who was in the covers, is going across to mid-wicket. That's the only change. Essentially, Rawlins, who was at backward point, moves up to sort of conventional point as Hill defends that one on the back foot out into the offside. Back down the wicket towards Crocombe, who has completely recovered from that sort of jarring he gave to his left ankle when he bowled a bouncer to Ackerman an over or so ago. Throws the ball to Haynes to do a spot of polishing, and that's all it is. Crocombe is in and bowling. Hill is forward this time, pushing it out directly to Haynes on this occasion. Crocombe not required to intervene. Robinson full of advice or directions or suggestions almost after each delivery. He wanders across to his captain, makes a suggestion or points, or now Pujara, having moved across from the covers to mid-wicket, is being moved again. He's being moved from mid-wicket to backward square, sort of on the catch, really. So he's only 4 strips back. You could almost say it was leg gully, but it's a little bit too square for that, as Crocombe is in to Hill, who drops it out into the offside, calls Mulder through for the quick single, makes it comfortably, should be overthrows as well. They're rolling through at the stumps at the bowler's end. Nobody had got in position to back up, so they're going to pick up 2 overthrows to go with the legitimate single, but well worth the throw. Although Rawlins raises a hand in apology, Robinson wasn't able to get across. Obviously it was well wide, the throw, and it ran out towards the hospitality marquee at the Bennett end, with Robinson in, I was going to say gentle pursuit, but delicate pursuit, if you like. And he's treading delicately at the moment, Ollie Robinson, which kind of backs up the suggestion that Liam heard, that it was an upset stomach. In goes Crocombe and bowls, and it's pulled around the corner down towards fine leg. I think that's going to be 4. Can Hunt get there? He can't. So off the mark, Vian Mulder. He swivelled nicely and just managed to pull it very fine down towards fine leg. Hunt ran around, reached down with 2 hands down in front of us, but the 2 hands were almost behind the rope as he reached down. Mulder off the mark with 4, 115 for 4. Leicestershire. Crocombe concedes a very rare boundary. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23. His figures at the moment. Leicestershire in desperate need of a partnership. 35 for the first wicket. 34 for the second. 9 for the third. In goes Haynes and bowls onto the legs of Lewis Hill, who turns him out towards that short mid-wicket. There is no run. 26 for the fourth. So 35, certainly the top partnership as Haynes bowls. Clipped, in the air, past that man at short mid-wicket. He was almost bowling for that, Tom Haynes, and will consider himself a little bit unfortunate. Sean Hunt is it Hunt in there at short mid-wicket, or is it Burrows?
Clark, I think.
Clark. He's the catcher, isn't he, of the sort of one of the best catchers in the side. And that's what he's there for, the clip in the air. And it was in the air, it was wide off him, and it's run out to the boundary for 4 at mid-wicket. But just a few Leicestershire hearts will have been in mouths. Haynes turns, runs in, bowls again to Hill outside off stump, cut off the bottom edge, past the stumps, past leg stump. It's running down to fine leg with Alsop in pursuit, gets his throw away, having picked up the ball around about 5 yards inside the ropes down there at fine leg, chopped hard down into the ground, but could so easily have chopped that onto the stumps there. Lewis Hill picks up a couple of runs. Well, fortune is favouring the Brave at the moment. Hill going for his shots and getting away with them, but he's getting a bit close. In goes Haynes and bowls to him. He's driving or pushing firmly out towards it. Is Hunt this time at wide mid-off, and although he's left-handed and gets to the ball quickly on his left hand, it was a good call by Hill, so he picks up 7 off 3 balls. He's busy out there, Lewis Hill, and he's got the scoreboard moving. He's got 35 off 33 balls. But as I say, just in the last over, it's become, on his part, a little bit frenetic, and that is always risky. Haynes is into Mulder. Bowls. Mulder is solidly forward, thick inside edge, sees the ball run out behind square on the leg side, out towards the man on the wide long leg sort of boundary, who is Henry Crocombe, almost deep backwards square out there. Mulder picks up 1, moves on to 5, 1, 2, 3 for 4. Haynes, who barely conceded a run in his first 5 overs, has been relatively expensive since, goes in and bowls, and Hill this time is solidly forward on middle stump, pushing the ball out down. It's a little outswinger from Haynes, or attempted outswinger. He has to push it into the onside end of the over. 35 off 34 for Hill. Interesting passage of play. Everything is sort of picked up with the arrival of Hill. Although the run rate has certainly picked up, it's 2.8 now. Sussex may not mind that completely, because they will do if Hill goes past sort of 50 and sort of settles down a little bit, but as I say, just a little bit flighty.
Yeah, it's that one in particular in that last over where he went for the cut, Lewis Hill, but it looks too close to cut, really, and he got a little bit fortuitous with the Chinese cut down towards fine leg, but he certainly brought the impetus, and 35 from 34 would back that up as Crocombe comes in from the Bennett end, bowls, and Mulder turns that one off his legs out towards the deep square leg boundary, where Aaron Beard does the fielding, returns the ball to keeper Ollie Carter, single taken, Mulder to 6, Leicestershire to 124 for 4.
Friends of Grace Road open for business now in the meet, selling a wonderful array of cakes and hot drinks obviously with them.
Do they do delivery to a commentary box?
They used to last season.
Crocombe again in, bowls, and Hill defends this one out in front of him. Mulder is very keen to try and get a single there. There's absolutely no chance of one, and Lewis Hill rightly sends him back straight away. But Mulder was a couple of yards down the track before that ball had even got off the pitch.
Tell you where they do at Cardiff last week.
Good selection last week, was there?
I put on pounds. Welsh cakes by the dozen, courtesy of Sandra, one of the marketing gentlemen's mums.
Sounds good to me. Crocombe in again. Bowls. Hill is cutting in the air down towards Archie Lenham, who takes the catch.
Oh.
A fabulous catch by Archie Lenham down at third man. Lewis Hill has gone for 35 off 36 deliveries. And we said earlier on that Lewis Hill's strength is in his cut shot. Well, it's just proved his undoing there, because he's not quite got on top of it. It was again outside the off stump by Crocombe. Hill threw the bat at it. Probably got a bit of a top edge more than he would like, and it flew aerially down towards third man. But Archie Lenham has taken a wonderful low catch down there at third man. Diving forward. Delights the Sussex slips, who cheer and whoop as though they weren't expecting that catch to be taken, but it was a really, really good low grab from Archie Lenham, a fabulous catch, and it ends a really brisk and smart innings by Lewis Hill, but he has to go for 35. Another Leicestershire batsman gets into the double figures but doesn't make it past 50, and Hill goes for 35, and Leicestershire now are in a little bit of trouble. 124 for 5.
Yeah, well described, but I take issue with the word smart when describing Hill's innings. I said a couple of overs ago he was starting to get flighty. He got away with a couple in the previous over against Haynes when he clipped one in the air through mid-wicket, not so very far from Clark at that short mid-wicket, which was why he was there. And then, as you mentioned, the Chinese cut not far from leg stump, and really did fling the bat of that one in. It was a super catch by young Lenham. It was really, you know, he got two hands. To get two hands, they're really difficult catches. You know, to get in position, just to get your hands underneath the ball. He did so and held on, and Hill, 35 off 36 balls, 4 fours. It was fun while it lasted, but as far as Leicestershire concerned, it just has not lasted long enough, and not by a long way. Harry Swindles comes out to join Vian Mulder. 124 for 5 is a lot of trouble on this pitch. You know, this is a... It looks to me really like a 300 plus 350 pitch, really. And that's what you got to, and that's what you have to be aiming for, having won the toss and chosen to bat. Absolute minimum. And Leicestershire have only once gone past 300 in their first innings, and that wasn't close enough, near enough against Glamorgan last week on a very flat pitch, 320. And I suspect if you offered them 320 now, they'd be grateful for it.
Certainly would. It's a long way to 320 from 124 for 5. Sussex have fought their way back into this game really well. Leicestershire was 69 for 1, don't forget, on the stroke of lunch. And now it's Harry Swindles who's looking pretty uncomfortable in playing that first delivery from Crocombe. It was aimed at his hip, really, and Swindles sort of gets himself in a little bit of a tangle, but in the end defends it with the middle of his bat. And back down the pitch, and there is no run.
He's struggled this season as well, Harry Swindles. 9 innings, 130 runs with a top score of 29, averaging just 14. His last 3 innings, though, 25, 22, 20, he's got in again each time. But story of Leicestershire's season is, as for the batting concerned, batters getting in and getting out again.
Certainly is, and that's been the story of the day as well. Everyone who's got in, who's got out so far, has made it into double figures. Swindles faces up the keeper to Crocombe, and this one's digging out a Yorker. And the fielding is done by Haynes at mid-off. And Sussex have managed to fight their way back, bearing in mind that they've been without their lead bowler, their strike bowler in Ollie Robinson, who's only bowled that 1 over first up. And this young bowling attack, led by Aaron Beard and Henry Crocombe and Sean Hunt and Tom Haynes, have fought their way back into this contest really well. It's a really vicious bouncer by Crocombe. Swindles ducks his way underneath it well, but there's some good pace in that from young Henry Crocombe. Ollie Carter, the keeper, takes it at head height. There's a good bounce of that, and another good over from Henry Crocombe, who now has figures of 2 for 24 from 11 overs. An excellent day for him, or an excellent start to the day, certainly, from the youngster. Yeah. And Leicestershire 124 for 5, in a bit of trouble, but Sussex will fancy their chances here of restricting Leicestershire to less than 200. And when you've got Cheteshwar Pujara in your side who's going for 100 for a 5th consecutive game, that would be a wonderful position for the visitors to be in.
Yeah, they'll really fancy their chances now, as Haynes is in to Mulder, who goes back. Not too much foot movement there. Blocks it out off the back foot, out into the offside, and there's no run. Uptonsteel County Ground is quiet in terms of the spectators, as a lone aeroplane drones overhead. Haynes is in, little outswinger outside off stump, ignored by Vian Mulder. Crowd not particularly impressed, one feels, by the Fox's performance. To date, only requires one solid partnership, but that's something they have not had so far. In goes Haynes, gentle outswinger. Forward on off stump goes Mulder. Blocks it out to mid-off. Sean Hunt picks up 1 for 20 for Haynes, now from 10.3 overs, which is pretty good. He is in and bowls, and again getting forward is Mulder. This time rather thick inside edge, or thick inside part of the bat. Sees the ball roll out to Robinson. Described him as delicately chasing, and you can sort of see why. He looks fragile out there. In goes Haynes and bowls, and again he should be called. Oh, that was played into the stumps by Mulder. I thought it was going to go past leg stump, actually clipped leg stump, and Swindles was out of his ground actually. But Haynes, who tries to bowl these outswingers, just fall away quickly to his left, and there was no chance of him flinging himself across to his right to get his fingertips to it. Haynes is in, bowls, driven, and off-driven, this time on the offside by Mulder. Haynes does put down his left hand and makes the stop, or half stop, sufficiently to prevent any chance of a run. 124 for 5 remains the score. Another maiden over for Tom Haynes, his 5th in 11, 1 for 20. His figures, now he's treading carefully, Robinson, at the moment, treading gingerly, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not going anywhere quickly.
No.
England fast bowler.
But he doesn't have to at the moment because his teammates are doing all the work for him.
Certainly, Robinson can just watch on, saunter from mid-on to mid-on, basically. And watch his young charges do the rest, essentially. And he's watching Henry Crocombe, who's probably been the pick of the bowlers for Sussex today. 2 for 24 from 11 he has, and he's coming in again from the Bennett end down the hill to bowl to Harry Swindles, and this one is just edged away by Swindles of the outside half of the bat. Behind square on the offside, a single taken to get Swindles off the mark. Delray Rawlins picks up, and it's 125 for 5. Bit more applause coming from the Sussex fielders now that they're on top in the game. We spoke earlier about how it was a little bit quiet just before lunch, and then that run out seems to have changed everything that was on the stroke of lunch. Mulder turns his next delivery from Crocombe into the onside, and it's well fielded by the diving Aaron Beard, who plucks it with his right hand just in front of the umpire square leg, Tom Lungley. Well fielded. Just a bit of extra buzz now about the Sussex fielders, with the exception of Robinson, who's sauntering most places, but they've come back into this game really well, considering the youthfulness of their bowling attack, as Crocombe comes in again, right arm over the wicket bowl, and this one is outside off stump and left alone by VR Mulder. Through it goes to Carter, the wicket keeper.
Sussex, in terms of sort of rank this season, Sussex is bowling 17th out of the 18 counties, only Kent worst, Leicestershire 16th, I hasten to add, but 125 for 5, they'll be delighted without Robinson.
Certainly will. Mulder's next delivery from Crocombe just guides it towards backward point, and there is no run. Still 125 for 5. Bring up to date with everything else going on around the country. Ben Stokes is in for Durham. They're 140 for 4 at home to Glamorgan.
So in as in batting right now.
As in batting right now, yes. He's unbeaten on 3. Keegan Peterson is unbeaten on 60. Alex Lees earlier made 44 for the North East County. As Mulder pulls this next one. It's a bit aerial, but the fielder is out back on the fence, and it ends up rolling to Aaron Beard, who is back on that boundary rope. Slightly fortuitous for Mulder, but I guess when there's nobody in the circle on the onside apart from at mid-on, then you can do that with a little bit more of a degree of comfort. Well, Mulder takes the single.
He got out in exactly that way at Lords when he got to 58. Went for the hook against a Freedy, top-edged it straight down the throat of a man set at deep backward square. For that could easily have flown in exactly the same way.
Appears to be a bit of a plan then against VR Mulder. We'll have to wait and see how that develops, because it's Swindles on strike, the wicketkeeper for Leicestershire, and he's leaving outside the off stump from this next delivery from Crocombe. That ends the over. Crocombe's 12th, the 47th of the innings. Leicestershire 126 for 5. Few quick wickets have gone down at Lords, where Notts are now 166 for 4. Haseeb Hamid is still there, unbeaten on 74. They'll Slater first up for 6 did Nottinghamshire. Duckett made 43. Joe Clark a duck. And Lyndon James 21. 2 wickets for Ethan Bamber down there. The other game in Division 2 is at Derby. Worcestershire were 41 for 2. They're now 151 for 2. Azhar Ali is on the brink of a half century on 48 not out. Jack Haynes has made a half century. He has 64. That's all the games in Division 2. And there's plenty of runs in Division 1 as well. The standout score, I'll bring you up to date with all of them as we go through the day, but the standout score is at Edgbaston. Defending champions Warwickshire against Northamptonshire. Northants 206 without loss. Down there. Ricardo Vasconcelos, 110 not out. Will Young, the New Zealander, has 79 not out.
Rawlins is being brought back by Haynes to replace the skipper himself at the pavilion end. In he goes around the wicket to Mulder, who clips him out down towards long on. Robinson, as I say, somewhat gingerly sort of moves to his right to pick up. Underarms the ball back to Rawlins, the single comfortably taken. Mulder on to 8. Maybe this will be the day in front of his home crowd for Mulder to demonstrate his quality. 10 tests he's played, the South African, most recently the 2 against Bangladesh. In goes Rawlins to Swindles, who almost falls over as he plays that one. He's going to have to hurry. Had the throw gone to the other end, it could have been interesting. Came off a thick inside edge, all sort of scampered out from behind behind wicketkeeper Carter from slip to leg slip, but he fell as he picked up the ball and tried to throw, so in the end the single fairly comfortably completed. In goes Rawlins and bowls to Mulder, who tucks it away off his legs down towards square leg and takes one deep square, comes in to meet it. Crocombe, single taken. 129 for 5. Swindles back on strike, crouching down, bowls. Rawlins pushed rather aerially initially. Had there been a sort of forward short leg, he'd have been in the game there. There isn't, of course, just Pujara at mid-wicket. Went more or less straight to him, and you heard the call of no from Swindles. Rawlins in, tosses it up. There's a decent shout for a leg before. There he's gone. He went forward, Swindles there. The ball went on with the arm. He played for spin that wasn't really there. Hit him on the front pad, but he was only sort of half forward, and he's not a big man. Hit him in line, and he's gone. And Leicestershire have lost their 6th wicket. Swindles struggles with the bat. Continue. He's gone for 1, and Leicestershire, having won the toss and chosen to bat, are 129 for 6.
And in real trouble now. If they weren't before, then the loss of the wicket-keeper and number 7 just indicates that Leicestershire have let this really good position slip. They've lost 5 wickets for 60 now, having been 69 for 1 on the stroke of lunch and looking pretty comfortable in that first session, and then that calamitous run out has led to wickets
back pad
tumbling this afternoon. Back pad, you say, Richard?
Yeah, back pad, bang in front. Yeah, there wasn't much doubt about that one.
No, I mean, well, we're at a fairly wide long off, but it looks fairly adjacent from where we were.
Yeah, unquestionably.
Can't say I was surprised to see the finger of Tom Lungley raised. And now Leicestershire reliant on the 2 seam bowling all-rounders in VR Mulder and Ben Mike to try and dig them out of what is now a hole. 129 for 6, having won the toss and elected to bat on a pitch that hasn't done a huge amount.
No, I mean that just kind of went on with the arm. He looked to be playing down the wrong line, really, and missed it by quite a long way.
Geoffrey Boycott's on the Piccadilly and playing down the Bakerloo.
Something like that. We'll see the replay in due course. Here we go. Halfway up. Back pad. Have another look at that one. Wasn't missing, was it?
No. It's, well, it was missing off and missing leg.
So
And Delray Rawlins has a wicket.
yeah, and he could in a way claim to have 2 in that he was bowling when the Azad run out happened. He'd making things happen. 1 for 2. 1 for 2 from 1.5. 129 for 6. Second bowling bonus point for Sussex. And if they can really force this advantage home if they can bowl Leicestershire out for 160, 170, less than 200. Goodness me, they'll be really hopeful of the first championship victory of the season. Plenty of time for the Foxes to recover. Allsop is padded up now. He's going to go in at short leg for Ben Mike. Mike has been in good form with about half centuries in each of his last 2 games. A splendid 99 and not out against Middlesex at Lords. Rawlins is in, Mike is forward, bat in front of Pad, defending out into the offside end of the over. What an over from Delroy Rawlins, 1 for 2. From his 2 overs to date, 129 for 6. The Leicestershire score. Sussex should be cock-a-hoop. Definitely is pink, isn't it, as he walks back? A little
Robinson,
bit pink.
yeah, as he goes off again,
Goes off
there's
again.
an element of...
It's as pink as his face. He looked pale, to be honest.
Yes, there is a slight pink tinge, isn't there, to that jumper, but... Just can't even say, is it? It's, you know, he's been needed to bowl, and... Sussex have got themselves back into this game without their lead strike bowler. Or 2, I suppose, if you get Jofra Archer, but I suppose he hasn't been seen for Sussex for quite some time. Henry Crocombe is coming in and bowling outside the off stump to Vian Mulder, who almost sort of shapes to cut and then just doesn't go through with the shot and leaves his bat in the air and watches it pass through to the wicket-keeper, Holly Carter. And there is no run, 129 for 6. The score remains.
And once again, Leicestershire's lower middle order, must call them the tail. Paul Nixon says, I've been asked to dig the batters out of the mess they've got the side into.
Crocombe again to Mulder, this one straighter and defended back up the pitch by the South African. There is no run. I'd run you through the scores. Coming your way from Division 1, the South West Derby. I can't remember what they call this. It was something along the lines of El Siderico or something like that, but it's not that. But I can't remember what they call it. Gloucestershire against Somerset. 192 for 2 are Somerset. Matt Renshaw made 94. Tom Lammonby made 76. As Mulder pulls this one around the corner, all along the floor towards fine leg. Burrows, the substitute, does the fielding, hurls it back into Carter, single taken, takes Mulder to 10, and Leicestershire to 130 for 6. There is Leicestershire interest in this Gloucestershire versus Somerset game because Zach Chappell, formerly of this parish, has taken both wickets for Gloucestershire on his debut for them on loan down there from Nottinghamshire.
How long's he on loan? A month or maybe just a couple of weeks, really?
I would imagine a month, but
he won't play T20 for them, will he? So that's what I was just thinking.
maybe a couple of weeks, yeah, maybe a couple of weeks. Down at Beckenham, Surrey against Kent. Surrey batting first, 148 for 3 they are now. They were 106 without loss at lunch. They then lost both openers, Ryan Patel and Rory Burns, on the same score. Patel made 76. Ollie Pope now at the wicket on 25, and Ben Folkes unbeaten on 3 for Surrey down at Beckenham. Back at Grace Road, Mike is on strike and leaves outside the off stump. And his next delivery from Crocombe. Northants still going well, 221 they are now without loss at Edgbaston against the defending champions Warwickshire. And in the Roses game up at Headingley, Lancashire 140 for 2. They've recovered well because they were 12 for 2 after the early losses of Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon, both falling to Jordan Thompson. Keaton Jennings has 64, Stephen Croft 61 for the Red Rose County.
Updates for BBC Radio Leicester as Crocombe bowls outside off stump. The ball is left again by Ben Mike. Midland Rugby first. It's certainly are wobbling a lot since lunch. They've lost 4 wickets now. They took lunch on 71 for 2, but since then they've lost Rishi Patel, caught at second slip off the bowling of Aaron Beer for 26. Colin Ackerman, who was bowled by Tom Haynes, tried to chop him away on the offside gentle outswinger. All he managed to do was bottom edge the ball into his stumps for 11. Lewis Hill, who batted nicely if a little flightily in going to 35 off just 36 balls, cut at a wider delivery from Henry Crocombe, top edged it and was really well caught down at third man by Archie Lenham. And a few minutes ago Harry Swindles went leg before wicket, palpably so, to the gentle left arm spin of Delroy Rawlins for just 1. Made the score 129 for 6. They've added 1 more to that score, 130 for 6. And Vian Mulder, the South Africa international all-rounder, is 10 not out. Badly needs a big score for the Foxes. Ben Mike, who is in form with the bat, is with him. He has yet to score. 4 byes there. Anything will do for the Foxes at the moment. From Rawlins. And Carter missed the ball as well. It ran down to the finest of fine legs for 4. Rawlins is in, almost yorks himself there. Mulder sort of steps out, gets the ball right underneath him and jams it down into the ground. A great big offside. Rawlins blows on his left hand. Just a couple of steps and bowls, tosses it up and driven hard back down into the ground again by Vian Mulder, but straight to Delroy Rawlins on the bounce, I should hasten to add. Beard warming up again, possibly as Rawlins bowls straight out of mid-off on that occasion, perhaps just trying to keep himself warm, because when the sun goes in it's decidedly brisk out there. If you can find a place out of the wind, it's fine. The wind, as I say, is brisk from the west today. Rawlins is in. Mulder is driving again high down into the ground. Again, it bounces up comfortably for Beard this time to field in the covers. And we just drop back down to 2.7. Beard swings his arms in the covers as Rawlins is in. Bowls on the legs of Mulder, who goes back and turns it down to fine leg for 4. Was the first really poor ball that Rawlins has bowled. Dropped a little bit short on leg stump and didn't turn. Mulder able to go back onto his stumps, just turn his wrist on it, and without a leg slip, it's a pretty safe shot. Runs away to fine leg. Mulder onto 14 off 33 balls. Mike yet to score, having faced just 4. 138 for 6. To come, Callum Parkinson, who will battle to the last. But then Chris Wright and Bjorn Hendricks. So this really, one feels Parkinson can hang around, and with Mike put on a really good partnership of 90 against Glamorgan on the last day at Cardiff.
Lying across the ground. And decent crowd in it are watching Beard come in and bowl, and this one's back of length and defended by Mike again off the back foot. Again into the offside, this time it's Jeteshwar Pujara who does the fielding. There was a few about, wasn't there, Richard, when we went for a wander at lunch, and downstairs there's a decent gathering of spectators for what is, let's not forget, a working day for most people, and that free ticket initiative potentially doing its job.
Afternoon to David Popple. Keen to hear thoughts on McCullum.
Beard comes in, bowls to Mike. This one's outside the off stump, and Carter just shuffles across to his right hand side to take that behind the stumps. No run.
You assume that with Stokes as captain and McCullum as coach, England will be aggressive, but I don't think they were ever really defensive under Root. Root tried to play positive, encourage his side to play positive cricket, but you've got to be on the front foot to do so, haven't you, a little bit? Otherwise it can all go horribly wrong quickly. So I think it's a really interesting appointment. And as I say, I don't think they had too much to lose, really.
No, definitely not a positive appointment. Beard comes in again, bowls, and Mike is on the back foot this time. Again defending into the offside, and there is no run.
He's wondering whether Callum Parkinson might now get a call up, but I think I'd just like to see him get a Lions call up, really. Callum, he should have got one last year.
Yeah, given the well talked about shortage of spin bowlers and how many wickets Callum Parkinson picked up last year.
Yeah, only England born spinner to take 50 wickets. I would have thought Matt might get a game though now for England.
Potentially. Yeah, depends what McCullum makes of Jack Leach, I suppose, as Mike edges this one and is caught at first slip. Tom Alsop takes a diving catch, and Ben Mike, his short stay at the wicket comes to a very brief end. He goes for a duck, 9 balls he faced, and that one was a back foot drive but a little bit airy, and it takes the outside edge. Tom Alsop takes the catch at first slip, and Leicestershire are really now subsiding quite badly, really. From 69 for 1 just on the stroke of lunch, they're now 138 for 7, lost 6 wickets for 69 runs. And Paul Nixon was calling for in the week more consistency in that top order and from better decisions from that top order. Well, they've managed to get out in some disappointing ways, and Ben Mike has gone now as well He's gone for a duck. He can't follow up his heroics from Lords, where he made 99 not out the other week. And Leicestershire, having won the toss and elected to bat, are now staring down the barrel of being bowled out for less than 200. They're 138 for 7 as Callum Parkinson comes to the crease at number 9.
Talking about being positive, and Nixon obviously keen for his players to play positive. Ben Mike thrives when he is being positive, but sometimes you've got to earn the right to play shots like that, and you can't when you're on naught, really. It was a little bit of a... Oh, well, it certainly obviously was over-ambitious in the circumstances, but when you're on naught, trying to force off the back foot. Neat catch, again, by Allsop. Sussex have taken 4, obviously 3 catches in there. I mean, that was travelling, and he'd hoped to hang on, and he did nicely. They've taken 3 good catches in the slips and 1 really good one down at third man. They have not dropped anything. They've taken their chances. They've reduced Leicestershire to 138 for 7.
Yeah, they've been good in the field as well with the ball, actually, but in particular in the field, haven't they? Nothing's been, no misfields, maybe one from Robinson where he dived over the top of one, but other than that, they've been excellent in the field, Sussex. Again, the hallmark of a young side, you would say. They've been buzzing around, fielding has been excellent. And they're watching on now as Beard comes in to bowl to Parkinson, and Parkinson just defends on the back foot. Up the pitch, Robinson it is who comes around from mid-off, Crocombe, sorry, it is who comes around from mid-off to do the fielding. And there is no run. Leicestershire 138 for 7 then at the end of the 51st over. Beard now has 2 for 45 from his 13 overs. And Leicestershire in a little bit of trouble.
You can say that again. Leicestershire supporters not impressed. Tweets and messages coming in. A new low. Will people be asking for a refund on their free tickets? Cruel. Parkinson is still there. Mulder obviously is a potentially fine batsman as Rawlins is in, bowls to him. He leans forward, wait, he says, as he pushes the gentle left arm spinner out towards point. In jogs Hunt. Burrows is back on the boundary at long off as Rawlins is in, bowls, driven hard, and 3/4 stopped at some expense by Burrows at extra cover. Dive to his right, got 2 hands to it, and he's wringing his right hand now. He's got it clasped between his legs. Now he's examining it. He managed to probably save 3 runs there. They did pick up a single as it sort of burst through his hands. It's not Burrows, it's
Aaron
Beard there. Did really well. Down to his right, he's shaking his right hand off now. But again, good work in the outfield by Sussex. Save 3 runs. Gets Parkinson on strike as well, which won't displease Rawlins, who is in and bowling to his fellow left arm spinner. Parkinson is forward, pushing the ball back down the pitch on the off side. No run. 168 runs at 28, Callum Parkinson so far this season. Rawlins is in to him. Again, a big stride from the Lancastrian, who will have hoped to spend the day with his feet up when Ackerman won the toss and chose to bat first. I reiterate, as Rawlins is in, tosses it right up and it's pushed out to extra cover. There are no terrors in this track. It is not seaming or spinning or doing anything too much, really. Just looks like a good first day wicket. Rawlins is in. That one hurries through a little bit and almost gets through Parkinson. It was on his back foot when he might have got forward. Got a thick inside edge on the ball and it deflects behind him between bat and pads I think, and runs out towards backward square. Parkinson is off the mark somewhat fortuitously. He has 1 off 5 balls and Leicestershire 140 for 7. Six wickets for 69 runs, as you said, from 69 for 1.
And it does all come back to that run out, doesn't it? And know how comfortable Leicestershire were looking at that point, because if they'd gone into lunch at 70 for 1, and you would say that it was pretty much their session, but that run out just brought it back probably level at lunch, and this had been without doubt Sussex's session, as Parkinson just pushes this next delivery from Beard to start his 14th over, up to mid-on where Henry Crocombe does the fielding.
Being pointed out again and again that Sussex are without their 4 best bowlers, essentially, through injury or whatever. Archer, of course, Hudson Prentice, injured. Finn Hudson Prentice, fine bowler. Robinson, unable to bowl.
Stephen Finn, of course, not involved today either, as Aaron Beard comes over the wicket, and this one is worked nicely by Parkinson off his legs. This one will run out towards the deep square leg boundary. It won't quite reach the fence because it's quite a long way back on that far side. Burrows scampers round from fine leg to do the fielding and hurls it back in. Ollie Carter, the keeper, runs about 10 paces forward or so to go and collect that throw in, but not before Leicestershire had taken 3. So Callum Parkinson moves to 4 and Leicestershire to 143 for 7. Nice shot from Parkinson, just to release a little bit of the Sussex pressure that had been building. We're just seeing a replay now of the Ben Mike shot, which is, well, he's attempted a back foot drive without too much foot movement to a ball that was probably
wide,
at hip height and probably going at a 7th or 8th stump. As Beard comes in and bowls, and Mulder, it's full ball, and Mulder just defends back up the pitch. There is no run. Yeah, it was certainly one that Ben Mike could have left, you can say. Not a huge amount of foot movement in there, as I said. And
if you're on 20 or 30 and seeing it all right, then maybe, but on naught, seems a bit ambitious.
And that combined with a lot of other dismissals today has left Leicestershire in a pickle. 1-4-3 for 7 as Mulder faces up to Beard, and he's beaten outside the off stump. That's really well bowled by Aaron Beard. Mulder went forward there looking to play a forward defensive, was genuinely beaten outside the off stump. And Ollie Carter takes it behind the stumps. Callum Parkinson has a lot of staying power with the bat, doesn't he? And you will feel it's now on VR Mulder to try and score the bulk of these runs to get Leicestershire up to somewhere beyond 200. Parkinson top scored at Lords, I think, didn't he? The other week in the first innings, as Mulder faces up again to Beard and punches it back up to mid-off, and there is no run. Tom Haynes again at mid-off does the fielding and starts really polishing away at that one. He's put a lot of work into that ball today. It's Tom Haynes at mid-off, trying to get it into a shape that his bowlers will find useful to try and swing the ball. They've certainly done that this afternoon. The Sussex seamers and Delray Rawlins as well, chipping in with that wicket of Swindles as Beard comes in again, bowls, and this one is tucked off his hip by Mulder down towards fine leg. There's a race between Burrows and Hunt, see who can go and get to that ball first, and it's Hunt who wins it between those two fielders who were stationed out on the leg side boundary. Single taken.
He did, but it was only 25 not out in the first innings of 149. He has a 49 to his name this season, and as I say, last week in Glamorgan took part in a really useful partnership of 88 with Ben Mike, or could have been a really important partnership, and was left unbeaten on 29 again, so absolutely no mug with the bat, Callum Parkinson. And he will be doing his best to give Vian Mulder some support as Rawlins is in to the South African, who's down the wicket looking to drive. It runs back along the ground. It is badly mistimed to Rawlins, who would have hurled the ball at the stumps had he gathered it cleanly. He didn't. He is in again. Mulder goes back, looks to turn it down the leg side. He's caught down the leg side. He's been strangled down the leg side. And, well, when things are going wrong, everything goes wrong, and they are going badly wrong for Leicestershire. Mulder looks to the heavens in disbelief, one of those that you get once or twice a season perhaps. It was down the leg side, tried to flick it away, got the faintest of inside edges, and good work by Carter behind the stumps means Leicestershire have lost their 8th wicket. They are down to the bowlers. They're 144 for 8.
Well, Mulder is making a very slow walk off. He looked to the heavens as soon as the finger was put in the air. Now, I'm not sure whether that's disbelief at the way he's got out or disbelief at the decision, but either way I don't think VR Mulder is particularly pleased with the fact that he's now having to trudge off with just 16 runs to his name. I say it was one of them that, I mean, there was a similar one a few overs back where Rawlins bowled the slightly shorter one down the leg side and Mulder just tickled it round the corner and it went for 4, but this time not to be, and Mulder has to come back to the pavilion having made just 16, and Leicestershire now are in real trouble. 144 for 8 as Mulder crosses the boundary rope and trudges back up towards the pavilion.
41 balls for Vian Mulder. I suppose in as much as a dismissal like that is unlucky, it's the first really unlucky dismissal of the innings. But as I say, when things aren't going for you, Delroy Rawlins is now sitting on figures of 2 for 8 from 4.2 overs. Sussex will be, I suspect, slightly disbelieving, actually, of what is happening. But it looks like they're going to be batting around about tea, looking to build a huge first innings lead if Pujara... We're judging the pitch before both sides have batted, but I'm convinced there's nothing really wrong with it at all.
The only saving grace for Leicestershire would be that other than Pujara and Haynes, it's a relative... Well, even Haynes is still quite young, and Alsop too, but still it's a relatively young Sussex batting lineup, and with Lenham coming in at 7, it's potentially a longer tail as well, but they'll certainly fancy the chances, will Sussex.
Rawlins is in to right, who plunges forward rather at that one, and looks dangerously like a candidate for a leg before appeal. He likes to take on the spinners, Chris Wright. They haven't put long gone back, but I think even Wright is unlikely to go for it straight away. Rawlins is in, looks to turn it down the leg side. Don't think he got anything on that. It wasn't taken by Carter. It's running quickly down to fine leg, but good work down there. Keeps the runs down to 2. It came off his thigh pad, came off the sort of side of his leg and flicked its way past Carter. So 2 more added to the Leicestershire score, 146 for 8. Been a disastrous session for the Foxes, and we're still not that much more than 3/4 of the way through it. Rawlins is in, forward goes Wright, pushing the ball out into the offside, and there is no run. Still another 10 overs until tea as Rawlins is in. Wright is beaten by a quicker delivery that's pushed past his groping outside edge and into the gloves of Carter. End of a successful over for Delroy Rawlins. And Leicestershire in disarray. Only word for it. Callum Parkinson is 4 not out. Chris Wright yet to score. Neither will have anticipated batting today. 146 for 8.
Sussex probably won't have anticipated batting today, but they need a couple of more wickets, and then 2 Toms, Haynes and Alsop, will be able to get the pads on. And then Leicestershire's bowlers will be up against it again, having to try and get their side back into a game, having the batsman not got a first innings score on the board. Aaron Beard to continue then from the Bennett end, comes down the hill, bowls to Parkinson. It's short and aimed at Parkinson's chest. Defended pretty well by the Lancastrian left arm spinner. Out into the offside, Pujara Fields, no run. 146 for 8 remains the score. The
whole point of the selection, I think, today was to strengthen the batting. They brought the captain, Ackerman, the club's premier batsman, back into the side. They brought Hill back into the side at the expense of two young, inexperienced players.
Beard again bowls and Parkinson drives. It's a nice shot from Callum Parkinson and quite time it, although it does actually beat the infield. Henry Crocombe chases it back towards the boundary. It's rolling up the hill, so it does allow the seam bowler to go and chase it down, and Parkinson comes back for the second. Take Leicestershire to 148 for 8. And Hill really the only player who's looked fluent, you would say. Rishi Patel played some nice shots. Colin Ackerman played a couple of nice drives as well, but Hill was the only one who scored at a decent rate as Beard comes in and Parkinson defends off the back foot.
Be interesting to hear. We're going to be joined after tea, or scheduled to be joined after tea, by Roman Walker, Leicestershire's signing from Glamorgan. Be interesting to hear a professional opinion on the pitch, if you like, and the manner of one or two of the dismissals.
Beard again comes in down the hill to bowl to Parkinson as the wind picks up and Parkinson noodles it nicely off his hip. This one might go all the way out to the fence actually for the first time today, out towards that really long boundary, but no, Burrows, the substitute, just picks it up a couple of yards inside the rope. And we will still wait for a boundary out towards that long side today, Richard. Colin Parkinson picks up 3, takes Leicestershire past 150. 151 for 8 they are now, with Parkinson on 9 and Chris Wright yet to get off the mark.
It is about, 80 yards out to that boundary, something like that,
It's
as
a fair
opposed,
old distance,
as opposed to
isn't it?
something like 54, 55 on the other side. Change of ball, perhaps it's going to be inspected by both. No, it is going to be a change of ball. Nian Malander was shown it by Beard, Aaron Beard, and couldn't get it through the template. He's rolled it out to Tom Lungley, who is marching down towards the boundary. The new old balls are brought to him. So the first change was at 8.2. I'm not entirely sure whether Sussex really now want this ball to be changed, but anyway, they showed it to the umpires, and the ball change is coming about. What are we at? 54.4. Second ball change. So
That one's worked wonders for Sussex this afternoon,
I was
anyway.
going to say, but it hasn't really moved around too much. There hasn't been that much swing or seam movement. This is painful, says Mike Jelfs. Ryan Dawson, sell up everything and start again. I don't know where the club goes from here. Foxy Phil, sadly it's the same every week. We're playing a team missing 4 best bowlers, basically playing kids and getting hammered. How much longer do we have to suffer?
And I guess for Leicester the biggest disappointment is that it comes after a year of progress last year and a decent year, and it ended with a couple of defeats, but some good wins down here at Grace Road,
Yes,
and
there were, yeah.
competitive draws at the Oval and at Taunton.
You're absolutely right. Updates time. So Liam's going to pop next door to talk to BBC Radio Sussex. I'll be updating BBC Radio Leicester in a moment. I don't know whether we'll get it. Oh, Beard is ready to go again now, so might just miss a delivery or two. Beard is in from the Bennett end, bowls to Chris Wright, who turns it out too wide mid-on, picks up 1. Here comes the update. Yeah, reasonably sunny, but not really shining on Leicestershire at the moment. They've had an awful time since lunch, which they took on 71 for 2, having been 69 for 1. Well, they're now 152 for 8, I'm afraid. The last 2 to go. Ben Mike, who's been in good form with the bat this season, well, not today, I'm afraid. He was caught at first slip off the bowling of Henry Crocombe, trying to force a delivery when really should have been looking to play himself in before he had scored 138 for 7. And then a few moments ago, Vian Mulder, Leicestershire South Africa international all-rounder. He was a little bit unlucky. Tried to clip away a delivery on the leg side from the left-arm spinner Delroy Rawlins and got a faint edge and was caught by the wicketkeeper down the leg side, what cricketers refer to as a strangle. Either way, it was a dismissal for Mulder for 16, 144 for 8. Two bowlers at the wicket now for the Foxes, Chris Wright, who has got just the single, and Callum Parkinson, who has made 9 from 12 balls. Once again, they're faced with the onerous task of trying to turn the innings round. They can't keep doing it. They haven't been able to do it in the last few games. Remember, Leicestershire won the toss, chose to bat first, and once again, they're not managing to fulfil the aims of head coach Paul Nixon. They're 153 now for 8. Rawlins to continue. He is in to Parkinson, who's turning a delivery down into the ground, bounces up to short leg, where is it Clark under the lid there. Rawlins is in, tosses it up, forward, leaning forward is Parkinson, plays it past short leg, but only as far as backward square, so almost on the 45, the fielder, so again there's no run. Rawlins looking for a third wicket, is in, bowls a little bit short, and back goes Parkinson, plays the ball straight back down the wicket to Rawlins. Who is in and bowling again a little bit short. Again, Parkinson goes back, plays it down into the ground. This time it is stopped, that short leg on the bounce. Rawlins is in, brings Parkinson forward with a fuller delivery. Parkinson gets to the pitch of it, blocks it out on the offside. A third maiden for Delroy Rawlins, who is in and bowls. Parkinson goes back and defends again, and it is a third maiden for Rawlins. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 8 for the Sussex all-rounder. Batter stroke left arm spinner. 153 for 8. A few people up on the Burrows Terrace, which is the small stand that sits alongside us atop the pavilion. It's a very good viewing position. If you're behind the bowler's arm, it's quite difficult to get behind the bowler's arm, but because the pitch is cut well to the west side of the square here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, but pretty good view nonetheless. It's Springsteen and the friends he's brought to see what watching Leicestershire cricket is all about. At the moment, it's not good watching, but as David Popple points out on Twitter, some of these people complaining need to consider it's a young team, brackets, who are improving, and a team with a tight budget. If buying big name players is their idea of sorting the issue out, then consider it does not always work like that. Surrey Notts being recent examples. Hunt is in, bowling round the wicket to Chris Wright, who defends on off stump, plays it out to backward point where Rawlins picks up, and there is no run. I would imagine that the players themselves, the overseas players that is, would be the first to acknowledge they haven't performed as well as they would have liked. And for a club of Leicestershire's size, that is a big issue. In goes Hunt and bowls. Wright tucks him out to square leg. Pujara has a lot of ground to make, a fair bit of ground to make up to the ball. By the time he does so, the single has been comfortably completed. But it is an issue. But, you know, and it's become a bit of a vicious circle. You know, once you get into poor form or become nervous, then sometimes it's hard to clamber out of that rut, and Leicestershire struggling to do that at the moment. Hunt is in, bowls to Parkinson, who is forward on off stump, getting to the pitch of it, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. Hunt yet to pick up a wicket. 10 overs, or 10 and a half overs now, 4 maidens, none for 32 for the tall left armour. this achieved by Sussex, scoreline of 154 for 8 without the services of Robinson. Hunt is in, bowls, and again Parkinson defends on off stump. 9 off 20 for Callum Parkinson. Well, the school children have gone now, of course, it being sort of 20 to 4, or coming up to 20 to 4. Still 7 overs until tea, so it's going to be around about 10 past 4. It's nearly always 20 minutes to half an hour late. Hunt is in, bowls, Parkinson on the back foot, dropping it out into the offside. No run. Leicestershire second team have been preparing for their first T20 game, which is, I think, is tomorrow. We'll ask Roman about that when he comes in after tea. David continues warming to his theme as Hunt goes in and bowls. Parkinson works him off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket, and again there's no run. He says the Foxes can take some inspiration from the Leicester Tigers' use of youth coming through, and their data analytics / money ball approach. I leave that out there. Let's see what the scores are at the end of the day, I think, before we rush to judgment. And it'd be interesting to hear what representatives of each camp have to say. But I suspect I know already who will be the happier. Liam's back with us.
Yeah, I think that would go without saying, barring a decent last wicket partnership here, and then Sussex being something like 60 for 6 at the close, then yeah, it'll be the visitors who are far the happier with their opening day's work at Grace Road. Delray Rawlins to continue. Bowling his slow left armers from the pavilion end, comes round the wicket and bowls, and this one just loops up off the pad of Chris Wright and past leg slip. Cheteshwar Pujara runs round to do the fielding, not before the two batsmen have taken a leg bye. And Leicestershire now to 155 for 8. Parkinson back on strike. He has 9 to his name, and it's 9 that's on the back of Delray Rawlins' shirt. As he comes in, this one again is on leg stump, off the inside half of the bat from Parkinson, squirts out between short leg and leg slip. Again, it's Pujara at backward square leg who does the fielding. Rawlins again getting through his overs quickly. This one again is properly down the leg side this time, and Carter takes it down that leg side with a neat piece of glove work. As the wind just picks up a little bit more, Rawlins skips in. This one's dropped a bit shorter and Parkinson punches away, but doesn't quite time it. It's well fielded by Aaron Beard in the cover region.
As you pointed out, Liam, Brunty agrees this all started with that brainless run out.
It certainly did. It was Leicestershire were fairly comfortable up until that point, as Parkinson just defends this latest one into the offside. There is no run. Rawlins to finish his 7th over. Parkinson turning it to short leg. And there is no run. 2 for 8 from 7 overs, Delray Rawlins. 3 maidens in there as well. Or 4 maidens, I suppose, after that one, because the only runs off that was a leg bye, so either way, 2 for 8 from 7 overs from your left arm spinner on day 1. Rawlins, you'll probably say, is a little bit part-time as well.
Yeah. And they've sort of dried up the runs as well, so Leicester's really at the moment not going anywhere particularly quickly. Hunt is in to right, who goes back and defends out towards mid-wicket, which means that mid-on has to run across Beard to field. Ball not travelling very quickly. Does so comfortably enough. Hopefully the cakes are good anyway. Up in the meat, I'm sure they are. They always are. Hunt in to right, who is back again, defending this time off stump. dabbing it out towards backward point, where the nigh on unplayable Rawlins is lurking. Still a few bits of blue around, but an awful lot of cloud as well at the moment, so not particularly cosy out there. Toasty, anyway.
Warm enough, though, you'd say, for the spectators if they can get out of the wind.
In goes Hunt, this time from over the wicket at right. Tries to tuck him up a little bit. Right works it again, staying firmly on the back foot out to mid-wicket. Again, there's no run. Pujara it is out there. 5.5 overs until tea as Hunt is in. Right defends on the back foot as ever. You can assume he's on the back foot unless I mention otherwise. Out into the offside. And is it Luke? It's freezing out there on the Burrows Terrace, I'm told, so the spectators leaving from alongside. They decided to go back down. 155 for 8 as Hunt is in to right, who is looking to get forward, puts his weight on the front foot, pushes it out towards extra cover. Again, there is no run. Tom Haynes out there, walking back towards the scoreboard. Probably can't quite believe what he's seeing. 155 for 8. Outlined on a green background just to make it stand out even more. Hunt is into finishes over, bowls, right is leaning forward into that one, the ball deflects out towards backward point. And that was another maiden, I think. 12 overs, 5 maidens, none for 32 for Hunt. Scoreboard, as far as Leicestershire are concerned, going nowhere.
And that's been the trouble, hasn't it? That a lot of batsmen have just been have got a little bit stuck, really, at the crease. And Sussex have bowled pretty well. They've not given Leicestershire anything to hit, really, but even so, it's Rawlins in from the pavilion end. There's a slight cry of anguish as the ball just pops up, but it loops up off the pad, I think, as much as anything, from Callum Parkinson. There is no run. Rawlins in again. This one's turned off the legs by Parkinson, but again there's Rawlins bowling to his field. Well, he's got a short leg and a leg slip, and then another man who's Pujara, who's just backward of square, more conventional depth in terms of being stood just next to the umpire, but it's making it, when Rawlins fires it into leg stump, all Parkinson can do is just turn it into that area, and there's no runs coming from it. His next one is a little bit straighter and he can punch it up to mid-on, but again there's no run when Lenham does the fielding.
Yeah, one or two taking issue with David's suggestion that Leicester are a young side. Azad is 28, Evans 24, Patel 23, Ackerman 31.
As Rawlins comes in again from this pavilion end, fires that one in a little bit quicker. Parkinson on the back foot, defends into the offside, no run.
Hill 31, Mulder 24, Swindles 23, Mike 23, Parkinson 25, Wright 36, and Hendricks 31.
As Parkinson defends this final ball of the over from Rawlins into the offside again. It's straight up to Aaron Beard at short extra cover, and there is no run. 155 for 8 with 4 overs to go until tea. 60 gone.
We're going to see Lenham.
We are indeed. I did think he was just starting to shadow bowl when he was at mid-off in the last over, and here we are. The young leggie's going to have a go.
Wright's approach could be interesting. He's got 2 off 14 balls. A very capable player, Chris Wright, with well over 1,500 or so first-class runs to his name, but does does like to get after the spinners if he possibly can. I'm sure Lennon will toss a couple up. Blows on his right hand. He's going to have a short leg, I would imagine. Fairly close field in that respect. Don't think it'll be an in-out field, but we'll see. Haynes is talking to Pujara at the moment. Still sorting things out there. So he's got a short leg and a slip, and he's going to have a man on the 45 on the leg side for the sort of top-edged attempted sweep. Burrows it is there. Otherwise fairly conventional single saving field with a sweeper on each side of the wicket. In goes Lennon. Bowls edge just short of first slip, or did it actually carry? I suspect it didn't. Tom Clark dived to his right, may have got a hand to it, but I just don't think it quite carried. In goes Lennon. Bowls, righties forward suspiciously, thick inside edge, sees the ball squirt to short leg. The streamer's rather caught up with the commentary now, so you can't glance back and glance across and see an immediate replay. Lennon bounces in and bowls, right, almost topples over himself, so trips himself up as he waits for that one and pushes it back down the pitch. I do him a disservice there, really. Quite topple over, didn't lose his balance, but was slightly done in the flight. Strengthened the offside field now, taken mid-wicket out and moved the sweeper on the leg side out to deep mid-wicket. Lennon is in, right is forward. This time smothering any nascent bounce or spin with a bat and pad in the end. Played it onto the pad off the inside edge. Lennon in, bowls, hurries that one through, but right, begin to get used to it now. Back down the pitch. With a big stride, he will get forward to the spinners. Lennon is in and bowls. A little bit of air on that one, a little bit of nice loop, but it was a little bit too full right, stroked it out on the offside. A maiden to start with, and a perfectly respectable one from Archie Lennon. No obvious sort of turn for him. But a couple of balls that had enough sort of loop to make Wright think about it. 155 for 8 remains the score. The run rate has dropped back to 2.5. The deadly Rawlins strips off his sweater.
Decent start that from Archie Lennon. No piling that over by any stretch.
No,
for a first day of a championship game for a young leg spinner on what's not the warmest of days, as Rawlins comes in, and this one is turned by Parkinson into the leg side, no run. Rawlins again getting through his overs quickly. This time it's Parkinson forward, and Leicestershire remain on 155 for 8 and almost just sort of settling in for tea now and just making sure that these two can get through till tea is almost what it feels like. There's not really any intention to score, as this one is worked by Parkinson into the leg side, and there is a run. It's fielded by Lennon, who comes around from mid-on to do the fielding. Parkinson to 10, into double figures for him. Leicestershire to 156 for 8. And Chris Wright faces up to Rawlins, and this one is worked, and it ends up going sort of fine of leg slip and racing down towards the boundary edge. It's hurled back in by Tom Clark, and then it's Pujara who has to do the rest of the work in hurling the ball back in to the wicketkeeper. 2 taken. 2 leg byes, I believe. Certainly weren't added to Chris Wright's score anyway, so extra as it was, as this one is pushed flatter and fuller by Rawlins, and Wright is forward to meet it with a straight bat.
Over 8 level, despite I suppose all the wickets that have fallen, despite the fact we're half an hour past the tea time.
And Rawlins this time pushes it into the offside. Yeah,
No, not. 10 minutes past, aren't we? So
10 minutes past
20
when...
past and 22's mixed up.
And 2 overs to go until tea. Won't be hugely far behind. Sussex have got through their overs relatively well. I mean, Rawlins has bowled 9 overs and barely takes more than a couple of minutes to get through either of them. And Lenham's now bowled 1, and Tom Haynes tends to get through his pretty quickly as well. So
Lenham spins the ball from hand to hand. Right hand to left hand, obviously. Being a right-handed bowler. Short leg and slip, hands on knees as he is in, and bowls to Parkinson, who is forward, getting to the pitch of it. Just about. Playing it out into the offside. Pujara picks up. 14 these two have added now, since the dismissal of Vian Mulder. A little unluckily perhaps caught down the leg side. Back goes Parkinson to that one from Lenham. Back down the pitch, he plays it. No sign of sun at the moment as tosses it right up there, Lenham. Parkinson waits for it, doesn't really use his feet, steps forward and plays it firmly out into the offside. Pujara is the fielder. Quick on his feet, bowls to Parkinson, who's pushing it just wide of Pujara and calling for a quick single. The throw comes in from Pujara to the bowler's end. It hits the bat of Callum Parkinson and bounces out towards the Bennett end. He raises a hand. I'm not sure why he should have apologised for that, but having intercepted it with his bat, he can't take an extra run. A single for Parkinson. He moves on to 11. Lenham in to right, a little bit short, right up on his toes, getting on top of any extra bounce. There wasn't really any extra bounce. The ball is approximately 63 overs old. I say approximately because it's the 3rd ball of the innings. Forces it out into the offside, and again there's no run. Lenham in, bowls right forward. Big stride on that occasion, pushing it out to Pujara in the covers, end of the over. Sussex whizzing through them now, just 1 until tea. Zipping through them even. And they will enjoy their tea, Sussex, having taken 6 wickets in the session so far.
Certainly will. It's been their session, hands down, and for Sussex, having spoken at lunch about how the game was possibly in the balance a little bit, at about 70 for 2, and they've really grabbed control. They've grabbed this game by the scruff of the neck and tried to take the upper hand in it as Parkinson is forward to the first ball of this final over before tea. And Rawlins fields in his follow through. 159 for 8. Leicestershire. Rawlins comes in again. This one is a little bit further down the leg side, and it takes Parkinson on the pad. Half an appeal for OBW before the Sussex fielders realised that it was probably going a comfortable way down the leg side and stifled said appeal. Rawlins again. Left arm around the wicket with the number 9 on his back, and this one is worked away by Parkinson and hits it into the floor and then into the midriff of short leg. Again, no run taken. 3 balls to go until the interval, as Parkinson just dead bats this one down in front of him. And Leicestershire very much playing for tea here, try and get into the break, just 8 wickets down. 2 balls to see out if they can do that. This one's shorter and flatter from Rawlins, and it's punched away by Parkinson into the offside. Beard does the fielding on the cover boundary. Single taken, brings right onto strike for the final ball of the over. It's nurdled into the leg side by Wright, and he scampers through for a quick single as well, spotting the gap between Pujara and Haynes, and Lenham, sorry. And that is a single taken, the end of the over, 2 from it. Parkinson has 12, Wright has 3, Leicestershire 161 for 8, and that concludes the afternoon session as well, and an afternoon session that is, without doubt, Sussex's. 6 wickets they've taken in that session for about 90 runs.
61 runs and 29, so exactly 90, yeah? So you're right. Any side would take that, wouldn't they? Parkinson and Wright lead the Sussex side off the field, but it's a generally pretty happy Sussex side. A few grins out there. 2 for 11 for Delroy Rawlins. Off 10 overs, 5 maidens for him. 1 or 2 arms around shoulders. Rawlins mops his brow. He's followed by the 2 umpires. He's last off the field. The 2 umpires, Neil Mallender and Tom Lungley. But, 161 for 8, not what Leicestershire would have hoped for when they won the toss and chose to bat. And we reiterate, there is not too much, if anything, wrong with the pitch. We'll be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. You'll probably hear me do an update in around about 3 or 4 minutes time for BBC Radio Leicester, but otherwise we'll be back with you in around about 15 or so minutes time. Okay. They have indeed. They lost 6 wickets in the space of adding 90 runs to their lunchtime score of 71 for 2. Rishi Patel for 26. Colin Ackerman for 11. Lewis Hill for 35, made off just 36 balls. Harry Swindles for a single. Ben Mike without scoring. And Vian Mulder caught down the leg side a little unluckily. A strangle, cricketers call it, for 16, 144 for 8. Callum Parkinson is trying to fight a rear guard action in company with Chris Wright. Parkinson is 12 not out off 45 balls. Wright 3 not out, but 6 for 90 in the session, leaving the Foxes in deep trouble on 161 for 8. This after winning the toss and choosing to bat first on a pitch that is still essentially playing fairly well. They've got to try and drag that score well over 200 if they possibly can, and see if they can pick up some early Sussex wickets in reply. But they have it all to do at tea on the first day at Grace Road, with Leicestershire on 161 for 8. See ya. Yeah, not so bad, well. Not too bad.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll play that every now and then in the car.
No, not a good day.
No.
Without wickets. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Third and final session on this first day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by BBC Radio's Leicester and Sussex. Richard Ray and Liam Gibbs, your ball by ball commentators. I'm delighted to say we'll be joined shortly by one of the Leicestershire players, Roman Walker, who's come up to the box to see what's going on and give us a little bit of expert insight into the nature of the pitch in particular, on which Leicestershire are about to resume their first innings on a less than impressive 161 for 8, this after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. Plenty of players have got in, certainly in the top order. Sam Evans 10, Hassan Azad 30, Rishi Patel 26, Colin Ackerman 11, Lewis Hill 35. But none have been able to go on, and since then the card has subsided rather. Harry Swindles made 1, Ben Mike a duck, Vian Mulder 16. Callum Parkinson is out there at the moment, he is 12 not out. Chris Wright is with him on 3 not out. The Foxes, as I say, 161 for 8. Not the prediction one would have made, Liam, when Leicestershire were 69 for 1 shortly before lunch.
No, and it's hinged on that one bad session, hasn't it? Paul Nixon spoke after the Glamorgan game, didn't he, about how it was bad session here and a bad session there that was the difference for Leicestershire, and that certainly that we just saw was one of the bad sessions after what was a relatively comfortable first session, and you thought, okay, they're going to be 70 for 1 at lunch, not bad going, and then that run out just on the stroke of lunch. I know we keep mentioning it, but it did change everything, didn't it? And it changed the course of the game, and Sussex have made Leicestershire pay for that and bowled pretty well in that afternoon session, taken 6 wickets, and it's going to be Archie Lenham, the young leg spinner, to continue from the Bennett end, coming down the hill. His first delivery is a bit of a zipping leg break that Chris Wright is forward to and defending into the offside, and there is no run. Leicestershire 161 for 8 then, with Wright on 3, Parkinson on 12, and Lenham in for his third over of the day. This one's a bit loopier and flightier, and Wright works it wristily into the onside, but it hits Tom Alsop, the short leg fielder, and rebounds back towards the stumps. No run. And him into his third over. No wicket for 1 from his first pair that he bowled before tea rather. This one's a bit flatter and shorter from Lenham, and it's just defended by Wright down in front of him. Over 8 now, apparently, Richard, +3 I've just seen. So, tells you they've been zipping through the Rovers in good time. Lenham is in. This one's a little bit flightier and worked into the vacant mid-wicket region by Leicestershire's number 10, Chris Wright. Burrows, the Sussex sub-fielder, comes around to do the fielding. Is Ollie Robinson off again?
Yeah, I don't think he's been back on since he's we are told that it is sickness, it is an upset stomach, so nothing muscular.
Relief for Sussex, you would imagine, as Lenham comes in. This one's flatter, shorter, punched away by Parkinson through a straight mid-wicket this time. He'll come back for a second as the fielder comes round. Henry Crocombe, it is on the deep square boundary, has to hare 30 yards or so to his left-hand side to go and retrieve that ball and return it into Ollie Carter behind the stumps. 2 taken for Callum Parkinson, takes him to 14, and Leicestershire to 164 for 8.
They won't want to let this sort of innings drift a little bit, Sussex, I wouldn't have thought.
No, they'll be targeting 170, 180, won't they? It's certainly less than 200 as Parkinson nurdles the last ball of that over into the leg side again and finishes the over. 4 from it. Parkinson 15, Wright 4, Leicestershire 165 for 8.
By which I mean the new ball is still 15 overs away. They'll want the innings to be over before having to resort to using that, you would have thought. Haynes staying with his spinners for the time being, though, because Rawlins, why wouldn't you stay with him when he's got figures of 10 overs, 2 for 11 with 5 maidens in there, but he's going to resume the attack from the pavilion end. Parkinson checks his guard with umpire Lungley. Well surrounded, Callum Parkinson. Slip, leg, well, backward short leg and a forward short leg, really, as Rawlins tosses that one up and it's swept by Parkinson, or attempts to sweep. It goes down to fine leg for 4. Did he get anything on it? No, he didn't. He went for the sweep. It went down the leg side. And Ollie Carter behind the stumps, not able to gather. Looks a little despondent, or at least his shoulders are slightly slumped as he looks back. For buys accrue to the Leicestershire score, 169 for 8. We had a no ball today. I'm not sure we have. So
we have. Oh no, there was one earlier from Haynes.
Rawlins is into Parkinson, who leans forward. I asked that question and defends to mid-on. I asked that question because Leicestershire managed to bowl 26 at Cardiff last week. Rawlins is in. Parkinson solidly forward. Everything nicely close together. And he sort of puffs his chest out, Callum Parkinson, as having played the ball. He's registering defiance in every inch. He's that sort of combative player. He's on 15 as Rawlins tosses one up to him. He leans forward to that one. Back down the pitch it goes, and he goes for his little walk towards short leg. But time and again he's come in this season with the first innings in need of big runs, and it's hard for the lower order to keep doing. He plays that one out towards mid-wicket, slightly wide of mid on. Haynes has to jog to his right 5 yards or so. Picks up, but Parkinson can take one. Callum Parkinson this season with the bat. 168 runs coming into this innings at 28. A couple of not outs in his 8 innings, but even so, he's scored in most innings. He's sort of got going. In goes Rawlins and bowls to right, who is forward. He too looking fairly determined, trying to eke out as many runs as they possibly can, dragging Leicestershire towards a first batting bonus point, which will, I suspect, be greeted with a slightly ironic round of applause from the Leicestershire faithful. Those who are still in the ground, there's still plenty in the ground. Remember, the club gave away an awful lot of free tickets for this fixture, for the 4 days thereof. The 4th day is looking a bit questionable at the moment, but you never know.
Jetishwar Pujara might still be batting by the 4th day.
He might. He might. Going for, is it his 4th consecutive century?
5th consecutive century.
So he's got 4 in consecutive games. A century in 4 consecutive games.
Correct, yeah. Lenham continues. This one's flighted and loopy and full, and Parkinson drives up to mid-off where there is no run. Yeah, Pujara in his last 4 games has scored 203, 170 not out, 109 and 201 not out.
Daddy hundreds, big ones.
Yes. Daddy hundreds indeed, as Lenham comes in and bowls, and this one Parkinson is forward to and defends back up the pitch. There is no run.
7, 14, 8, 49, 25 not out, 9, 27 and 29 not out. Callum Parkinson's scores so far this season.
Some decent starts in there for a laddie bats at numbers 8 or 9, as Parkinson drives this one nicely up the ground. Straight of mid-on, it's going to be chased back towards that boundary, and Parkinson will probably pick up 2 as the ball is returned from the boundary. 2 runs for Callum Parkinson. It was a nice shot, didn't quite have enough on it to make it all the way up the hill to the boundary. It might have gone for 4 had it been struck down the hill instead, but nice little shot from the left arm spinner.
I'm constantly ticked off for saying hill. I've got to say it's slope.
Slope, okay. Not Lord's. Well, so it's the Lord's slope, I suppose, isn't it? Lenham, again, this one is pushed out.
Hill's going up and down, but this is just a sort of gentle, steady slope. Not so gentle when you're on it, actually, when you're trying to run up it.
Lenham again. Well, the 5th ball of this over, and again Parkinson defends into the offside, and there is no run.
Nice loop from Lenham, but you wouldn't really expect too much turn on the first day, and there isn't any. But it is an old ball, getting softer.
This one, final ball of the 17-year-old leg spinner's over is nurdled into the onside by Callum Parkinson. Off his hip, it'll take him to 20 as he comes back for the second. Henry Crocombe does the tidying up on the deep square boundary, so 2 taken. 4 from the over. Parkinson to 20. Wright has 4 and Leicestershire to 174 now for 8.
Why isn't he at school? 17.
Born in 2004, Richard.
Ridiculous. 17. Shouldn't be allowed.
Born in the same year that Leicestershire won that first T20 title, of course, at Edgbaston.
The slightly older Delroy Rawlins will continue from the pavilion end. Wondering if and when Wright might just take him on. Keeping the field in at the moment, Tom Haynes. Rawlins is in. Wright is looking to get forward, but defending. Delivery off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. Scampering across from short leg. Fielder picks up and underarms the ball to him. Rawlins is in. Wright is forward. In good time, put it that way. I think he was going to go forward then, whatever happened. He was waiting for the ball by the time it got to him. Didn't spin, so he was able to turn it out into the offside, or push it out into the offside. And there's no run. Tom Allsoppert is at sort of forward short leg. There's a leg slip now. As Rawlins is in, drops a little short because he saw Wright coming. He went advancing down the wicket, so he dragged his length back and Wright adjusted and just defended it out into the offside, but just signs that Wright is getting a little bit patient, maybe the wrong word, but keen to get after Rawlins, who is in again. Wright is forward, down on one knee almost there as he defends it out into the offside. These two have added 30 now for the 9th wicket, enough to become perhaps irritating and concerning for Sussex. Rawlins into Wright, who is forward again out into the offside. What are people saying? Lenham has a bit of the Stuart McGills about him, says Fango Fox down in Melbourne, Australia. Stuart McGill, yeah, see that a little bit. Rawlins is in. Back goes Wright because it is a short ball. Works it out into the offside. It's in the air for a good few feet. But well to the left of Rawlins, who sort of gestures at the ball with his left hand as it rolls through to Burrows at mid-off. Burrows' presence confirming that Ollie Robinson remains probably curled up on a bench in the Sussex changing room, who knows, with his arms wrapped around his tummy. End of the over, 174 for 8. Wright has 4, Parkinson has 20. I don't know why I'm laughing really, because it's not funny for poor Ollie Robinson.
No, but at least he'll be pleased with the job that his fellow bowlers have done out there this afternoon.
Another maiden for Rawlins, was that? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, fair few of them. He's just been allowed to sort of settle in, hasn't he, and just to drop it onto a length and varying pace. Lenham comes in again from the Bennett end. This one's a bit quicker and flatter, and outside the off stump, Parkinson leaves. Outside that off stump. Taken by Carter, and there is no run. 174 for 8. The score remains as Lenham comes in, bouncy run up, and this one's driven by Parkinson outside the off stump. It's going out towards the boundary. It's well fielded actually on that cover boundary towards the short side, the popular side of this great Grace Road ground. Well fielded actually by Hunt, I think it is, out there. Restricts Parkinson to 2. Leicestershire to 176 now for 8. Parkinson's 22 as Lenham comes in again, bouncing in, and this one is a bit flatter. Parkinson onto the back foot, drills it into the offside, and it hits Allsoppert, silly point. Ball rebounds back to Lenham, who walks with it in his hand, back to his mark, spins himself a catch or two, and turns to come in again. Fast umpire Neil Mallender bowls. This one's a bit fuller and Parkinson drives. It beats Pajara at short extra cover but doesn't beat Tom Haynes at mid-off, and Leicestershire sort of half think about a single, and then Callum Parkinson is sent back when he realises that Haynes is going to get to the ball and hurl it in before Chris Wright has any chance of getting up to the other end. So Parkinson wisely doubles back, and there is no run. Lenham again for the 5th ball of the over. This one is flatter, and Parkinson perhaps a little bit deceived by the pace there, but gets bat on it anyway in defence, and the ball squirts into the leg side off the inside half of the bat. Cries of anguish.
He's got a sort of googly Archie Lenham, but that one skidded on a little bit, stayed a bit low.
Lenham for the final ball of the over. This one is bouncing a little bit and takes the splice of Parkinson's bat really, and defence and squirts out into the offside this time, where Rawlins does the fielding at backward point. But that one was, well, two very different balls there. One of them has skidded through a little bit, and then that last one had a bit of bounce on it from Archie Lennon, but potentially a little bit of a top spinner to the top of the bat, but no harm doing for Callum Parkinson. There's a ball dropped down to the floor. End of the over, 176 for 8, with Parkinson on 22 and Chris Wright on 4.
Yeah, Parkinson's reaction. Ooh, Wright wasn't quite ready there. Rawlins very kindly pulled out there because Wright didn't really move, but he was looking down as Rawlins went in to bowl and didn't go through with his action in the end. Be interesting had he done so. He is in now to Wright, who's down the wicket again, hits him on the pads, but sounded a fraction wouldn't. Might also, that was not the worst shout in the world. He probably got outside the line of off stump. Right, Liam has gone next door to update BBC Radio Sussex. Forward goes Chris Wright to that Delroy Rawlins delivery. I'll be updating BBC Radio Leicester in about a minute or so's time, but I'm happy to say that joining us now is Leicestershire player Roman Walker as Wright hits over the top. It was been coming from against Rawlins there, and in the end Chris Wright picked the right delivery, I would suggest there, Roman, and with mid on and mid off up, hit it nice and straight.
Yeah, what a lovely time to join you, that is. It was a nice shot from Chris there. I think we've been waiting really for Chris to play a shot like that, and we know he sort of tries to attack spin straight, and especially on this pitch it doesn't look like it's turning too much.
Rawlins is in, Wright is forward, playing the ball back down the pitch to the left armour, whose figures have been ruined by that blow. 2 for 16 from 12.4. In goes Rawlins again and bowls. Wright is leaning forward to a delivery on leg stump, turning it calmly out towards mid-wicket. Young Lenham has to move to his left to get to the ball. By the time he does so, Wright has taken one. So the partnership is approaching the highest, in fact it is now the highest of the innings at 37. Rawlins is in, good line and length delivery, but it doesn't really turn. Parkinson plays it out into the offside. You heard him say, wait there, assertively to Chris Wright. Wright wasn't going anywhere. End of the over, 22 not out to Callum Parkinson. Chris Wright is 9 not out. Are they kind of showing the way to those who went before them, or is it the fact that the ball is getting older and the bowlers may be a little bit tired?
It could be that. It could be that the ball's getting a little bit older. I don't think the pitch has got many demons in it. There's not been many plays and misses, is there?
No.
So that sort of gives you the indication that the pitch is pretty nice, playing nicely. So it's pretty, obviously it's not very nice to see us at 180 for 8, but these guys, they've given themselves a lot of time. Archie Lenham in there, straight, full, flat delivery. Chris Wright pats it back. Yeah, the pitch looks good to me, Richard. I mean,
it's one of the relayed ones, isn't it? So they're
yeah,
hoping they've got a bit more pace in them. But
Lenham comes in. A little bit more flight on that one. Still quite a flat delivery. Chris Wright out to point. Dot ball. 2004. 2004.
I know.
I can't believe it. Archie Lenham. As he comes in again. A nicely flighted delivery outside off. Chris Wright drives through extra cover. I think they might only get one there as Hunt comes around the boundary. Chooses not to throw it in. Yeah, I remember when people used to say to me that 2000 was an amazing year to be born. And now I'm watching a lad from 2004 bowl. As he's in again, Callum Parkinson blocks into the offside. I think noticing over the past couple of weeks as well how quick the outfield's got.
Yeah.
I think it started off relatively slow for Grace Road and it's got so much quicker now. You can just see the balls that dribble off, keep just going. There's a nicely flighted delivery there for his 5th ball. Again, patted back. But yeah, going back to, I think the partnership that they've built here, they've given themselves some good time. I think they've not really tried to play any shots, which is where the top order batters, I think, maybe. Obviously, they need to score runs. He comes in. It's a shorter delivery. Callum Parkinson, sort of two minds there, maybe, Richard.
Looked a bit, maybe just a little bit done in the flight. I don't know. But when it's not really spinning, then you can adjust and play it off the pitch. He did do so. Had it come back on him a little bit, he might have got it a little bit cramped, but he managed to push it out towards backward point to Rawlins, who is going to continue. First time you've been up here, so we're a little bit off centre at the moment. Will be good for the T20s, but the pitches in the early part of the season cut to the sort of west of the square as we look out. Well, from whichever way you look out, it's the west of the square.
That's a lovely view from up here, isn't it?
It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Used to be little wooden boxes up here. In goes Rawlins and bowls. Right is forward, defending on off stump. Out from behind the stumps comes Carter to field, and there's no run. These were erected on top of the pavilion alongside the Burrows Terrace. They're sort of more modern commentary boxes. And we are, I assure Leicestershire, very grateful for them. In goes Rawlins, bowls, tosses it up a little bit, but no turn for him again on off stump. And Wright, who's a tall man, one of the tallest at the club, able to get forward and defend it. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Rawlins is in, defended again by Wright, back down the wicket. Rawlins is in and bowls right forward again, or leans forward anyway. Well, after tea, I can definitely say yes it is, because they took tea on 161 for 8. They are now 182 for 8, so they haven't lost a wicket since tea. The problem really was before tea, particularly in the afternoon session. They took lunch on 71 for 2. They took tea, as I say, on 161 for 8, so 6 wickets lost in the session for the addition of just 90 runs. This on a pretty good pitch as Chris Wright hits another fine straight 4 there. He moves on to 14, 186 for 8. He and Callum Parkinson have now added 42 for the 9th wicket. And I won't say they're dragging the score towards respectability. It's got a long way to go before it reaches that sort of level, but they're showing what can be achieved on what is essentially a pretty good pitch. Yes, the ball is old. It's now 71, it's 72 overs old, so a lot softer than it was, but a little bit of application and sensible cricket from these two. Well, I won't call them tail enders. Paul Nixon gets cross when we refer to the lower middle order as the tail, because they can certainly make a contribution with the bat, but it's tough that they're being asked to do so. If they can drag the score up to sort of 250 plus, and who knows, it could be done, then they'll feel at least they've got something to bowl at. But once again, in the first innings, it's a case of not enough runs, Dale, for the Foxes, and a rebuilding job as best they can. 186 for 8. Back with you online and on commentary, and Roman will pick up the commentary from the Bennett end. Change of bowling.
Crocombe to start a new spell. So 13 overs today, economical, 2 for 27, 2 maidens. Looks a nice bowler.
Yeah, another good young prospect coming through.
So he runs in. It's a floaty full ball outside off, maybe a loosener. Definitely a loosener. I know that feeling.
You won't have seen. I don't know whether you saw Ollie Robinson's first and only over of the day. But talk about your looseness. It was very tentative, delicately treading stuff from him. Bless his heart.
Yeah. Yeah. Poor Ollie. Never nice being ill. Crow comes in. It's a full ball. Parkinson just patting it over there to mid-off. So maybe a couple of balls just to get back into the swing of things for Crocombe here. But no, he looks good. I mean, I watched him in Cardiff last year, I think, maybe the year before, and he looked good. Looks like he's got pace behind him, can move the ball around off the deck and in the air. As he comes in again to Parkinson, it's a better length. Parkinson pats it back.
As a bowler at this stage, when you're bowling with a ball as old as this, it's a case of just trying to hit the top of off and
Yeah, I think
not
consistency is
give
key.
not give the batsman
Yeah.
anything to sort of get away. Or
I think
width
now,
anyway.
especially that there's 72.3 overs gone now. You're coming up to the new ball. You know, you've got 4 overs here to try and bowl 4 maidens really up to the new ball as he comes in again. It's a lovely length. That's a really, really nice length on this pitch. As Parkinson lets it go through to the keeper Carter there.
We were just mentioning the slope. Is it very different bowling from either end here?
Yeah,
Do you find
yeah, I've felt it. Obviously, it's my first full season here, and I only bowled at the end of last season a couple of times on the square. It's so much different. Crow comes in again. Slightly down the leg side on a full length. Parkinson misses it. Half-hearted appeal. But yeah, the pre-season game against Northants that we played, my first spell was down the hill, and I felt really good. Got it to carry through nicely. Felt like I could really push through the crease, and then my second spell was up the hill, and I felt really slow. But I actually bowled so much better, which is biting the bullet really. As Crow comes in, back of a length, Parkinson knocks it into the onside for 2 maybe. Just the 1. We don't need another run out.
No. I was lucky enough to play in a charity game here a couple of years ago, and I was throwing the ball to run up the slope, and first delivery, as I was nearing the crease, I began to think I wasn't going to get there.
Yeah.
my front foot landed somewhere near the sort of stumps, I think.
It's never a nice feeling.
Jeepers.
Oh, nice rebuild coming on here. 43 partnership.
Yeah. So I was just saying to BBC Radio Leicester, respectable score when you win the toss and bat first on what looks to be and has played it as a decent track. You're looking at 300 minimum, really, aren't you? So,
especially at Grace Road, I think.
Yeah.
If you look at history with the runs scored here.
Rawlins to continue. He is in to Callum Parkinson, who leans forward, dropping the ball out into the offside. Carter comes out from behind the stumps to pick it up. Rawlins 2 for 21 from 14 goes in, tosses it right up, but Parkinson is not to be tempted at the moment. Just blocks it back down the pitch to Rawlins, who's polishing the ball in a fairly desultory fashion on the bottom of his shirt. Third ball of the innings, very full on that occasion, almost a full toss. Jams down on it a little bit, Parkinson, doesn't time it, the bottom part of the bat, just wide enough of Burrows at mid-off, the 12th man, to pick up 1, moves on to 24. Scoreboard ticks on, the partnership 44 now. It will, I'm sure, be beginning to frustrate the Sussex side. We might have anticipated being batting by now, starting to chip away at this Leicestershire first innings. Rawlins is in, quicker, flatter delivery. Again, no real turn for him, and Wright can just lean forward and block it out into the offside. Maybe the new ball will be required after all. Wright waits, bat raised as Rawlins is in to him, plays it out down the pitch again on the offside. There is no run. Wright, a perfectly capable batsman, as so many towards the bottom of the order are. Well, everybody has to be these days. There aren't many rabbits around as Rawlins is in. Bowles. Wright is solidly forward again. There is no run. Best score of 87 was made last season for Leicestershire against Derbyshire. Here on this ground, he had a good season last season, Chris Wright, with both bat and ball, 49 wickets as well, and his best bowling came last year as well, which, given his great age, Roman, is wholly admirable, I would suggest.
Well,
I'm exaggerating on his age, but
well, I think Chris will admit himself that he's still learning the game at 36. You know, he said last season he learned something at the start of the season which just changed his sort of outlook against sort of left-handers and right-handers, and when to bowl different balls. And I mean, when you have conversations with people like Chris about that, I mean, so valuable for me at 21 to listen to that. knowing that he's still learning. Crocombe in. Parkinson punches that. A suspect run past it there from Pujara at cover, but it just goes for 1.
Suspect, as in not trying too hard? Or?
Well, he could have got down, I reckon. I'm sure he'll make up for it. But yeah, I think Wrighty's one of the best people to speak to about cricket. His knowledge of the game is better than a lot of the people I know.
Good to have around for a young bowler like yourself then, really. That
100%, yeah. As Crocombe comes in, just brought square leg up for Wright, as it's a good length ball, just defended in towards point. It'll be interesting to see the tactics going on here for Crocombe. Bringing square leg up. Maybe he'll double bluff and go short, you never know. Wright 14 off 55. He's working hard for Leicester to get a bit of a rebuild going on. Parkinson 25 off 78 up the other end as Crocombe comes in. It's a full length ball. Chris Wright drives straight. What a shot that is. What a lovely shot. Wright goes on to 18. Just shows on this pitch, I think if you just go slightly too full, you can get driven with a good shot.
That. For a number 10, he's played some good stuff. It's good stuff, Chris Wright, hasn't he?
Can play. Can play. He's one of the best, quote, tail enders I know. He's a proper player. Crocombe comes in, looking for a bit of revenge. Does bowl a bouncer with square leg up. He feels his ankle.
He did that earlier on, didn't he?
Yeah.
Tried to bounce Colin Ackerman earlier on and felt his ankle in a similar sort of situation.
I just wonder if he almost tries to bowl it too quick, and maybe that's why his ankle's going a little bit. But I was just saying to Richard earlier, he looks a really, really good bowler. He's got real good basics, lovely action, and can move the ball lovely.
Is it easy to do that? To almost try and bowl it too quick?
Yeah, yeah. As he comes in again, good length ball, it hits right on the pad, and the finger goes up very, very quickly.
It looked pretty out that, didn't it?
Well, it did, didn't it? It looked like Wright had just sort of stuck on the back foot a little bit, didn't quite get forward after that bouncer. I said it's really well bowled, to be fair. Basics of bowling. It's gone short and then he's gone full. And it's proper nose and toe stuff, isn't it?
Exactly what you want as a fast bowler, I would suspect, isn't it? In that, you know, Crocombe has looks so he's bowling with a decent amount of pace and has roughed Chris Wright up potentially with that short one and then straight in, full, nip it back. Don't let him get forward. Get him caught on the crease. Yeah,
well, you look back at the over, he's been driven straight for 4, and that's never nice as a seam bowler, especially coming down the hill. Your miss is usually full because your momentum's coming down. So he obviously wasn't very happy about Wright driving him for 4 there. He's gone bouncer and then back to his normal length, and it's hit him on the knee roll. And like you said, it looked pretty out, didn't it?
Right, gone for 18 then from 58 balls. And that partnership of 49 is broken. Right, gone for 18 of them. 193 for 9 then as Bjorn Hendricks comes to the crease, Leicestershire's last man.
Another tail ender that come back. That he's shown at some point he had 250 balls faced for being out twice, something like that this season. So more than capable at number 11 to accompany Parker here to a half decent score from where we were, at least. But from looking at the pitch and, like you say, the history of Grace Road and how quick the outfield can get under the sun, you'd want a 300 plus score here.
Just seen a replay of that Chris Wright dismissal on the knee roll in front of middle and off. Looks pretty out.
Well bowled, Mr. Crocombe, I think. Well bowled.
Bowled well today. 3 for 33 from 1 ball shy of 15 overs. Henry Crocombe is not good today.
He comes in again for his last ball of the over. Oh! Looks like that's just got through Bjorn a little bit too quick there. Does that look like it went just past the off stump? And that's over. Leicester 193 for 9. Hendricks in. That was his first ball. Parkinson 25 off 78.
Just could have been half that one, didn't it? Hendricks with a close rail outside his off stump, hanging the bat out there, nip back in between bat and pad.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of nerves there, knowing that we're in a bit of a sticky situation. But,
right about Hendricks though, he's held up pretty well, hasn't he? He held up an end here against Worcestershire to hold out for the draw, and batted along well with Callum Parkinson at Lord's the other week.
I actually think he's been quite unlucky with his wicket tally. I think he's bowled very, very well in periods, which is really nice to see.
Rawlins continues. This one is dropped short. Real long hop, that one from Delray Rawlins, and it's worked into the onside by Callum Parkinson. Tom Haynes comes in from long on, scampers around to do the fielding and restrict them to just a single. So Parkinson moves to 26, Leicestershire to 194 now for 9, and brings Buren Hendricks onto strike to face the left arm spin of Delray Rawlins for the first time. Hendricks takes guard, and field changes around for the left-handed Fox's number 11. There's a short leg going into place. There's Tom Alsop going under the helmet. Still a first slip in place. That'll be Tom Clark, and then there's a deep backward point just going out to the fence as well as Rawlins comes in, bowls, and this one is outside the off stump and left by Hendricks. You would imagine comfortable enough leave outside the off stump, given that the ball probably won't be turning a huge amount on the evening of day 1. 10 to 5. Under cloudy skies at Grace Road, as Buren Hendricks this time just guides it down towards third man. He might come back for a second here. He does, as Lenham makes his way around from backward point to do the fielding.
This pitch may well turn late on day 3 and day 4 if we get a good partnership here.
For Parkinson to enjoy bowling on them potentially, and Ackerman too, as this one is Hendricks, well, sort of shapes to leave it, but then doesn't quite pull the bat away in time, and then gets a bit of a bottom edge, and it rebounds through to slip. Hendricks then shaped to sort of take a run, and then got sent back by Parkinson, and in time all that happened, Tom Clark had picked the ball up, hurled at the stumps and missed. I think Hendricks was probably home anyway, but a bit of an eventful ball that one, as Rawlins comes in again. This one is more conventionally defended off the back foot by Buren Hendricks into the offside, and there is no run. He remains on 2. Leicestershire 196 for 9. The floodlights have just come on at Grace Road, which show you how it's just got a little bit darker over the last half hour or so, as Rawlins comes in, and this one is left outside the off stump by Hendricks. It's fumbled by keeper Carter, but to no avail as Tom Clark does the tidying up, and that is the end of Rawlins' 16th over. He's got excellent figures of 2 for 25, not bad for someone who's not necessarily a regular spinner. Delray Rawlins, very much a batsman who can bowl a few slow left armers. Good figures for him. And even better figures for Henry Crocombe, who's going to continue at the other end with 3 for 33 he has from his 15 overs. Leicestershire 196 for 9. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Sussex on the BBC Sport website and app. Richard Ray, Liam Gibbs, and Leicestershire's quick bowler Roman Walker joining us on commentary for a bit of a session this afternoon.
Oh, aye. Yeah. Crocombe continues down the hill. He bowls a bouncer first ball. That'll be 1 for the over. There's ghosty signals. Parkinson just let that go through. He's watched that nicely by the looks of it. Square leg's not all the way out. He's probably halfway there. So maybe hoping for a splice rather than a clean pull catch down there. But yeah, like you say, the floodlights have come on. It's been quite consistent cloud cover, haven't they? But they've not been white clouds. There's been a couple of dark clouds flying over. Crocombe in, full length. Parkinson single through to deep point, where Rawlins picks it up and throws it in nicely. Well, I say nicely. It's a Yorker to the keeper. Thank you very much.
He's had a couple like that today to take Ollie Carter, and he's wringing his left hand with a little bit of pain. He's not particularly happy with that return in from Rawlins.
No, I've played with keepers in the past that real do give you a good shout at if you do that. But bowled really, really nicely today, Crocombe out. It's nice to see a young English seamer coming through. See, Comes in again to Hendricks. It's back of a length. Defended into the onside. Bit more comfortable than his first ball from Crocombe there.
Shaped up solidly behind that one, didn't he?
Yeah. Got his body behind
Looks to have a decent technique for somebody who's coming in at number 11.
Well,
Hendricks.
yeah. I think he's a solid batsman. He really is a solid batsman. Crocombe comes in. It's wide outside the off stump. Through to Carter. How's life down in Hove? How's it looking? How's the pitch looking?
I wouldn't know because I'm just up for the I'm here for the day. Adrian is the usual BBC Radio Sussex man, but couldn't make it today, so I'm a late call up.
Looks pretty flat if I'm
a Leicestershire lad.
looking from the outside. Looks pretty flat.
Well, certainly Middlesex chasing down 370 on the final day last week would pay tribute to that.
Crocombe in. Ooh, looks like an inside edge onto the pad there from Hendricks. Maybe not getting forward as much as he'd like to. Crocombe's come round the wicket there. Maybe looking to get a different angle coming in at the stumps rather than going away from Hendricks. I don't think it's a bad option to a number 11. Even though he's probably not a number 11. Yeah, yeah, and I think it just brings in a couple more modes of dismissal. You know, LBW, I think you're more likely to get a bowled. He comes in again from round the wicket. Full outside off, looking like he's trying to shape it away there. And that's over. 197 for 9. 3 overs till the new ball. I wonder if they'll take it.
Would you?
I would. Just because the seamers are bowled real nicely. But, like I say, I think their best seamer's been Crocombe, and he's bowled his what will be a 4 over spell before the new ball, yeah. So he'd probably only have maximum 2 or 3 overs with the new ball. So it depends then who you bowl. Whether you bowl Haynes and Beard. Robinson, obviously not fit.
And Sean Hunt, of course, the left armer.
And Sean Hunt, yeah.
Speaking of left armers, Delray Rawlins, considerably less pace than Sean Hunt with his slow left armers as Parkinson nurdles this first ball down towards long on. And the single is, I say long on, Haynes it's a deep mid on, I would say, rather than a long on. It was a decent way back, but such that a single can be comfortably taken by Callum Parkinson. Bjorn Hendricks back onto strike to Rawlins as he's beaten outside the off stump there. Hendricks just tried to play a forward defensive at that. Maybe he was expecting a little bit of turn, and it didn't turn. It went through to Carter behind the stumps, who fumbled a little bit but gathered it in the end.
Looked like he tried to play that little tap on the head through short third man like he did a couple of balls in his last over.
Sussex is just changing the field slightly to account for that. In fact, they're going to bring in Pajara to... Well, it's almost like he's putting the helmet on, but he's going almost a short gully for the spinner. So yeah, exactly to counter what you just said there, Roman, as Rawlins comes in, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Hendricks. It's a bit shorter and it's punched into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket.
I wonder if that field placement is just to sort of fill a hole rather than try and take a wicket, because you never see many catches taken there.
Well, we'll see.
He says, yeah, he says.
I suppose there is the chance this next last ball from Hendricks just punched into the ground in front of Pajara. If Hendricks is trying to play that shot, as Hendricks just punches this one back down the ground, no run, then there is every chance of an outside edge. But Pajara is in really close there, isn't he? Under the helmet.
Capable hands, I'm sure, though, from that close.
I'm sure they've fielded there in Chennai with Jadeja and Ashwin turning them in dust bowls. As this final ball from this Delray Rawlins over is comfortably kept out by Bjorn Hendricks, and that concludes that over. Just one from it. That one going to Callum Parkinson. He now has 28. Third leading scorer for Leicestershire now today is Callum Parkinson. Hendricks has 2, and Leicestershire 198 for 9, and just 2 runs away now from that first batting bonus point of the day, which I guess would be from 144 for 8 would be an achievement of sorts.
Yeah, a small win for for us boys there. Crocombe coming in for his 4th over of his spell here, which is interesting. Because if they do take the new ball, he'll be the 3rd seamer with the new ball. And obviously they'll have to go with Beard and Hunt, which means then he'll be 4 overs in, maybe a 4 or 5 over from that end break, and then come back. As he comes in, good length, Parkinson punches it towards mid-on. I just wonder if they could have gone spin for these 2 overs now, and then Crocombe gets that little bit more of a break before coming in then for another spell, which would take him into the 20 over mark for the day.
You don't often see it, do you? Somebody like Crocombe, and they can take the new ball earlier, but bowling this length of spell up to the new ball.
Into he comes, punched into the offside, just a full ball outside off. Deep point, collects it, throws it in. Single for Parkinson. Yeah, I think as a seamer, you know you might have to do a job. I think, and that's the phrase you've got to use really, is just do a job until the new ball for the boys to come in. And maybe they just prefer Hunt and Beard, who are maybe more swingers than Crocombe. He comes in it, a full length ball, almost a Yorker to Hendricks as he keeps it out. Yeah, it's just interesting. I think the coaching setup will know what they're doing. The captain will know what he's doing, obviously. Haynes. But yeah, Hunt does swing the ball. We know he does. And Beard from Essex. Beard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Essex on loan.
Yeah, I've seen him swing the ball in the past. It's a good length ball, blocked into the offside. No, it would, because Crocombe didn't take the new ball in the first innings, in the start of the first innings, first session. So would have been nice to see him again here later on in the day with a few more overs under his belt to take the new ball. But no, like I say, he's bowled really nicely today. 2 and over as he comes into Hendricks again. Full length ball, edged. That's a hell of a take. Second slip. It's not carried, but what a take that is from Tom Clark.
He's fielded well in there today. Clark took two neat catches earlier on. That's a fabulous bit of field.
Yeah.
On the half volley as well, diving away to his left hand side.
It was so clean it almost looked like it hadn't bounced.
He may have taken a bit of pain with that. He's just on his haunches, clasping his left hand.
Yeah, it's never nice being in the slips. Comes in Crocombe. Full length again, takes the outside half of the bat with Bjoren. Takes Leicester to 200 with a nice little ripple around the ground from the crowd. It's 2 runs off the last ball of the over, with 1 over to go till a new ball. And Crocombe looks like he's signalling to come off, unless he wants a drink.
And that, Roman, will be, I guess, target 1 achieved with 200 on the board and a bonus point on the board,
yeah.
Especially considering the precarious position that the Foxes were in earlier on at 144 for 8. More from you, and then Richard Ray will come back in here.
Yeah, from the point we were at, I think we've had 57 runs there for the loss of 1 wicket from 8 down, which is a real good recovery. Yeah, I don't know if you'd call it a recovery.
No, I was just wondering really whether it's a sort of it's a slight improvement, isn't it? But
they've batted so nicely.
Still, yeah,
so nicely. I mean,
concerningly so.
Yeah,
in a way.
Yeah, but we're so capable as a team. We know what each other can do.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester as Rawlins bowls and Parkinson stretches forward. While you're on, Roman, I should ask you. I mean, when you see the likes of Lenham and you know, and a young lad Crocombe, are you a little bit frustrated at not having an opportunity yourself so far, really? Or
well, I wouldn't call it frustrated. I think I'd be frustrated in myself because I've not exactly been pulling any roots up in second team. I mean, I've taken 1 4 and a cluster of 1 for us and 2 for us, so I've not exactly forced anybody's hand to pick me. It would have been nice to be given a go, but I mean, a justified non-selection, I think, for me. I think, and to be fair, we've played on a lot of flat wickets. I think the worst wicket we've played on was Belper Meadows in the second team against Derby, and that finished inside 2 days. And I think that says it all, really. But yeah, I think I'm I'm level-headed enough to know why I'm not selected.
Rawlins is in to Hendricks, who's waiting in his crease, just turns his wrists on that defensive prod, pushes it back down the pitch to Rawlins. No run.
I also think the settling thing is that Nico knows exactly what he's doing. I think we back Nico all the way.
Rawlins is in again, just playing on the back foot, working it out into the offside this time. Hendricks. Update now for BBC Radio Leicester. Just might get this Rawlins delivery in. Back goes Hendricks, working it into the leg side. Should pick up one. Does. Yeah, they've just lost their 9th wicket, that of Chris Wright. But Wright, who was dismissed leg before wicket by Henry Crocombe for 18, did put together a partnership of 49 for the 9th wicket, comfortably the highest of the innings with Callum Parkinson. Parkinson is still there. He is 30 not out. 203 for 9. He's with last man Bjorn Hendricks, who is 5 not out and batting really well, showing really the upper order as he hits another big hit down the onside, and it is stopped at mid-on. I thought it was going to carry then, it didn't quite, but he's showing his predecessors really what can be achieved on what is essentially a pretty flat track. Leicestershire look likely they're going to be bowling soon. They're going to have to be looking to take early wickets, try and drag this game back into some sort of balance. At the moment the scale's very much in favour of Sussex, with Leicestershire on 203 for 9.
Back to the bowler. That's over. 207 for 9. Hendricks on 5, Parkinson on 30, batting very, very nicely.
And I don't really think there's any need for Parkinson to try and hit out or anything like that, with Hendricks looking as comfortable as he is. He's faced 28 balls for his 5. He's had a couple of difficult ones. The first one he got was a pretty good one, left him, but at the moment he's looking reasonably comfortable. Aaron Beard's going to come on at the pavilion end, try and finish Leicestershire off. Although the floodlights are on, it isn't particularly dark. They're a long way from augmenting they're just helping a little bit at the moment. They're a long way from taking over, because although there is heavy cloud around, it is sort of it does have broken bits. So I think it wouldn't be an issue for Sussex to start batting if and when that happens.
There are a couple of shadows from the players on the pitch. I'll cover there.
Beard then in to Parkinson, who is on 30 bowls. Parkinson back foot looking to force it out into the offside. He's picked out Pujara in the covers. Nice crack of ball on bat, but it didn't quite sound as though it was off the middle. Having seen him play that shot, Haynes is sending Rawlins, or maybe Beard is sending him, but I suspect it's Haynes. Rawlins back from a sort of conventional point to deep-ish backward point on the long boundary side of the ground towards Milligan Road.
I wonder if he's just looking to give him the single.
Looking that way as Beard is in and bowls. Parkinson is going to take that single as he just dabs it down to third man, not to Rawlins, to third man. And he's happy to take one because, as I've been saying, Hendricks looking reasonably competent, although Parkinson looks towards the pavilion and makes some sort of gesture with his bat. I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah, I wonder if it is a new bat that he needs.
Was he told he took the single too soon? Who knows? But
I'm sure he wasn't.
we're back up online now. Apparently, we are back on the stream. That is, anyway. So, have your Hollywood people put lots of money into Wrexham? Then is that what the?
Well, I think the great thing is that it wasn't just a impulse buy and pile money into the club, into transfers.
Beard is round the wicket to Hendricks, who defends on off stump very competently, pushing the ball out to Pujara in the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, they put money in all the right places. They I think they pretty much stripped the back room and built it up. Really, I think they appointed people in the right place, and they've started from the backroom staff to the pitch. Really, I think the pitch it was perfect time when they come into power though.
Beard in, bowls Fuller, looking full. Hendricks is leaning forward, looking to drive, but rehearses the shot because he mistimed it at the first attempt, pushed it out to mid-off, and there's no run. I suspect Eddie Barnes would tell you that you could certainly take their American manager, Leeds United's American manager, if you wish.
No, he can keep him. Phil Parkinson's good for me.
Parkinson, jeepers. He's turned up at your place.
Oh, he's doing well.
He's been around. In goes Beard and bowls on towards middle and leg this time, but Hendricks isn't worried by sort of body line, so to speak, just turns it calmly off his legs. Does everything calmly, doesn't he, in fairness to Big Bjorn?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a very cool guy.
Everything he does is and that, when things aren't going for him, can be a little bit of an issue. I know a lot of Leicestershire supporters thinks his body language is casual, as though he's not trying, and I think he is trying hard. As Beard is in and bowls to him, he takes his bottom hand off the bat as he fends that one away off stump, but he's got it wide of the slips and along the ground all the way towards deep backward point stroke wide third man. Takes the single, happy to do so, and to keep the strike. Moves on to 6, 209 for 9.
Going on to Bjorn's body language there, I think, because he is such a cool, calm and collected character, I think it's very easy when something doesn't go right for him to sort of use that as a scapegoat excuse almost, if you like, sort of, oh, he's not trying, you know, like. I think we all know in the changing room, and I can assure everybody listening, everybody that love Leicester, that he's one of the hardest workers I know. I mean, you just have to look at the size of him. But Sean Hunt has actually replaced Crocombe coming down the hill here with a nice start to the top of the stumps as Bjorn pats it back. Weird that Crocombe won over with the new ball. Maybe seeing just how it went.
Do some bowlers like to have a little bit of the lacquer taken off it? I don't know.
Oh, potentially. Potentially, I think.
Sometimes it moves a little bit more after about 8 or 10 overs than it does right at the beginning, doesn't it?
That's what I found recently with the balls that I've been using. They've not swung really as a brand new ball. As Hunt comes in over the wicket for the left armour. Ooh, maybe a 2 minds of a cut there, Bjorn. Playing with a 45-degree angle bat. But I think Bjorn, you only have to look at his record to see how good he is. I think he's a very, very talented boy. And just watching him in the nets, you can see how talented he is. Bat and ball, to be fair. Hunt comes in. It's a straight ball. It's hit Bjorn on the pad. It's a dot ball.
Paul Nixon was, I think we can say, pleasantly surprised by that innings against Worcester. Well, the way he hung on. Bjorn certainly wasn't, through 26 overs, because he said he'd had one net since arriving. Had been out about 16 times, he said, and he thought, oh well, he's a rabbit. And he calmly batted through 26 overs.
I'm sure that was just the plane. Hunt in, it's a full ball, blocked to mid-on. Yeah, I'm sure that was just plain legs. Straight off the plane into the net. I've never had a good net after getting off a plane. I'm not sure anybody has.
Have you played sort of after, as in Australia or somewhere like that, or?
Yeah. I've been quite lucky in my short career so far of where I've travelled to. Hunt comes in. It's a full ball outside off. Bjorn tries to drive it, maybe a little bit early on it. To be fair, I've been all over now. I've been to Dubai twice, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Spain a couple of times to Desert Springs, 2 or 3 times now, which is
good when the weather's all right.
Well, yeah.
Wasn't so good this year.
No, sandstorms. It was raining sand at one point. Weird. Hunt comes in. They've dropped deep point here for the last ball. Maybe looking to get a single, but Bjorn Hendricks defends to mid-off. That's over, 209 for 9. Hendricks on 6. 83 overs gone.
He looks in no trouble at all, doesn't he, Hendricks, really, relatively speaking.
Over 8 still, +3 as well.
Yeah. 13 overs remain in the day. And it's 5:15. We could theoretically finish pretty much on time, which will be a first this season. Especially for the last couple of overs are bowled by Lenham or Rawlins. They might give Lenham a go when the ball is quite new, just as a bit of extra bounce for the leg spinner. Beard, trying to end that debate, is in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Parkinson, who is up on his toes. Delivery just outside off stump, guiding it down towards backward point / wide third man. Rawlins is the player who gets there first before Crocombe, who came running up from third man. Rawlins around from backward point. And Parkinson again happy to take one early in the over. Moves on to 32. So whatever that gesture to the pavilion was, it was nothing to do with when he was going to be doing the running or whether he needed a new bat. He leans on it at the moment on 32 off 90 balls. Hendricks 6 off 38, 2 slips. They've caught everything today, Sussex, as in goes Beard. He goes for the hook, misses it, bounces through to Carter behind the stumps. Might get one or two more of those, having tried the hook. You one of these fast bowlers who likes a hook?
No. No.
Okay, fair enough.
No, I'll duck under that, I think.
Beard, having seen that attempted hook, as I suggested, decides he's going to change the field accordingly and let Hendricks at least think he's going to get one or two more short deliveries. Umpire Malander, having been at square leg, shedding sweaters as he goes, jogs across. I saw at the tea interval umpire Malander emerge from the, I think it was umpire Malander, I'll come back to that in a moment, as Beard around the wicket to Bjorn Hendricks, and it's the old bluff because he bowls a perfectly good length delivery that's swinging in towards middle and leg that Hendricks stays on the back foot to and just calmly turns to mid wicket. He brought out his tee untouched. Now when he was last here I made a slightly unkind comment about his girth, umpire Malander, which he rightly took me up on, but did acknowledge that he probably needed to spend a bit more time in the gym. So I don't know whether that tea business was anything to do with that, but I felt terrible afterwards when he said. In goes Beard and bowls short. It's top edged out towards Rawlins. A deep backward square takes the catch. So the bouncer worked in the end. He whacks his pads in annoyance, Bjorn Hendricks, but he couldn't resist it. He went for the pull of this short ball. It wasn't a full on bouncer, it was probably around about just above waist height as it came through on Hendricks. He went for the pull, top edged it, and Sussex, as they have done all day, took the catch.
They fielded well, bowled well.
How far short are we then before you disappear, Roman, if you need to get off?
I could stick around.
Oh, yeah, brilliant. But
I can stick
all right,
around.
then how far short are they then, do you think, in terms at least 100?
Well, yeah,
one feels.
I think when the toss bat first, you'd love to see a 300 come up, wouldn't you? And I think that's just cricket. It's never nice to sort of fall short, but you see it happen a lot. You know, you see it happen with teams winning the toss, bowling first and going for 400, or batting first and not quite getting the score that they'd like. But yeah, unfortunately we've fallen short there first innings. But I'm sure spirits will be high after that momentum from Callum Parkinson, Chris Wright and Bjorn Hendricks there, putting on nearly 70
from 144 for 8, yeah, to 144 for 7, 144 for 8. Last two wickets then added 54, 64. So there'll be, that's pleasing for the Foxes, but there'll also be a certain amount of concern, I suspect, that they were able to bat as, not necessarily comfortably, but as effectively as they did by playing straight, not taking too many risks. And we shall see what the likes of Haynes and Pujara make of this pitch. We'll have a 5-minute break. We'll leave the effects mic on so you can hear the heavy roller. I repeat, heavy roller going up and down the pitch, so that is what Sussex have asked for. Can they use it twice? Just once, can't they? The heavy roller, not other regulations, and they've decided to have it on straight away.
Just noticing there a lot of dust coming up off the wicket there, brushing it.
Which suggests it's dry and confirms, as you said, that it will almost certainly spin. So if Sussex get a first innings lead of, let us say, 100 or even 150, Fox is potentially up against it. But if you know, 150 might take some getting in the fourth innings.
Well,
But-
it's not a bad position to be in, though. I know we've fallen short, but we've got something to defend this first innings with, and also the fact, like I say, we've got the momentum from the end of the innings there, which I'd like to see the boys take out with the ball. And like you say, there's 12 overs remaining in the day. Why not take a couple with us?
So 2 for the change of innings, so 10, yeah.
Oh, 10, yeah.
As Foxy Phil says, well, he has a slightly gloomy take on it. He says 2 down by the close, quote, or we doomed, unquote. Well,
It depends how you take it, because if a 2 down, I think Pajara comes in, doesn't he?
we shall see, yeah.
But no, it's going to be a good game to watch either way. Got good quality batsmen, good quality bowlers on show, and I would love to see 2 or 3 down here, close of play, and the Sussex boys will be relying on the people with experience, I think.
Well, they haven't got the deepest lineup in terms of experience, as we've been talking about Sussex. What is their batting rank so far this season? Well, actually they're not. Yeah, because of Pajaro mainly, they're sort of top half batting. So they'll be pretty pleased, and if they get through to the close without losing a wicket, we can say it's definitely their day. But we'll see. So as I say, we'll take 5 minutes, have a cup of tea, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground at Grace Road with Leicestershire and Sussex back on the field. Leicestershire, all 11 of them back out, and Sussex's 2 openers, which will be Tom Haynes and Tom Alsop. Also, it'll be Tom Alsop, the former Hampshire man, to take the first ball with number 45 on his back. The heavy roller is just making its way off the field, as are the ground staff, having repainted the lines. Chris Wright will open the bowling for Leicestershire, with the Foxes looking to start well in their defence of 210 that they made in their first innings, having batted first. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Sussex. Liam Gibbs, Roman Walker, the Leicestershire bowler. And for a little bit from Roman, it'll be Richard Ray to take you through the opening a couple of overs of this particular Sussex innings. So where do you see this one going then, Roman? Big 10 overs for the Foxes in terms of just trying to make Sussex think about what they need to do going forward?
Yeah, huge 10 overs. I think a good 10 over spell here would be less than 25 for a couple of wickets. For us at the end of the day, it'd be interesting to see how the openers go, with Ali Orr, usually the Sussex opener. Tom Alsop here, as Wright comes in to open the bowling. It's a back of a length ball on his hip. Gone down to backward square leg. Parkinson round. A nice diving effort on the boundary there. She throws it in, and Sussex start off with a 2.
A few spots of rain in the air when I went downstairs.
Was there?
Just, I mean, nothing like enough to have anybody worrying, I don't think.
Just a bit of moisture.
Yeah, and cold as well.
Mm.
See the floodlights glinting off the back of Alsop's bat.
So Wright comes in. Again, a little bit short as he just gets into his spell. Maybe struggling with the footholds there as they've been brushed out. It'll be interesting to see how the footholds are keeping up.
Are you one of the bowlers who likes them filled in with those sort of big, huge tamping things that ground staff use? Sometimes I see a lot of bowlers that immediately scrape it all out again, don't they?
I think sometimes it depends how the groundsmen do it. I think some groundsmen across the country do it different ways, and sometimes they leave it a little bit wet, which means you're going to slide anyway, so you may as well just take it out. Wright comes in. Looks like he got through the crease a little bit better there. So it's a full ball outside off, let through to Swindles. As Wright here starting off with what looks like 3 slips and a gully, leaving cover open for the drive. Just a nice attacking field to start with for the 10 overs that we've got this evening.
So Ackerman is not in the slips then, because of his bruised hand, presumably.
Right, bowls, a nice length there. Looks like he got a little bit more purchase off the wicket there, a little bit more bounce. As Alsop comes forward, defends quite nicely. Yeah, I don't think it'd be worth the risk for Colin to be in the slips there, really. Obviously, well, to be fair, Lewis is in there with his what must still be a sore thumb.
You'd assume so, wouldn't you? But I suppose if the fracture is repaired, then I guess they'll have some protection still on it, because it must be slightly weak, you'd have thought. But he seemed to bat, wasn't flinching or anything like it.
Yeah. Right's in. Oh, it's a back of a length ball. Stayed a little bit low there after the heavy roller's been on the wicket. Be interesting. Usually the heavy roller takes a bit out the pitch, and it may have just deadened it a little bit, which will work in Sussex's favour for sure. But again, there's not much really gone on off the pitch today, is there?
Immediately the ball is being shown to umpire Malander. It was changed twice during the Sussex innings, as well as once legitimately. Obviously at the end of 80 overs. Well, how many? Well, that's a record, surely.
5
being
balls.
shown to the
it must have been knocked out of shape after hitting the toe of Alsop's bat there.
Astonishing, isn't it? 5 balls.
You've got to write that down, right?
Well, you kind of write it down after each ball change, just in case it really. But obviously, 5 balls is net ball. To become a net ball at that age is extraordinary. Sam Evans has got the case full of nuclear codes and new balls, but he might as well get a brand new one, mightn't he?
Well,
You would have thought there's no point having a one that's... There isn't one in there, I'm sure, that will have just be 5 and over old.
Well, I was thinking that on the way in, and I heard you talking about him changing the ball after 8 overs, and I thought you're not really going to have an 8 over old ball in a box like that, are you? You struggle.
I don't know how many. I'll have to ask the umpires how many old balls they have of ages, you know. But I suppose if you have one after every sort of roughly, that's 10 overs, 20 overs, 30 overs, or whatever. So you could have 7 or 8 in there.
Looks like.
But this should be brand new.
Malander might have told Mr. Lungley there to go off the field and just get a new ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which I think's the right decision. He's 5 overs old, I think. The batsmen are not really going to complain.
No, absolutely. One thing I was told about these the new Dukes was that they put the lacquer, now that they're putting lacquer on over the seam as well, so that it takes 8 or 10 overs for the seam to become properly exposed again and raised, because the lacquer sort of flattens it a little bit. It's going to get flattened anyway over its life, however short or long that is. But that's
I wonder if
one
that
of the
has
reasons
a correlation with the runs scored start of the season.
Possibly, yeah.
Because in theory that would, well, it'd deaden the ball and it'd do less off the pitch. And I wonder, with it doing less off the pitch in maybe the first, let's say 20 overs, then the pitch gets a little bit drier maybe, depending where you are, obviously.
I'm assuming you use the Dukes in the 2s as well. So
yeah. It's interesting. It really is interesting. All these little small tweaks, and you're only talking, like you say, putting lacquer over a seam, and that might just have brought Pujara 2 double hundreds. You never know.
Yeah, been a lot of runs scored. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. If they get on with it, we might get it in before Wright delivers the next delivery. No, we won't. We might, as Wright is in and bowls, turned off his legs by Tom Alsop as far as mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. I'm afraid they are not batting any longer. We've just had an over of the Sussex first innings, from which you'll gather Leicestershire are all out, and it took a couple of decent efforts from the lower order to drag the score up to the 210 on which it finished. They were 144 for 8 when Vian Mulder was strangled, as cricketers say, caught down the leg side off the bowling of Delroy Rawlins behind the wicket for 16. But Callum Parkinson and Chris Wright and Bjorn Hendricks all battled hard. Wright went for 18 in the end, Hendricks for 6, but he hung around long enough to see Parkinson through to 30 not out, and together, as I say, they dragged Leicestershire at least past a single batting bonus point. If they can pick up 1 or 2 wickets before the close, they'll feel all is not entirely lost in the game, but they do need to make inroads in the 9 overs that are remaining. Sussex, in their reply to Leicestershire's first innings of 210, are 2 without loss. Back with you for commentary. He missed just the one delivery that was bowled by Bjorn Hendricks, who's coming up the slope, and it was defended on the back foot by the very much informed Tom Haynes. 464 runs, a best of 243. He's averaging over 50, 51 in fact. Hendricks charges in and bowls to Haynes, thick inside edge as he twitches rather at that one. A little bit of action there for Hendricks. Trickles out towards square leg, where Hassan Azad is, as you suggested now, he's casting 4 shadows, or 6 shadows effectively, from the floodlights.
Yeah, looks like they've just taken a bit more of an effect over the last half an hour.
And does it have the effect that people always talk about? Does it swing a little bit more when the lights have more effect?
It can do. And to be fair, with the overhead conditions, I wouldn't be surprised if it does.
Hendricks is in, bowls. Haynes looking to cut and does. Nice wristy shot from the Sussex skipper. Just enough width, went back, cut it away behind point, runs down to the wide third man boundary for 4. Nice shot from Haynes.
That's what he tends to do, Haynes, isn't it? Plays attacking cricket as an opener. Cuts from very straight. I think that was only 4th, maybe 5th stump.
Foxy Phil, this is your moment, Jimmy. That's what they refer. That's the nickname they've given to Hendricks, of course. You see, that might be a generational reference that passes you by as well.
No.
No, you're okay with Jimi
I love my
Hendrix,
music, don't you worry about
Fair
that.
enough. In goes Hendricks and bowls outside
Lovely
off stump
length.
left. Just a bit too much width. Right length, but a bit too much width, and Haynes can step forward and let that one go through. Hendricks, spelt slightly differently. ICKS, but his music goes through the generations, through the ages.
All along the watchtower.
You're attracting a lot of praise here from various listeners, Roman. You'll be glad to know. Better than a few BBC commentators. In goes Hendricks and bowls back foot defensive shot from Tom Haynes out off stump out towards Ben Mike, who's in the covers. There's no run.
That was nice to hear.
Clearly a great future. Well, BBC Radio Leicester have provided a few. BBC who've gone on to be BBC Cricket correspondents, obviously. First, as Hendricks turns and runs in and bowls, and ooh, little bit thick inside edgy from Haynes, who was a bit flat-footed there. Foolish delivery, managed to get it out, keep it out, pushing out towards Ackerman at wide mid on. Survived the over 6 without loss, obviously. Jonathan Agnew. Charles Dagnall as well, also has gone on to commentate on various international cricketing events. He likes his American football as well, does Daggers, and things like that. Yeah, he does some American football, things like that.
How about Gower? Did he come through, or did he just go straight to the big dogs?
I think yes. Yes. As
Shock.
Lord Gower just sort of went straight to the top
There's a
table, I
shock.
believe.
Does what he wants.
Indeed.
Right comes in. Runs in nicely, right. Nice rhythm. An interesting shot there from Allsop. Quite an attacking back foot punch. Not even a back foot, it was sort of half and half, wouldn't it? Not forward, not back. Slightly too short from Chris Wright.
They're not just looking to survive these overs, are they, really? They're looking to try and score if they can.
I think that's the best way to go, though, really. I think he talks to batsmen about surviving. Some people will obviously mentally click into that, but I think you play positive shots, you get into positive defensive positions. As Wright comes back in, that's a really nice length there. So you can hear our slip cordon there.
You can always hear Rishi, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Rishi Patel, since he's come into the side, every ball you would think was a wicket taker. Every ball.
It's always good having that in the field, especially in the slips.
You like, yeah.
Closest fielders to the
encourages
batsman.
the bowler, and
Yeah, always gives you an extra bit of backing. Is always nice. Right, turns around at the top of his mark. Gets to the crease. Was another back of a length ball. I think that might be leg byes. For one, yep, leg byes into just behind square on the leg side. Brings Tom Haynes on strike.
it might even have gone on and hit the stumps, but obviously pitched well outside leg stump. Tom Allsop, born in High Wycombe, educated in Wiltshire, has played for England Lions, also a wicket keeper. Reckons he looks like Michael Fassbender or Damien Lewis. It's amazing.
Is that what he
That's
thinks?
what he thinks, yeah.
Right, comes in. Oh, it's a nice length ball outside off that's been driven by Haynes. And this quick outfield, it might just keep going here towards the boundary. Sam Evans done well there on the chase. Flicks it back in.
You're going to run for?
And they've ran 4. So Sam Evans' efforts in vain. It's a nice shot, that. But again, I wonder if your number 3 or night watchman, if they've got one, is heart in mouth playing them short shots with 10 overs. Well, 7.2 overs to go.
Well, he just trusted his eye, didn't he? He wasn't at the pitch of the ball.
It sort of shows you
Trusted the pitch as well.
how good the pitch is, though,
Yeah,
I think.
exactly.
As the wind takes out my little setup here. Right back in. Looks like it was more top of off there, but it's just been punched for a single into the covers. Haynes moves on to 9.
Talking about music, likes to listen to Nat King Cole. That's a bit,
Ooh.
bit middle of the road, or is it
Yeah.
a bit cool? Or
I'm not sure. Maybe a bit middle of the road.
Yeah, but he's also It's not middle of the road as in Matt Monroe, is it? It's a bit cooler than that sort of thing.
Yeah, a bit more trendy. I mean, Tom Scriven's your man to talk about Allsop, obviously, spending time with him at Hampshire. Right, in. He's let that go as it looked like he just pushed that across the left-hander there. He's left that well. That's over. 12 for none off 3. Run rate 4 and over.
That has been one of the problems for the Foxes so far this season in terms of not only just not scoring enough first innings runs, but conceding at too high a rate. The run rate they've conceded at has been sort of consistently close to 4.
Yeah.
And it gives the opposing captain, if assuming the innings lasts long enough, but it gives the opponent captain so many more options, doesn't it, if their runs are coming at a decent lick.
Yeah.
Hendricks is in from the pavilion end, bowls on towards the leg stump of Tom Haines, who stays back, turns his wrists on the defensive push, pushes it out to ex-bat pad man, as he tweets these days, Hassan Azad, who will still actually be absolutely seething, I would imagine, at his second run out in 3 innings, both run outs when he was set. 64 he was on at Cardiff, when he took on the arm of Sam Northeast and failed to beat it by about 6 feet. In goes, I'm laughing, but it wasn't funny at the time. In goes Hendricks and forward goes Haines defending.
That, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Bats are good these days, aren't they? Out to mid-off it goes, runs very quickly to Chris Wright, who tips his cap back and uses his sweat to polish the ball.
I wonder if that's an indication to the form that Haines is in when a defensive shot goes off the bat that quickly. The timing, right in the middle of the bat.
Not a tall man, Haines. Very solidly built, though. Everything neat, left-handed, of course, as in goes Hendricks and bowls to him, and he defends. Hendricks is getting it through at a decent lick. Off stump out in towards the point area. A fraction late on it. He can, in his early overs, Hendricks, look genuinely quick. I've seen him get it through at sort of mid-80s.
Yeah.
But then he sort of settles into, probably because he does tend to go for a few, tries to settle into line and length, and maybe falls between the two stools a bit sometimes.
It may be optimum pace as well.
Yeah. He is in again to Haines, who is solid in defence again. It's a good delivery, it's a straight delivery from Hendricks. It isn't at the moment swinging. I mean, it is still only, well, it says 3.3 overs old, but we think it's just 3 overs old, aren't we, essentially, because it was changed after just 5 balls. Photos being taken of you now, as well as praise to the skies. We have never had our photograph taken up here, but now you're having your photograph taken. In goes Hendricks, bowls, looking to drive a little bit loose, maybe, but it was away from the body, and as Roman said, a good stop by Sam Evans at backward point. 3 slips, no gully. He likes to cut. Would you have I suppose they've dropped Evans back to a sort of, I'm calling him back. Well, he is backward point, isn't he, rather than a sort of deep gully position. But
yeah, I wonder if that's whether they just want Hendricks to bowl that little fuller length. They've blocked cover rather than third man to maybe get Haines to try and block his drive there.
Hendricks is in, bowls to him. He goes back to a slightly short of a good length delivery and defends it comfortably enough out into the offside. Ben Mike picks up end of Hendricks's second over. None for 4 for the big South African. 12 without loss, Sussex, in reply to Leicestershire's first innings of 210. So they're already less than 200 behind, 198. 6 overs remain.
I think going back to our conversation there about Bjorn and his pace, I think a perfect example of optimum pace, as I mentioned, is Chris Wright, because he can bowl a quick ball, can bowl a quick bouncer, but he bowls a heavy ball at an optimum pace, is what us bowlers call. Sorry, I'll come back to it. He bowls his optimum pace at the top of the stumps, and it's defended back. But yeah, optimum pace is what we talk about as the fastest you can bowl with consistency and being able to execute the skills that you want to do. And obviously, me personally, I know I can bowl mid-80s, but is that going to be long-term in a game situation? Can I bowl 20 overs, 3 for 45? Trying to bowl mid-80s, maybe not at the moment. As Wright comes in, it's a full ball defended back to him. But that'll be something that you work on as a young bowler going into the future. And your optimum pace will obviously increase the stronger you get and the more you groove an action. And Chris Wright now, 36, seasoned player. He's grooved his action now for the last 15 years at least. Knows exactly what he's doing with the ball. And this is, well, you're watching some proper seam bowling, I think, in my opinion. So Wright drops it a little bit short. It's a no ball, first one of our innings. So adds to the tally from last week, which was a bizarre amount, wasn't it, from Cardiff?
Yep, 25. Chris only bowled 2 of them. Ben bowled 10, Hendricks 9, and Mulder 4.
Yeah. And it's, yeah, I'm speechless really about that. Yeah, yeah. It's a grand scheme of things. It's a lot of runs. Right, comes in. That's a really nice ball, left alone from Allsop. I think so. Call that a good shot as he leaves it.
Well, had Glamorgan been required to score another 40 or 50 runs, it could have genuinely got quite interesting in that, because it was bouncing and turning for Callum Parkinson in particular. So it sounds like a fairly convincing win for Glamorgan. Of course, it was 6 wickets is 6 wickets, but as I say, another 50 or 60 runs plus the time it would have taken out of the game for them to score that, and it could have all got very different.
That's another no ball from Chris Wright. It's not what you want to see. Wonder if he's just sort of got his tail up a little bit, running in a little bit harder down the hill. And, struggling to keep his foot behind the line. Sort of carries on the story from Cardiff. But yeah, going back to Cardiff, I think I spoke to Hassan yesterday and he said they could have and maybe should have won the game. Never mind sort of not lose, which is disappointing. But I think it sort of shows the brand of cricket we want to play. I think we either lose or we take a massive win. It's a nice ball there, heavy ball going through to Swindles. But yeah, I think it was Sussex obviously set Middlesex 370 last week and backed themselves to bowl them out, and obviously Middlesex chased it down on a real flat wicket.
Yeah, I understand Haynes got a bit of flack for that, but I thought it was a great declaration, really, because they hadn't won a game up to that. They haven't won a game since last April.
And how many times do you see a team chasing down 370, 380? You know,
you've got to give yourself a chance to win, and sometimes it won't pay off.
The odds were with them. Oh, it's a great ball going across the left-hander from over the wicket by Wright. Again, going through at a similar height to Swindles. Just beats the outside edge of Allsop there, maybe not getting forward enough. Sort of flirting with the ball.
Didn't do too much, did it? But it was a lovely.
I wonder if that's what's worked for Wright. That's just maybe not done anything. Clever bowler. Can get it to come back.
If he's gently bringing it back in all the time, and then.
And his record against left-handers last year, I think, tells for everything. As it's a fuller ball, driven to the captain, Colin Ackerman a bit off. That's over, 16 for none, off 5 overs. So Allsop struggling for runs here, considering they're not really looking like they're trying to survive, are they?
2 off 18 for Tom Allsop. 9 off 14 for his skipper, Haynes. Just 5 overs to go today. If they get through to the close, Haynes will clearly be the happier of the captains. Could easily yet lose a couple of wickets. Light has improved slightly, I think. It's lightening up away to the west as Hendricks is in past umpire Lungley, and bowls looking to turn it on the leg side, thumps into the pad, and is there going to be a signal of leg by? I'm sure there is. No, so it must have been a little bit inside edge. Helped him there. In fact, no, it was plenty of bat, actually. It was healthy. as you say, and he took it off the stumps, so this angle is sometimes slightly deceiving.
Talking of angles, I think the angle that Bjorn bowls to a left-hander can be, if he gets his length right, very threatening. If he takes it away, he's very threatening towards the outside edge, and then if he just runs it back in as he did there to Allsop, maybe a tad short, he can take the inside edge or the stumps.
Charges in and bowls, looking for the Yorker, dug out. Well played really by Allsop, was waiting for it. Plenty behind it on off stump, but another testing delivery from Hendricks. So far this season, Bjorn Hendricks with the ball. Hasn't had the season he would quite have hoped for when he came. 4 wickets at 120 apiece. But that doesn't tell the whole story by a long way. Turns. Is in and bowls off stump. Good line, good length. Solidly played by Allsop out into the covers. Staying on the back foot, then wanders away towards square leg. I don't think that's one of the outlaws. One of the big, the Harleys. Have you ever seen them on a Sunday?
I think I caught the back of one of them.
Not literally at one truss with one's car, otherwise one's car would not survive.
Yeah. Not long ago though. It may not have been them, to be fair. It may just have been a bloke on a motorbike, but
In goes Hendricks, bowls outside off stump. Allsop steps forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Now just that's where they gather, the chapter, Hells Angels chapter, the outlaws who have their sign. I don't know if you've seen it on the
brand sign.
You can't see it now because the trees are all in full leaf.
Saw it the was it their end of last season?
Yeah, it's been there all the it's been
Yeah.
there since I've been here, so
Yeah.
that's 10 years I think now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw it. I've not noticed it this season, I'll be honest with you, but
They tend to only gather on a Sunday, but it's a heck of a sound when all those Harleys come down the
It's a
road.
great
In
sound.
goes Hendricks and bowls. Turned off the stumps again, off the back foot by Allsop. Leicestershire slips, and wicketkeeper like this line from Hendricks. He's asking questions all the time. One ball left in his 3rd over.
I wonder if Bjorn can just get one to leave the left-hander here. Get our
Yeah.
slips in play.
Taps his bat as Hendricks goes in, bowls to him onto the legs, worked nicely away through mid-wicket. Should pick up 3, I would think. Here it's going to be Ackerman. It could be another all-run 4. No, it's going to be just the 3. You fancied a second all-run 4 there. And if they'd gone really hard, perhaps, but no need to take the risk, so they don't. So Allsop, having been on 2 for what seems like a considerable amount of time, picks up 3, moves on to 5 off 23 balls. Sussex 20 without loss. Hendricks eyes up to the heavens. Looks slightly frustrated out there at the moment because he's giving it everything.
Well, he's bowled a nice over there. Sorry, I was just off the back of a yawn then. He's bowled a nice over
the thing
there.
you probably don't say out loud, really.
Well, I've had training today.
You don't
I think
reveal.
you know, I've had training today. I'm going to let myself have a couple of yawns.
No, that's fair enough.
But no, I think Bjorn's actually bowled a really nice over there, and he's followed up his maiden 2nd over quite nicely, but he's still gone for 4. The right comes in. What a shot that is! Because that's not a full ball. That's not a drive ball, I would say.
But
And it's
driven
just
it
been
is.
punted down the ground all the way for 4. Maybe a little bit fuller than I first thought. But a nice shot nonetheless from Allsop, takes him to 9.
Got a century to his name already this season. Tom Allsop, 303 runs at 33. Now that sounds a bit like no, it's not a Harley. Was a lovely shot.
Yeah. Interesting how Wright's come round the wicket here. As he comes in, defended solidly to mid off. Because he looked like he was just getting a little bit of rhythm there going across the left-hander last over.
Maybe concerned about the no balls, I don't know.
Potentially. It may be the footholes. Footholes may be sort of playing a part in that. I know from experience they play a part with me sometimes later on in the day as they get dug out. It's never nice. It's almost, you just don't want to land weirdly on a foothole and roll your ankle. That's the last thing you want to do. But right, in good rhythm. It's now gone for 15 off 3.2. Suppose a back of a length ball into the hip of Allsop, who defends it to Hassan Azad, who's fielding just in front of square on the leg side.
Suggestions coming in that, quote, Magic Mike bowled the last over of the day. Does have a knack of picking up wickets, Ben.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad shout.
13 wickets at 15.5 for him so far this season.
He's done well. He's picked up important wickets at important times for us.
He's only bowled 42 overs.
And he's got, how many? 13 wickets?
Another one.
Another no ball from
So
round the wicket this time.
3 already. Didn't help Leicestershire's over rate
No.
either. All those no balls. It was a -4 or even -5, but
Well, it's a lose-lose when you bowl a no ball, isn't it? Especially if there's multiple. I can just see at the corner of my eye there Callum Parkinson down at fine leg warming up, so I wonder if he's going to come up the hill. The second to last over of the day. This right ball's a good length ball, nicely over the top of maybe fourth stump. Through to Swindles.
he's quite a demonstrative umpire, Neil Mallender, and his right hand came out then again, but it wasn't anything. I think it was just the two left, wasn't it, for the signal to his fellow umpire Tom Longley. Do you find umpires are very different in the way you can approach them during the game, or
I
do you
feel
get to know them
a
a
lot
little
of them
bit,
are quite relaxed. I think if you have a laugh with them, you know, you're pretty safe. I think these days you don't really get much. Sorry, as that's defended. Back of a length again from right. You can't really pepper up an umpire as you used to be able to. I reckon these days. I think they're trained so well now. Pepper up as if I was really nice to Mr. Tom Longley all day when I was bowling, I'd be hoping for maybe a decision to come my way. Whereas I think these days it just doesn't happen as much. You know, there's not much chat with the umpires where you're trying to sort of be real nice to them. As there's a lot of stories I was told when I was growing up that a lot of umpires were like that. Just defended behind square on the offside from a back of a length ball again from right for a dot ball.
Here comes the sun.
Yeah.
So we're going to get through to the close. 3 overs remain. I've got an update to do, one more update to do for BBC Radio Leicester, and then we'll get Liam on to finish the last couple of overs, hopefully. By the time we get the update done, probably we'll be pretty close to the close. Normally, as I say, we finished once at the start of the season. We finished at 7:10, and that was basically because the sun had set behind those trees over there. That was maybe second day against Worcester, something like that. Hendricks is continuing from the pavilion end. He is in and bowling, and an expansive drive by Haynes comes off a thick outside edge, and it's flown down through the empty gully area down to the electronic scoreboard. He really opened his shoulders and freed his arms and flung the bat at that one, really.
It almost looked like he was trying to go over cover.
It did. And given that there are only, 17 balls or 18 balls when that delivery came down, left in the day. But Sussex's captain, not a whit abashed, went hard at that one, and his fortune has favoured the brave. He moves on to 14, 30 Sussex without loss. Hendricks couldn't quite believe it. He is in again and bowling on towards the legs of Haynes. Bit of a thick inside edge as he looks to work it on the leg side, but it goes wide of Ackerman at mid-on, out towards mid-wicket. Haynes takes 1, moves on to 15. I'd be a little bit surprised, given the approach of both teams to date, that if this match goes into a 4th day. But you never know.
I like to think
Pujara may change things tomorrow, if and when he gets a chance to bat. Allsop on strike to Hendricks, who bowls to him, line and length on off stump. He looks to get forward, but then rocks back and plays it off stump out into the covers. Good line from Hendricks, but probably just outside off stump. Played at it anyway. Allsop played it solidly enough.
It's been an interesting start to the season with Masood nearly breaking the Nick Compton's run record for April. And still, I would say, being in the shadow of Pujara with recent form.
Here comes the update. Yeah, having been bowled out for 210, the Foxes 10 overs to try and make early inroads into the Sussex first innings. They haven't managed to do so yet. Sussex 31 without loss. Sussex captain Tom Haines is 15 not out. Tom Allsop at the other end is 9 not out. If they can pick up one, they'll feel it's a little bit more of a balanced day. At the moment, the balance very much in favour of Sussex. It took the last 3 wickets of the Leicestershire first innings to drag that score up to 210 from 138 for 7. Gave them a little bit to bowl at, and there is a little bit in the pitch. It may turn a little bit later on, so they'll not feel they're out of the game just yet, but at the moment you have to say it's been very much the visitors' day. He missed just the one delivery from Hendricks, which was played out into the off side. I'll finish this over off, just one ball left in it, and then Liam can come on and finish off with Roman for the day. Bright sunshine now here, although the cameraman is well wrapped up away to our right, and I don't blame him, sitting very still out there. In goes Hendricks and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Allsop, blocks the ball out into the offside. Good effort from Hendricks, but once again hasn't managed to affect the breakthrough.
Yeah, an interesting over there though. With 3 overs to go, I think Hendricks has bowled the right ball to Haines, first or second ball there, where he's slashed outside off stump, taking a thick outside edge down to third man. And you know, that's the horrible thing about being a bowler. You bowl a good ball, the right ball to a plan, and you get whacked for 4.
And then your spinner comes on, probably bowls a full bunner and gets one caught mid-on.
Yeah.
Cricket, eh?
Yeah, that is cricket in a nutshell.
2 overs to go then. Chris Wright's going to bowl the first of them.
Comes in, Chris. Wow, what a shot! With 2 overs to go, there's an extraordinary shot from Mr. Haines there. Takes him on to 19 off 18.
Pretty full, wasn't it? An outside off stump, but Haines just sort of leant back onto almost off his back foot and managed to crash it through point for 4.
Yeah, he's sort of collapsed his back leg there and allowed himself to play a cross-batted shot from what is a full of a length ball with a slight bit of width.
You're a fan of his, you were saying off air, Tom Haines?
Yeah, he's impressed me the last couple of years, the way he's batted, especially last year and the way he started this year. He's looks a very hard batsman to bowl to, as we can see here, 19 off 18 balls. He, what I'd say was a good stock ball there from right, carved away for 4. Again, a full of a length ball, exactly where Wright will have wanted it, and he's thrown his hands at it. And I don't want to say he's lucky, maybe, for that not to go in the air, because his weight's coming back rather than going forward, Haines, but just gets away with it. So it actually hit Sam Evans there at backward point pretty hard. I wonder what Wright's going to bowl here. Same ball? Same ball. And it's been timed again, top of off, and it's just been Haines has just put his hands through it, and it's been timed towards a boundary. Parkinson on the chase, stops it, throws it halfway to Sam Evans, as they've run 3 there, I think. Yeah, what a show for, I think, the trust that these batsmen have got in the wicket just after 8 overs. A couple of shots there that are real. Well, 3 shots there in 3 balls. a collapsed back leg cut off a full ball for 4, a big drive which went to point, and another drive off a good length ball that's nearly gone for 4. And right ball's a similar length on a straighter line to Allsop, which he takes for 1, just wide of Ben Mike there, who dived to stop it, as he gives the ball a good shine.
Must be a bit deflating now for Leicestershire, having been bowled out for 210, having won the toss and elected to bat, and now they're seeing Sussex score with relative ease. That Leicestershire struggled to find that real fluency really in terms of scoring runs, and Haynes certainly hasn't.
Right in, a nice ball there, top of the stumps, top of middle and off, I would say. Patted back towards mid-off. Yeah, I think what's important though is to know that, you know, Haynes is an attacking batsman at the top of the order, and he's been in some serious form over the past, let's say, 18 months. So I think you can go with a little bit of confidence in the morning if we don't take a wicket here in the last 7 balls, with a little bit of confidence, hoping that you get through Haynes and then you try and get Pujara early. And even if you don't get Pujara early, you can still negotiate the man at the other end. And there's huge positives which you can take out of this. It's a full length ball again from right. It's defended but timed, almost as if Haynes had just driven that, but stopped to hold the dot ball there by Ackerman. Yeah, interesting how nicely the pitch has played out here.
Superb timing that, wasn't it? Even just on a forward defensive push, and then mid-off still has to race round and pull out the dive to stop it going up the hill for 4.
And I think it shows how well the pitch is actually playing out. Yeah, Parkinson.
Yeah, we're going to see a change of bowling for the final over of the day. Callum Parkinson will come up the hill, and some left-arm tweakers try and get one of these 2 left-handed Sussex openers out in the final over of the day, and at least give Leicestershire a little bit of a boost going into day 2 tomorrow. 39 without loss then Sussex after 9 of the 10 overs that they had to negotiate tonight. They're 90% of the way there. Slight delay in play while Rishi Patel brings out the helmet for keeper Harry Swindles to pop that on so he can stand up to the stumps. Patel's got a helmet as well, and he should put some pads on, so he's going to go in at bat pad by the looks of things. And Parkinson just bowls a few looseners to Chris Rice at mid-on. Got a slip, a short leg.
Be interesting to see with a relatively new ball how much spin Parky can get here towards the end of the day.
And bounce, I suppose, as well, with it being a day 1 pitch. Here is Parkinson in. This one is back of a length on the offside, punched into the onside. Hendricks misfields slightly, but Ackerman covers behind him, and there is no run. Allsop has 10 and Haynes 22 with Sussex's 39 without loss. Here's Parkinson again, hops in off 7 or 8 paces. That's a full toss, but it's just treated with a degree of respect, actually, from Tom Allsop. Not willing to do exactly what we spoke about a couple of moments ago, and back the full toss straight to the fielder.
Interesting the way that they have come out and batted this evening, that he didn't put that away.
Parkinson again, 3rd ball of the over. This one is better length from Parkinson, drawing Allsop forward, and he plays with a defensive bat in front of his pad. Back up the pitch, and there is no run. 3 deliveries to go this evening at 6:10.
An early finish, relatively.
Indeed, yeah. Only 10 minutes over what is initially is realistically meant to be the close, I suppose. Normally, because you get it on for 22:30, so shows you the speed at which Sussex got through their over. He's not missed anything. Another defensive forward prod from Tom Allsop. For that latest delivery from Parkinson, who's in again now. Left arm over the wicket to bowl to, and he's edged and caught.
Yes!
Callum Parkinson ends with a wicket. And Tom Allsop has to go with what will be the final ball of the day. There were just 2 to go, and Parkinson has drawn Allsop forward. It's taken the outside edge, and it's been taken, I think, at slip by Lewis Hill. And that is a glimmer of hope for Leicestershire and a bright spot to end what has been not a great day for the Foxes. But well bowled Callum Parkinson, that one just holding its line. Tom Allsop prodding forward, taking the outside edge, and it was VR Mulder at slip who took the catch. It was slightly obscured from us because Harry Swindles was right in the way, so I couldn't quite tell who it was. But Mulder it is who takes the catch. Well bowled Callum Parkinson, he's got his man. Tom Alsop goes for 10, and the final ball of the day yields a wicket for Leicestershire to take into tomorrow. So Sussex will end this evening on 39 for 1. Tom Haynes will resume tomorrow unbeaten on 22 from 22 balls, with his opening partner Alsop caught at slip off the final ball of the day. Callum Parkinson will have 1 ball to bowl tomorrow morning to finish off this particular over, and he has figures of 1 for none. So well bowled Callum Parkinson with 5 balls, apart from that full bunger that Tom Alsop may now be wishing that he'd put away to the boundary. But either way, a good effort from Callum Parkinson just to get 1 for his side to take into tomorrow. And so ends the first day here at Grace Road. And what would you make of that one then, Roman? Balance of play very much with Sussex after that?
Yes, yeah. I think they've played real good cricket today, in all fairness. I think to take us to 210 all out on what does look a very, very good wicket. And then finish up 39 for 1. I think we've taken that there. If there were maybe 10 runs less, maybe at 3 and over, I think we would have won that sort of 10 over spell there. But I think that's sort of a level 10 over spell there towards the end. But we talk about momentum a lot in cricket, and that wicket there is going to do a hell of a lot for the boys coming back in the morning. Obviously, Callum's going to have to come back and bowl 1 ball in the morning, which will be an interesting one to negotiate for the batsman, first ball of the day, and it'll be the new batsman on strike, whoever is at 3.